What's up, guys? Go ahead and smash that like button because it's free, at least for now. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next video, and drop anything in the comments just so I know you're alive. And without further ado, let's get into the video. The story begins in a serene place, by the riverbank, when a voice asks what Shui is doing standing there, staring at the scenery without moving. An old man approaches and wonders why the boy remains still. The protagonist calls him father, but the man laughs, saying he doesn't even seem to recognize his own father, calling him silly and asking him to help pull the net since they need to check how the fishing is that day. He even promises to show him some real skills later. Shui hesitates for a moment but soon follows his father. They climb onto the boat, spending time together fishing, eating, and even drawing. Afterwards, still in the same place, they sit at the edge of the boat, simply admiring the view. At that moment, Shui notices a fish nearby and comments that it is a red carp. Without thinking, he dives into the water trying to catch it, but realizes the fish has disappeared. He then wonders why there are no fish there, and worse, why he cannot move after entering the water. Panic sets in, and he tries to believe his father will save him, but suddenly, everything goes dark. In the darkness, Shui calls for his father until he hears a voice asking if he just woke up. An old man approaches and asks if the boy misses his father. Noticing his hand tied with ropes, Shui asks what is happening. The man explains that Master Zhang was clever to trick him and use him as bait to lure aquatic beasts. But in reality, that's all he is, a decoy. He reveals that they are all on a boat, watching over him, and that he is still deeply asleep. The protagonist realizes it was all just a dream and reflects that it has been a month since he arrived in that world. The body's original owner had fallen gravely ill and died, and at that moment Shui took his place. He also recalls that the former owner had lost his mother very early and grew up only with his father, who died of illness 3 months earlier, leaving deep feelings in his heart. During the month spent in the hospital, Shui did not fully understand that body's social circle and was deceived by a skilled liar, becoming bait to capture monsters. Over time, he discovered that this world hid different types of supernatural abilities. Humans could cultivate power to reach unimaginable realms, and those who followed this path were called warriors. Likewise, creatures also evolved through cultivation and became known as such. Suddenly, a young man shouts that something is approaching, and the old man confirms it to be an aquatic beast. The protagonist looks back and sees the monster circling the boat, moving through the water. He thinks an aquatic beast should not be taller than half the height of a human. The creature begins shaking the boat, drawing closer once again. The young man declares this is the moment he has awaited for years, saying his punch carries 10 years of accumulated power, questioning whether it will be enough to face the beast. The creature then opens its gigantic mouth, swallowing everything and shattering the vessel. The old man panics, shouting he cannot die there. Looking back, he grabs a dagger, cuts the boy's hand, and throws him into the water. Shui sinks, still with his hands bound and now wounded. He tries to loosen the ropes with his teeth, but his blood spreads through the river, attracting even more of the beast. When he realizes there is no way out, Shui thinks of moving forward and asks his father for forgiveness. At that instant, he opens his eyes and believes he sees his father telling him to wake up. He gazes at him with hope, wishing it were real, and stretches out his hands to touch him. However, instead of his arm, he touches wood marked with the drawings they had made together. With effort, he manages to raise his head above the water and murmurs that this is his father's boat. The beast charges forward, dragging him back down as it grabs his leg. Shui thinks he has done his best and asks his father to forgive him. The creature releases his leg and swims ahead, opening its enormous jaws. Meanwhile, the boy's hand continues releasing energy into the river until something is summoned. The system manifests, notifying that Z activation is in progress, detecting a spirit obtained. A metallic sound announces successful acquisition and the possible awakening of water manipulation abilities. His body begins to recover. The protagonist awakens in confusion, realizing he has not been swallowed. He recalls the moment when the beast almost devoured him and notices he is still underwater. He wonders why now it feels like he is walking on land within the water, as if all resistance had vanished. New messages appear. Water flow control successfully acquired, ability to manipulate the current at the cost of physical energy. Shui ponders this ability and is surprised to notice that even his breathing remains steady, allowing him to survive underwater. His wounds also close rapidly, however, he suddenly feels pressure and sees the monster ahead, opening its colossal mouth wide. The protagonist panics and starts screaming until he opens his eyes and realizes the beast did not attack him, for it is bound by chains formed from the water itself. Shocked, Shui wonders if he was the one who created them and if this could be similar to the systems described in the novels. He reflects that within the water there seem to be no limits, and even control over it belongs to him. When the chains unravel from the creature's body, he realizes the domain has a time limit. The beast tries to bite him again, but Shui manages to dodge and concludes this cannot continue. He needs to find a way to subdue the enemy. New notifications appear. Plasma Command Seal ability successfully acquired, effect by inscribing ancient runes using the host plasma, possible contract with aquatic beast. The protagonist observes closely and thinks this might be the solution. The monster lunges at him once more, trying to devour him. Shui activates water flow control and thinks he must immobilize it before acting. The creature becomes trapped and then the current dissipates. The young man dodges again until he releases the plasma command seal in his hand and hurls it at the enemy, striking it head-on. The power unleashed is intense, and Shui understands this is a battle of willpower. He questions if he will fail while recalling a relative in the hospital and his deep desire to survive. He continues to release energy with full determination. Then, he manages to surface and collapses onto the riverbank, exhausted, whispering that he is still alive. The beast resurfaces above the water and Shui realizes that, in the end, he has subdued it. The system then notifies the owner is Liang Ku, displaying the data. The protagonist commands the creature to remain nearby and says he will summon it when needed. He thinks that after taming it, a mental link was created, allowing immediate contact between them, either by his will or that of the beast. The monster returns to the waters while Shui rises, reflecting that he needs to go home, find something to eat, and rest. Luckily, the inherited memories include knowledge of the region, and the distance to his house is not far. As he walks, the aquatic crocodile swims through a narrow channel covered with flowers. In another area, similar to a village, the same old man from before walks beside the butler Zheng. A boy asks who those people are and if they are going to Wade's house. His partner replies that Lai Zheng is with the Zhao family and that Wade probably got involved in some trouble. Li grows suspicious and comments that Wade must be in danger. The group approaches a residence, and the old man thinks that if Liang had lost his life, all his belongings would fall under his administration as compensation for the mission's failure. To him, the blame was Zhang's for being too weak. The man then breaks down the door and orders Zheng to enter, but when he looks to the side, he is stunned and asks how Liang is still alive. The protagonist, surprised, demands to know what they are doing there. The old man asks if he should not be dead. Zheng, confused, questions why they are acting so recklessly and what the old man meant by undead. The elder pronounces the boy's name, and Zheng Xiang realizes he is Liang. Shocked, he asks if he had not been declared dead, and remarks that surviving was pure luck. The family's butler orders them to capture him. Shui asks what they are planning, but two men seize him by force, telling him to stop spouting nonsense. The elder then reveals that Master Zhao had asked Zhang, the martial artist, to tame the aquatic beast to protect the villagers. However, Liang supposedly acted first, used the creature against Zhang, and caused the Zhao family to lose a great amount of resources, in addition to putting the villagers at risk. The protagonist counters, saying it was the opposite. They had trapped him and used him as bait for the beast. The old man accuses him of killing Zhang and still daring to return, calling him arrogant and a monster. Liang reflects that, in his past life, he truly was treated as a monster for being solitary and independent. He remembers how they mocked him, insinuating that a man without a homeland could only be a thief. The taunts haunted him, but Shui retaliated with hatred in his gaze. The provocations grew worse. They said if he was so brave, he should fight head-on. It was then that, in the past, he threw a punch in one of their faces. The reason he earned that nickname was clear. He was relentless. Even at the risk of exposing his abilities, it would never be in his nature to surrender without fighting. Now, in the present, the men begin to assault him. Liang is thrown to the ground, the objects around him scattering. And even while fallen, he thinks with anger that, even if they call him a monster, he will bite off a piece of their flesh. The old man orders him to be tied up and taken to the Zhao family, asking if they are short of people for that job and stating that the orphaned child is perfect for the task. Zheng adds that if he agrees to become Master Zhao's adopted son, they might let it go, but otherwise that very day his legs will be broken. They leave the house, and the villagers watch, whispering that they heard in the neighboring county many people taken to the Zhao family vanished without a trace, and that this family has been taking in many people lately, which is truly suspicious. A voice then rises, challenging and asking who dares intimidate young Wade there. The village chief appears, declaring that he himself is still alive. Xiang calls him a foolish old man, but the chief replies that he is a high-ranking official of Great Shun and asks what Xiang intends, if he really plans to attack a public official. Zheng grits his teeth, and the village chief insists that all must show respect to his position before Master Zhao, warning that if they continue, they may faint on the spot. Xiang calls him a fool again and says he will not argue that day, but once he reports to Master Zhao, the matter will not be over. He orders his men to depart, and the old man remarks that he is just like his father, ungrateful. After they leave, the village chief advises Liang to avoid certain things whenever possible. The protagonist thanks him and promises to remember. Libo tells him to disperse, repeating the words, and Liang observes the power in his hands, reflecting that situations like this may happen many more times in the future. He acknowledges that the village chief can help him once, but not always, so he needs to become more proactive. The system is his opportunity. A notification appears. Water essence detected. Beast evolution progress. Shui is surprised and wonders about the water essence. He heads to the river and comments that after taming the Taihua crocodile, he can summon it at any time through the mental link. The water stirs and begins to shine until the crocodile emerges, but in a reduced form. Liang asks where his giant crocodile has gone, and the system informs that tamed aquatic beasts can control their energy consumption by adjusting their body size at will. Evolution progress. Chibi version. Minimal energy consumption. Shui is impressed and says that, as expected of the system, it even has this feature. He then asks where the water essence was found, requesting to be taken there. The protagonist dives in and follows the crocodile to a dark place, noticing that it seems to be an underwater cave in the mountain, a spectacle. Inside, Shui notices something glowing and wonders if it could be legendary mystical herbs. As he approaches, new notifications appear indicating that a mystical herb containing water essence has been discovered and can be absorbed. In this world, there exist natural treasures that accumulate extraordinary powers, plants with unique effects known as mystical herbs. It is said that in the Zhao Mansion's courtyard there is a frozen lake with special aquatic chestnuts at the bottom, long used by the Zhao family head to attract warriors from different regions as patrons. Excited, the protagonist declares he wants to see how much water essence those herbs can provide and calls the crocodile for help, but the creature pretends to be asleep. Liang complains, saying it is so lazy it should be called immobile. Shui stacks the herbs on a stone until everything is ready, then begins to eat them. The system notifies that the discovered water essence can be used to improve spiritual synchronization and the evolutionary progress of aquatic beasts. The protagonist finds them delicious, and as he eats, he feels the essence increase until he is satisfied and declares that, while spirit attunement and beast evolution are good, the main focus must be himself. He activates the absorption option and feels his body improve rapidly. He thinks that with this power, he can face those people from that day, especially if he adds mastery over water flow. The system reports water flow control strength, 22.5 kilograms. Liang concludes that he should conserve for a few days, as he is already satisfied now. He reflects that the most important matters are the economic ones to come. Autumn is ending, the crocodile's blood flow decreases, and it is about to hibernate, making it unreliable for fishing. Suddenly, a fish is tossed to the ground by the crocodile itself. The protagonist picks it up and remarks that, after all, it is still reliable, thinking that this temporary economic crisis can be resolved by selling it at the market. Later, Liang appears carrying a sack in his hands, having sold a large yellow fish for 80 wen and making some profit. He reflects that the merchants in this world are nothing like the market women of his past life, since convincing them was much easier. After dealing with the matter of the water essence, Liang's next goal is to settle accounts with Lai Tu Zhang. The old man approaches, feigning cordiality, asking if that isn't Wade, and comments that there had only been a small misunderstanding between them the other day. He adds that he had been about to look for him to apologize, calling their meeting a coincidence. He says his boat is nearby and promises a good meal to clear things up, telling him not to worry. Liang thinks that it is just the two of them and wonders where he could escape if necessary. Shui smiles and replies that, since it's only the two of them, he feels perfectly at ease. Elsewhere, a group discusses the situation. Zheng comments that recent experiments at the mansion failed, resulting in many deaths. The mansion urgently needs materials for the elixir, and since Liang is an orphan without family, he would be the perfect choice. He asks if the old man understands, and the latter replies yes, assuring that the boy will not escape. He promises that the next day he will bind him with his own hands. Zheng declares that if he does the job well, Master Zhao will even ask great figures to help him ascend to immortality. The old man asks if this is true, and Xiang confirms, saying it is real. Excited, the elder says he too will become immortal, opens his robe revealing a symbol on his belly, laughs loudly, and says he will finally achieve ascension. Later, on a boat, the old man invites Wade to enjoy that beautiful and peaceful place, with no other boats in sight. He assures they will have a good meal together and settle the misunderstanding. Discreetly, he throws something into the food he's preparing. The protagonist questions if he is sure there are no other boats nearby. The old man insists yes, saying he checked the entire area carefully, and thinks to himself that once the boy drinks the fish soup, he may scream all he wants. But no one will come to save him. Liang stands up and remarks that this is perfect. Then Shui unleashes his ability against the old man's face, suffocating him until he cannot breathe. The protagonist stares at him coldly. At night, the old man awakens tied up. Alarmed, he realizes his situation, and Liang comments that he slept soundly. The elder asks what he intends, and Shui, holding a sack, replies that it seems he profited well, selling it to the Zhao family, valuing it at least 2 taels. The old man tries to justify himself, saying he can explain, but Liang tells him to look around and asks if the place doesn't look familiar. The elder recognizes it and says this was where they hunted the water beast. The crocodile emerges from the surface, frightening him. Liang strokes the creature and confirms that it truly was a water monster, but now it is his pet, asking if the old man wasn't the one who called him a monster as well. The man panics, screams that he truly is a monster, and begs not to be devoured, promising to reveal everything. Shui asks why Butler Zheng is so intent on taking him to the Zhao mansion, and the reason they hired so many servants. The elder explains that all are used as materials for Master Zhao to refine the immortal elixir required for ascension. Everyone captured was sacrificed for this purpose. Liang comments that this means innocent people were hunted and turned into resources. The old man claims he was forced, that he had no choice, but Liang thinks they are useless, and that when he exposes Master Zhao's followers, he will turn each of them into elixir material, making them beg for death. The elder still tries to speak, but Shui lifts a stone and strikes him, saying he has already seen it all, showing his monstrous side. He reflects that taking him to the mansion would only mean being refined into elixir, and if he doesn't eliminate him now, he will lose his own life. The old man's body sinks into the waters and plasma slowly spreads. The next day, Liang emerges from the water, relieved, thinking that having power makes everything much more convenient. 3 days have already passed since he eliminated Lai Tuzheng, and to avoid suspicion, he has been living like a common fisherman, leaving early, returning late, selling fish at high prices, and avoiding the Lotus Lake as much as possible. As for the boat, he managed to cover things up using Lai Tuzheng's identity, but he knows the Zhao family's forces will not let the matter go unpunished. The sudden disappearance will ultimately fall on him, and therefore he must become a martial artist as soon as possible. The fastest way is to join a martial arts school. In Pingyang, there are 3 schools, with the most powerful being the Yang clan's martial hall. They say the clan chief possesses immense strength, capable of crushing gold and splitting stones, remaining unmatched at the top. While considering joining the martial hall, Liang knows the Zhao family will not dare touch him, since the disappearance of a disciple would cause great problems for the school. However, the entrance fee ranges from 5 to 8 tiles, and he only has 2 tiles and 8 wen, forcing him to find a way to increase his earnings. The crocodile rests on his shoulder, staring at him intently, and the protagonist comments that perhaps he has been worrying too much about the future. He reflects that since the last update, his body has slowly been adapting to the growth of strength. His mental power has also increased considerably, allowing him to control 2 to 2.5 additional immobiles, and he decides to continue fishing. Liang dives and, as he glides through the water, thinks that since his awakening, his movements there have become increasingly natural. His main training method has been running against the immobile, and he intends to continue. The crocodile follows while Shui swims even faster, using his ability to compress the water flow beneath his feet and propel himself forward. The drawback is the high stamina consumption, making the movement unsustainable for long periods. But for now, no one would be able to match such speed. Suddenly, something passes by his side and the protagonist wonders what it is, soon concluding it is a mystical fish. In this world, some species have evolved through unique powers, and those inhabiting the Great Swamp are called mystical fish. Finding one is already rare, but he spots 2 at once. Liang orders the immobile to chase them. The crocodile increases its body size and charges at the fish while Shui quickly approaches, regretting not having brought a net. Using water flow control, the protagonist manages to restrain one of the fish and grabs it, satisfied with the catch. While thinking about the good profit he will make, a colossal presence approaches. Distracted for a moment by the thought of money, he is suddenly pulled and hurled against the riverbed, spitting plasma. Before him emerges a massive and shadowy creature. Liang is startled and recalls hearing about a man-eating catfish with 6 whiskers that prowls the deep waters of Yixing City. He finds it incredible to have encountered it, but soon wonders if he is facing yet another deadly attack. Shui reacts quickly, using water flow control to block the beast's approach and thanking his reflexes for being fast enough. The creature tries to strike him again. He barely dodges and thinks about how terrifying it is, even imagining that it might be mocking him. A crash echoes as the crocodile strikes it by surprise. The immobile lunges once more at the beast and Liang praises it, saying it was a good job and that now is his chance. He thinks that if he doesn't tame it at that moment, he will be doomed. He focuses and releases the plasma command seal, believing his extra mental energy will be enough to subdue the creature. The system, however, warns him, host action resulting in mental overload, energy too low, attempt to tame aquatic beast may cause backlash, recommends immediate interruption, overload detected. Despite the warnings, the protagonist continues pouring mana into the monster, which begins to feel a strange pressure. On the surface, Liang emerges gasping, leaning on the boat and breathing deeply. He tells himself he managed to return and admits he didn't expect the fat catfish to have such high mental resistance, to the point of almost making him lose control. Looking to the side, he realizes he succeeded and thinks the rewards are equally valuable. The system notifies, by taming the 6-whiskered catfish, evolution becomes possible, consuming 800 units of water essence to transform it into a tiger-headed catfish. Liang laughs and comments that since it's so fat, he'll call it big, because the name suits it well. He then decides to process the day's catch. The crocodile opens its mouth, revealing inside it the smaller, mystical fish, and Liang affirms it is truly reliable. He looks at the captured fish and decides to try the smaller one first to test the effects. Upon eating it, he feels the immediate increase of water essence, keeps the small horn as a keepsake, and notes that he obtained 18 points, the equivalent of 18 mystical lotus roots. He reflects that if a small fish yielded that much, the larger one should provide at least 3 times more, reaching 53 points of water essence. With this, he calculates that his fusion rate, already at 7.5%, could quickly surpass 10% by consuming both the small and the large fish. But he needs to hold back for now, since saving for the tuition is the priority, even though the amount he has is already more than enough. At the entrance to Yixing City's market, Liang wonders if last month's festival hadn't just ended and what they could be celebrating now. Chen displays a mystical fish and tells everyone to look. It's a specimen that only appears once every century, weighing exactly 1.8 kilos. The crowd is impressed, commenting that the brat from the Chen family really has skill. Liang asks if he also managed to catch a mystical fish and tells them to step aside. The curious onlookers question why he is in such a hurry. Shui approaches the vendor and comments that the Shangrao seal must have been blessed by the river god, since 2 mystical fish were caught in a single day. The old man retorts, saying not to talk nonsense, because that boy caught only 1. The protagonist clarifies that he wasn't referring to Chen's fish, but to his own. People laugh, mocking him and saying that ugly fish couldn't possibly be considered mystical, accusing him of picking any ordinary fish just to inflate the price. The laughter grows louder. Ji also grins, until a man approaches and identifies the fish as a red plasma perch. It is Hu Qi, one of the martial instructors of the Yang clan's hall whose presence commands respect. He asks how much the fish costs. Chen turns the question back, asking what value he considers fair. Qi asks the weight, and Ji answers, 1.18 kilos. Hu proposes 150 wen, and Chen, thrilled, accepts immediately. At that moment, Shui asks him to appraise his fish as well. A man nearby criticizes, telling him to be ashamed and not bother the instructor. Others warn that if he angers Hu, everyone will suffer the consequences. But Qi observes carefully and is surprised, recognizing the specimen as a bullhorn pomfret. The protagonist confirms, adding that it weighs 1.61 kilos, while thinking that, so that's what it's called. Hu evaluates it and offers 325 wen. People are shocked, commenting that entire families hadn't saved that much in generations. Chen is also astonished. A man warns him to be careful since he might end up earning money he won't live to spend. Liang accepts the offer and Ji walks away displeased. Shui asks why his fish is worth double the red plasma perch. Qi explains that the bull pomfret's horns have medicinal value, being refinable into pills that increase vitality and help overcome blood stagnations, making them especially useful in his current cultivation stage. The protagonist thanks him and reflects that it was good he had kept the small pomfret horn. Later, back in the village, Liang counts the money when Libo approaches, and comments that he is making the city proud. Shui replies that he still hasn't had the chance to thank him for last time. Li takes the opportunity to ask why he doesn't just hand over those 350 wen. The protagonist counters, asking if he has any idea how much it costs to enter the Yang clan's martial hall. Libo says yes, since his father is about to enroll him. He explains that the hall charges 350 wen tuition, without meals or lodging included. 500 covers lodging. 1,000 includes lodging and medicinal baths, though meals are still paid separately. Expensive compared to the other 2 halls, but it makes sense since it's the best. Liang calculates 350 wen fee, added to the savings of recent days, plus 325 wen from the fish and 130 wen from fishing, totals 455 wen, already enough. He declares that they will both enroll the next day. Li jokes that he's truly rich and won't have any trouble. At that moment, a voice announces the discovery of another mystical fish, drawing Shui's attention. At the Zhao mansion, Zheng reports that the bastard Zhang has disappeared, but traces lead to a boy named Liang. The master, irritated, responds that he doesn't want to be disturbed with trivial matters and orders them to deal with it themselves. Xiang glares with fury. At night, by the river, the protagonist prepares a meal in his boat, cutting ingredients while the crocodile watches him. Dinner is ready, and the aroma is appetizing. Liang tastes it and comments on the freshness and flavor. He shares it with his two animals, saying they deserve to try it too. The water essence increases, and Shui confirms that, as expected from a mystical fish, the energy flows quickly, visibly strengthening his body. He thinks he was truly lucky again. 18 points from the bullhorn pomfret last time, plus 24 now. The protagonist fiddles with the system and reflects that the power flows constantly, thinking that a sparring partner would be perfect at that moment. He notices that his water control ability has increased significantly, requiring only a small injection of energy to realize that the essence requirements for immobile and robust beasts have decreased. New notifications appear. The tamed aquatic beast, the crocodile, will consume 799 units of water essence to evolve into a horned crocodile, while the six-whiskered catfish will consume the same amount to evolve into a tiger-headed catfish. Liang thinks this is extremely mysterious and wonders whether it was created by human hands or developed naturally. On one side, a yin dragon, on another, a giant monkey like Wujiki, further ahead, gods with human heads and serpent bodies, and finally, an enigmatic emperor in a black robe. He concludes that there's no point in overthinking, since tomorrow he will join the martial hall and needs to strengthen himself quickly to deal with the Zhao family. The next morning, they get on the carriage. Libo comments that it's time to depart. The protagonist sitting beside him wonders how long the journey will take. Li is excited, talking nonstop along the way. When they arrive in Pingyang City, they get off the carriage and go straight to eat and explore the surroundings, surprised by the bustle. Elsewhere, a young man asks if the child mentioned will really pass through there. A muscular man replies confidently, saying he heard the boy from the Li family mention that they would be registering at the Yang family's martial hall that day. He adds that the boy sold a fish the day before and earned 325 wen, pointing out that he couldn't gather such an amount even by selling his own wife. The man beside him fears they will be taken to the yamen, but the muscular one insists he doesn't understand. Giving so much money to the martial hall is a waste, and they would manage the wealth better. He states that this entrance is the only path to the hall, and since few pass through, it's the perfect chance. He orders them to stay quiet as the targets are approaching. Li asks how many opponents his friend thinks he could face after completing his training. The protagonist answers that he doesn't know and reflects that he doesn't even understand yet how many he could fight at full strength, if he has even mastered anything at all. Then a young man blocks their path and the muscular man announces they've met again, demanding the money. He says they can choose, hand over the coins or end up buried by the roadside. His companions laugh loudly. Liang, serious, replies that he chooses to be buried. The muscular man charges threateningly, but Shui is faster and lands a solid punch. The men behind also attack, but the protagonist strikes them with direct blows, throwing them aside and making their noses bleed. He then approaches the muscular man again and delivers another punch, knocking him down and cracking the ground. Li comments in awe that he was fast, ending the fight in only 9 moves. Shui reflects that, as expected, his physical abilities have improved greatly. Libo, astonished, asks when he became so strong and if he even needs a master now. The protagonist laughs, saying maybe he's a genius, and urges them to hurry so they don't miss registration. Li watches him closely. In another area, a young man named Chang introduces himself and says they can call him older brother. The two greet him and he invites them to follow him to another instructor for testing and an explanation about warriors. This other one is Hu Qi, a direct disciple of Master Yang. Liang recognizes him and asks if he is the same warrior he saw at the market. Qi looks back and identifies the two. Libo remarks that it's a coincidence and asks if he knows the newcomers. Hu confirms, recalling that the bullhorn pomfret he used in his experiment was bought at that younger brother's stall. Chang declares that the two will train together and can spend the night at the hall. The two thank him respectfully. Qi then tells them to follow him, as he will test their innate bone structure. Shui asks what that means. Hu laughs and explains there's no reason to be nervous. It's just to identify which cultivation path suits them best. The protagonist admits he still doesn't fully understand the fundamentals of martial arts and asks the older brother to explain the principles. Qi nods and answers. Martial arts are divided into 4 basic stages: skin, flesh, bone, and plasma. The skin barrier hardens the body like oxhide, resistant and hard to pierce, increasing defense. The flesh barrier enhances muscle strength, making it possible to lift an adult with one hand. The bone barrier allows raw power to be unleashed, performing feats such as breaking stones or splitting monuments. Finally, the plasma barrier represents complete refinement, firm and delicate like embroidery on silk, strengthening all capabilities. Deep down, everything comes down to a single word: refinement. But for ordinary people, no matter how hard they try, there will always be a limit. To overcome that limit, two things are indispensable: technique and medicine. The two ask about it. Who confirms? Methods refer to martial techniques, like the three-fist techniques of the Yang Martial Hall. With the right technique, one finds the ladder to ascend. The protagonist concludes that this refers to cultivation techniques and asks about medicine. Chi explains that techniques provide the path upward, but that path is steep and treacherous. To advance faster and more steadily, one needs a handrail, and that handrail is medicine. The bullhorn pomfret Liang sold is an example of such a resource. The protagonist thinks this is perfect, since with Zed, he should be able to acquire such things with ease. Hu advises them not to rush, as the martial path is long, and recommends focusing on each step. Shui thanks him and asks to evaluate his bone structure. From a distance, Yansai observes with his men and asks if this is the boy they were talking about. A voice replies that as long as he is excluded from the martial hall, his request will be granted. This is Zhao Shuiwan. Elsewhere, Zheng reports to the master that Liang is 15 years old, the perfect age to refine elixirs, similar to the third young master and also an orphan. He concludes that if they capture him, they can use him for refining. Master Zhao comments that Yuan has been frail since childhood, and that it is increasingly difficult to find a fetal pill from someone of the same age. He admits that Liang is indeed ideal material, but reminds that the boy is about to join the Yang clan's martial hall, and with Yang Dongxiang's temperament, it won't be simple to act. Zheng takes his leave. A leaf falls to the ground, illustrated with Liang's image. A hidden observer picks it up, thinking he must consume the celestial elixir and pass through the elixir opening, and that anyone in his way will lose their life. Meanwhile, Li comments that he never expected his friend to have such high-quality bone structure, while he himself only has a medium level, calling it destiny's manipulation. The protagonist replies that it must be talent. Libo asks him to wait, but Liang insists he follow quickly to the training grounds. At that moment, Li widens his eyes upon seeing Chen nearby and asks what he's doing there. Jie retorts, asking why he couldn't be. If Liang is there, he has the same right. Libo calls him a brat, and Chen asks if he wants to fight. Shui intervenes, reminding them they are all from the same city and shouldn't argue. He reflects that Chen is also from Yixing, 2 years older, a skilled fisherman known in the region, and that he had a good relationship with the body's former owner. He asks if Chen also came to practice martial arts. Jia confirms, saying everyone seeks strength, and that after selling the fish and saving enough money, he decided to enroll. The protagonist proposes they go together to the training field, since the elder brother is waiting, and Libo reminds them that if they don't hurry, they'll miss the chance. At the field, several warriors train together. Libo is already exhausted from so much effort, and the other two as well, until someone raises his hand and orders them to stop. It is Hu who authorizes a break and announces that in the afternoon, instructor Lu will continue the training. Li complains of fatigue and says he already thinks about quitting. Chen calls him weak. At that moment, some youths approach, saying they smell fish. Lu mocks them, asking if they were born from a fish's belly. Yan demands that each of them pay 100 wen to remain there. Libo rises angrily, but Jia urges calm to avoid trouble in front of the elder brother. The protagonist thinks that with his current strength, he doesn't know if he can handle those three. Lu provokes again, saying he's about to break through the skin barrier and would love to test. Liang reflects that if he were in the river, he would have the advantage. Li only mutters. Then a voice calls out to Lu, asking what they are doing. It is Qi who orders that if they have nothing to do, they should stand still for half an hour. Yan grumbles, telling Liang he was lucky and that there is no place for cowards there. Hu asks if he didn't hear the instructions, and Lu replies that he will. Libo shows his middle finger to them, but Chen scolds him, saying it's useless to act from behind. Shui thinks that he is still weak and needs to accelerate to grow stronger. He asks them to cover for him because he needs to go home for a while and skip the afternoon training. Li asks what happened, but Ji says he doesn't know either. The protagonist runs off alone, reflecting that this is the key to becoming stronger, and nothing can go wrong. Elsewhere, Li comments that his partner hasn't returned for an entire day. Chen retorts, saying the emperor doesn't seem worried and asks if the eunuch's claim Wade must have his own reasons. Libo reacts angrily, asking if he's looking for trouble, and Ji answers that maybe he just needs a beating. At that moment, the two notice something. Someone approaches, mocking that the heavens are smiling on him that day for letting him find those two cowards again. It's Lu who declares that this time there is no elder brother to support them. The two grit their teeth, and Yan states that now they'll see how he himself will cripple them. Meanwhile, in the depths of the water, the protagonist is with his two beasts. He thinks that both are already close to the strength of the skin barrier, but they still warned him with caution, which makes him question what kind of creature it could be. Liang observes the marks on the ground and concludes that, judging by the size, it must be something enormous. Shui reflects that after consuming the treasure fish last time, his synchronization rate reached 11.7%, allowing him to control 35 kilos of water. More importantly, his underwater perception range expanded from 1 to 6 meters, letting him sense the details around him. Suddenly, something appears before him so large he cannot tell if it's a monster or a crab. He wonders if a creature of that size could have developed consciousness since, according to Instructor Hu, any beast that surpasses the skin barrier is considered a spirit beast. By its size, it certainly is one, but it shouldn't be that powerful, otherwise the immobile one and the fat one wouldn't have managed to escape. Even so, he feels unprepared. He knows that to strengthen himself requires planning, but remembers the words of the old man who called him a monster and affirms to himself that, like his father, he also doesn't know what's good. He recalls Lu saying there's no place for cowards like them, and decides that accidents and dangers have always been part of his life. Events capable of changing it demand risk, and the truly important things often happen by chance. He refuses to accept that, being within his reach, he will simply give up. He thinks of Lai Tuzhang, who tried to take his life and ended up losing his own, and questions if now they want to take his lotus field, but declares they'll see who has more skill. The two beasts advance to attack. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen is struck and falls to the ground. Lu mocks, asking if he has courage, and questions where the other companion has gone. Jie grabs a brick and smashes it, replying sarcastically that he went to his grandfather's house. The brick shatters, and Yan stomps on Jie's head, mocking that they truly seem to wish for their end that day. He orders his 3 men to guard the gate, saying he'll have fun torturing the two. His henchmen agree. Libo stands and charges at Yan, but Lu grabs his arm and twists it, ordering him to speak again. Yan turns to Chen and, staring at him, says his eyes are too sharp, so he'll rip them out to see how he trains afterward. Li yells, calling him a bastard, and demands he stop immediately. Lu brings his finger close to Chen's eye, who screams in pain until a voice orders them to stop. In the depths, the creature bites a rock and shatters it. The protagonist dodges its strikes, realizing the shell's layer is incredibly heavy and nearly impenetrable. The crocodile charges at the enemy, while Liang projects a stream of water but starts coughing. Noticing he's losing control, his mental energy failing. Sounds echo, and the catfish dashes toward the beast. Shui orders the fatty to attack. The clash resounds, something bright breaks, and the protagonist realizes it's his lotus. The creature strikes him, throwing him far as he spits plasma. Liang thinks he might not get out alive. The monster approaches, but he notices it instinctively protects its abdomen with every blow it receives. That can only mean its weak point is there. He decides he had been planning this attack all along, to compress the water current at the tip of his wooden spear to maximize the impact. With no choice, he resolves to spend all his mental energy constructing the Bing Huan, extending the spear in 2 stages. The system warns that mental energy levels are too low, that control over the aquatic beast could become dangerous, and recommends the host stop the action. Liang, however, keeps advancing, thinking that there they'll see who has more courage. Shui releases his mana, repeating in his mind that the lotus field is his. The attack pierces the creature's body, and the protagonist gets excited, believing he has won. But Liang ends up closing his eyes. When he regains consciousness, he asks why he fainted again, and if it was the 2 of them who saved him. Shui thanks them. His head aches. It seems he will need to use the technique more carefully next time. Then he notices something nearby and asks what it is, a demonic crab. He asks if the 2 of them brought it there and comments that such a crab provides an incredible amount of water essence. The crocodile points at the creature and Liang realizes it's female. He approaches and questions whether those are crab eggs, regretting that if he could tame the giant crab, his power would increase greatly. Since he cannot tame the adult female, he observes that inside the eggs are small crabs, and wonders if the plasma domain talisman could tame these eggs. Shui cuts his own hand and places his palm on an egg. The talisman symbol is invoked on the shell, and he wonders if he himself generated it. The egg begins to shake and cracks. Out comes a crab. The system notifies that a stone crab has been successfully tamed and that it can evolve by consuming 8,000 water essence points to become a stone claw crab king. Liang holds something in his hand and starts eating. His fusion rate rises. Light envelops his body, and his strength grows steadily. His 3 beasts remain by his side. Shui realizes his wounds are completely healed. A true miracle. His fusion rate has reached 36.6%. Beyond the physical improvements from eating the mystical fish, he gained extra energy from the fusion process and now feels his own blood energy. According to the instructor, he should be close to breaking through the skin barrier, perhaps even stronger. He says the two can keep the crab meat and remaining eggs since the meat won't stay fresh for long and each egg only yields 6 water essence points. Not worth saving. As for the fist, he cannot let it eat members of its own kind. It would be cruelty. So, given its fist size, he names it Little Fist Crab. If he manages to break the skin barrier within a month, he should officially become a student of the Martial Hall. Until then, the Zhao family will no longer be able to threaten him. Now he just needs to return to the Martial Hall to train tomorrow. Elsewhere, Lu continues beating the two boys until someone arrives and orders him to stop. It is Xiao Hui who reminds them that the Martial Hall has its own rules. Yan replies not to blame him, that he is only following the orders of the third young master Zhao, and asks whether he will follow the rules of the hall or the Zhao families. He tells them to look closely at that boy, saying he left the Zhao family for only a few days and already forgot who his master was. He argues that if the Zhao family hadn't taken him in, where would he be now, and wouldn't it be better to remain a cowardly, obedient dog? If he even has the courage to defend himself. He reminds him that his father is still on Zhao property, suggesting he should consider that. Xiao apologizes and thinks of his father, stating that if he can protect his family, he doesn't care about the rest. Lu agrees. Be a good dog. Then Chen spits in Yan's face, saying he can't stand his tricks and finds him pathetic. Yan wipes the spit and denies knowing anything. Lu steps on Li's arm. Libo screams in pain. Yan says that if Li plays the hero, it will continue like this. He doesn't even need to attack personally, just make his friends suffer. Ji calls him a bastard and challenges him to come closer, but Yan asks if anyone will come save them now. He reminds them the instructor isn't present and mocks who they think they can rely on. His men begin to act. When Lu looks back, someone is there, the protagonist. He sees his injured companion, swears he'll knock out every tooth from that man, and releases a terrifying aura. From afar, two people watch. Hu comments that it's his own fault, that he was too happy to have broken through the plasma barrier that day, drank too much, and arrived late, and that's why it happened. The master remarks that he had never realized how cold Xiao was. Perhaps coldness is his nature, but the concern he showed was genuine, and now he has withdrawn. Precisely because of that, he cannot break through the plasma barrier. A warrior without courage is like a body without breath, says the master, referring to Yang Dongxiang. Qi then orders them to go help Liang, reminding them that he only entered the martial hall that day. Lu is close to breaking through the skin barrier and there's no way to defeat him in a direct fight. The master tells them to wait, stating that the plasma energy of that boy is interesting. Lu laughs disdainfully and asks if they really believe they can break his teeth. He himself believes that will not happen. The protagonist repeats that he will indeed break all his teeth. Liang charges forward. Yan scoffs, calling him a mere inferior fisherman, and orders his men to seize him. Shui reacts with a flying kick against one of them, dodges attacks, and continues striking the others. Ding tries to knock him out, telling him to take the kick and not grow arrogant. But the protagonist, using his speed and strength, strikes his face quickly and declares that now it's the last one's turn. Lu asks if he thinks that just by winning he can stand against him, explaining that spilling blood and energy is only the first sign of nearing the skin barrier. The two lock eyes and begin trading fierce blows. Liang glares back and lands a punch that hurls him away, declaring he's nothing special. Yan charges forward wielding a blade and stabs him, calling him a filthy fisherman, asking who protects him and what it's worth, since he's nothing but a lonely orphan. At that moment, Shui grabs his hand and scolds him, calling him shameful, a despicable coward. The protagonist unleashes a barrage of punches until he stops, leaving Lu collapsed on the ground, unable to move, begging him to stay away and asking if the instructor nearby doesn't intend to intervene, since he was attacking his own companions. Then someone approaches, tossing a sword to the ground and stepping forward. It is Dong, who names Lu, Shui, Wei, and Ding, declaring that the 6 of them are no longer welcome in that martial hall, and orders that Xiao be taken to the confinement room, as he will deal with him later. Liang watches and wonders if this could be the legendary Yang, thinking that after such a grave mistake they cannot remain in that hall. Shui recalls Yan's words about being a lonely orphan, and the protagonist questions if, in the end, it still wasn't enough. Xiong asks his name and Liang answers. Dong then asks if he is interested in becoming his direct disciple, leaving Shui astonished. Xiong extends his hand. The next day, at the Yang residence, rumors spread that the master officially accepted a 9th direct disciple, described as a very handsome young man. A girl approaches, calling for Liang and handing him the ceremonial robes of the elder brothers, saying they will help him dress. The protagonist refuses, asking them to step aside as he prefers to dress alone. The young women leave smiling. Shui sighs, reflecting that 2 weeks have already passed since he defeated Lu. His injuries and those of his friends were healed thanks to Master Yang's treatment. Now he is no longer alone. That is, he has a master, brothers and sisters, a solid support. The time has come for his revenge against the Zhao family. Elsewhere, a voice comments that night, Liang Shidi was on the brink. Hu asks if they can imagine someone who joined the martial hall for just one day, defeating another on the verge of breaking through the skin barrier. Shui recalls hearing this 2 weeks ago, and Chang adds that for the master to have liked the boy at first sight, he must be a true dragon among men. Qin teases, asking if the fourth brother is jealous of the little junior and what gift he gave him this time. Shui replies that he gave him a solid tungsten steel arm guard, calling it a mere token, while a voice warns not to provoke the fourth brother, since it must have been hard for him to save that up. Qi announces that the younger brother is coming out. The protagonist appears in his attire, greets his elder brothers and sisters, and sincerely thanks them for their generous gifts. Gang declares that he hasn't given his yet and prepared something special, a piece of tungsten steel, and that Liang can visit his shop anytime to choose what kind of weapon he needs. Liang thanks him. Chang states that the gifts have already been given and that now they must head to the main hall, so as not to keep the master and lady waiting. At the Zhao mansion, someone calls for Master Zhao. It is Zheng, reporting that Lai Tu Zhang's body was found and what was in his stomach has disappeared. Zhao strikes him immediately and asks if he has any idea the problems this will bring if exposed, warning that if the authorities knock on the door, he will have to offer his own head an apology. Zheng explains it was because of that boy who must have eliminated Lai Tu Zhang and released it. Zhao stresses that now the boy is Yang's personal disciple and asks if he himself wants to test Dong's blade, ordering him to listen well, no matter the means, just find it immediately. Zheng replies that he understands while the master remains thoughtful about the boy. At the Yang mansion, Xiong declares that he is grateful that he repays kindness, shows courage, firmness, and diligence in his path, and expresses the wish to accept him as a disciple, asking if he agrees. The protagonist replies that he is willing. Dong then declares that by joining his sect, he must remain humble, open-minded, diligent in self-discipline, respectful to teachers and elders, always filial in all things, never harming other disciples, never acting irregularly or abusing power to oppress, and asks if he understands. Liang replies that yes. Master Yang states that this is excellent and explains that from the moment he drinks that tea, he will officially become his 9th direct disciple. From now on, no one will be able to intimidate or insult him, for his master will be his pillar. He asks if he understands, and Shui replies yes. Elsewhere, warriors train until they decide to rest. They comment about the boy having received direct instruction from Master Yang, calling it a stroke of luck for a nobody, and that the best part was seeing Lu and his gang expelled from the martial school. They also mention that other investigators are keeping an eye on him. Xue thinks of the boy and is filled with irritation. Further ahead, Hu asks if he knows what the 4 barriers and 7 paths are. The protagonist replies that he only heard that skin, flesh, bone, and blood make up the 4 barriers, but he is unfamiliar with the 7 paths. Hu explains that the 7 paths are Wild Horse, Wolf Smoke, Tiger Hunt, Supreme Elephant, Heavenly Dragon, Furnace of Casting, and Rainbow Transformation. In the Wild Horse realm, a warrior at his peak can restrain dozens of horses without moving. In Wolf Smoke, the energy of the blood rises like smoke, reaching several meters high, and when released, it is as oppressive as a pack of wolves causing terror. In Tiger Hunt, the blood boils like a tide, and its force is so overwhelming that ordinary people tremble like rabbits before a fierce tiger. In Supreme Elephant, each movement shakes the earth, capable of toppling mountains and halting rivers, and those who reach such a level become great generals. In Heavenly Dragon, one attains the form of a divine dragon, able to break free of earthly ties, leap 3,000 zhang, and soar among the clouds, becoming a martial saint of a nation. As for the Furnace of Casting and Rainbow Transformation, little is known except that specialists in these realms reached a state of immortal ascension. Liang reflects whether the martial Tao of this world can truly be that grand, for ascension means returning to the previous world, and he wonders what his master's true level might be. Hu then asks if he knows how many martial schools exist in Pingyang City. Shui replies that there must be 3. Qi explains that the other 2 only remain in Pingyang because their level doesn't allow for more. But Master Yang stays because it's his hometown and his school has been number 1 for years, since he is the only one in the region to reach the Tiger Hunt realm. The protagonist thinks that with his system, he will be able to reach Tiger Hunt even faster. Hu concludes the morning lesson by saying that there is no rush in cultivation, as advancement must be gained step by step, truly mastering each stage. Liang thanks him and thinks that this will lessen the pressure from the Zhao family. Now he needs to capture a spirit fish as soon as possible to break the first barrier and become a true martial master. On the river, Shui fishes in his boat and murmurs that he cannot do it alone. The raft is no longer enough to hold the fish, and he considers changing boats. He laments still not having found a spirit fish and wonders when he will manage to catch one. The protagonist observes that his fusion reached 37%, and if he can get a spirit fish, he might break the first barrier. The system shows his stats until Liang notices something strange. A deafening sound echoes and he questions its source. The river begins to churn, accompanied by strong winds. Shui spots a primordial frog biting into a giant bird. The frog crashes onto the water, generating massive waves, and the protagonist falls along with the fish he had caught. The boat shatters, the bird lets out a thunderous cry, and Liang realizes it is a mental attack. Shui sinks to the bottom of the river and then awakens on the grass with the help of his beasts. He wonders if he fainted again and if they were the ones who saved him this time. He concludes the bird knocked him out with that cry and that the monster is terrifying. If that one is already so strong, capturing something even greater will be nearly impossible. The attempt failed. The boat was destroyed, the fish escaped, and his progress toward the first barrier was delayed. The crocodile approaches and Liang asks what it is. The beast opens its mouth, revealing a fish stored inside. Shui recognizes it as a horned butterfly fish and realizes he can now attempt to break the first barrier. The energy of the blood is a reflection of the martial artist's physical strength, but one does not become powerful just by having strong blood energy. Rather, it is because the physical constitution is strong enough to condense blood energy. Blood energy is not the cause of strength, but its result. Yet this result can reinforce the cause itself, creating a positive cycle capable of growing infinitely. In another place, the protagonist sits cross-legged on the floor in training posture, trying to concentrate while inhaling the smoke of an incense stick. This incense, a gift from Hu, helps martial artists break through gates more easily. The key to breaking through the Pi gate and becoming a martial artist is tempering the blood energy concentrated in the chest. After each session, this energy can be replenished with fish meat. It is already his 38th attempt, yet he still hasn't advanced. To pass through the Pi gate, he must use Qi and the inner strength of his blood to stimulate the fascia and skin of the body, achieving the effect of skin refinement. Qi and blood are the energy perceived in the chest when practicing martial arts, the essence condensed by the human body, the root of life itself. When he feels a warm current flowing from his chest and merging with his blood, the Qi will move, spreading through bones and limbs until it reaches the fascia and skin, transforming into a wave of heat. This is skin refinement. His heart races with each attempt. Liang opens his eyes and realizes it is the 40th, but something is still missing. The system displays his progress, 49%, still short of breaking through the Pi gate. He senses that upon reaching 50%, something important will change. However, the fish meat is gone, and lotus roots no longer have any effect on him. It seems inevitable that he must find another spirit fish. The protagonist looks out the window, wondering if dawn has come, until there is a knock at the door. Two men stand there, Cheng's father and Libo's father. Old Chen says that upon seeing him arrive late the previous night, his uncle asked him to confirm something. Liang asks if there is a problem and reflects that they are the parents of his companions, questioning the reason for their visit. Dakang replies that it is nothing serious. He only wanted to know if he had seen his son, absent from home for 2 days, and asks if he is still at the martial hall or wandering about. Chen adds that his own son has also not returned, which is why he came to ask if Liang knew their whereabouts. Shui explains that he arrived home late and forgot to inform them, but recounts that the three of them had stood out and caught the attention of the instructors, who reserved a special room in the courtyard for them to train together. Deep down, he thinks that in reality they fear returning, since their injuries haven't fully healed yet. Dakang laughs, saying it sounds just like his son, and recalls that their town has already produced a few martial artists. Chen comments that he has watched Wade and the other two grow up since childhood, and always believed they would achieve something great. He also mentions that the village is preparing another sacrificial ceremony to the river god. The protagonist is surprised, asking about the ritual and recalling the custom, questioning whether it wasn't held just 3 months ago. Chen confirms, saying the river god manifested a divine sign the day before, demanding another sacrifice. Dakang adds that the deity leapt from the river and seized a giant bird in flames, even piercing the heavens. Liang realizes they are referring to the frog he saw and says he understands, promising to contribute money and participate when the time comes. Near the river, inside the lotus cave, something stirs. Shui appears on a stone and unleashes his ability. He dives into the water and the crocodile approaches with its mouth open. Liang dodges quickly and calculates. About 150 is what he can control, the amount of water he can compress into 10 liters, meaning each liter unleashes 15 kilograms of force. He advances using his technique while his beasts remain motionless. A rumble echoes and both return to their smaller forms. The protagonist concludes that his underwater strength has already surpassed the Pi Gate and that he could face 4 Lu Ting Kai without difficulty. Liang reviews his system stats and thinks that regarding the water blade technique, all he lacks is a suitable weapon. He recalls that his third brother mentioned the existence of so-called spiritual weapons capable of self-regeneration and even evolving in rank. However, such weapons require heavenly materials and extremely rare earthly treasures to forge their cores. He wonders when he will be able to obtain one. Suddenly, he feels something burning. Shui looks to the side and questions what he found, buried among the rubble. Before him lies a shining feather. The protagonist concludes it likely fell from the giant bird and seems to hold special value. He wonders if this might be the same red feather from yesterday, for it appears to be extremely precious, and Liang considers whether it might be some kind of treasure. He thinks that later, by chance, he will go to his elder brother Gang's forge to choose a weapon and can ask him about it. In Pingyang County, Shui walks while reflecting, recalling the strength of the third brother lingering there, intrigued if it isn't near the county, and decides he will ask his elder brother about it later. At Min's forge, something is being prepared when the third brother greets him, saying he was already expecting his arrival. The protagonist steps closer carrying a sack and comments that he found something interesting while fishing that morning, coming specifically to ask about it. Gang examines it and asks if it's a crimson fire sprout, declaring it a true treasure. Liang, curious, questions if he really recognizes it, and the brother confirms immediately, saying it's an incredible find. It is a feather from the crimson firebird, a rare spirit creature. He explains that whenever the bird is at death's door, it injects all of its vital essence into one of its feathers, which then scatter in all directions to ensure its escape. Among them, one carries the greatest essence, called the golden feather of scarlet flame. With this feather, the bird is reborn, similar to a lizard shedding its tail, except in this case, it discards the entire body. Shui is impressed and asks if it is truly that powerful, wanting to know if this could be one of those golden feathers. Gang regrets to say it is not, clarifying that it is merely a residual crimson fire feather, though still of great value. The protagonist says he understands and asks what he should do with it. His brother replies that in his place, he would not only absorb the energy but also use it to forge a spiritual weapon, and asks if Liang has decided what kind he wants. He answers affirmatively, recalling that after the battle against the crab, he realized a pointed weapon would be most effective underwater, complementing the techniques he developed himself. He chooses a spear. Gang is surprised since it's rare for someone at the martial hall to pick that type of weapon. He explains that long weapons give range advantage but are difficult to control. Shui stands firm, saying he has made his decision and wants the feather incorporated into the spear, thinking that at last he will have his spiritual weapon. The elder brother assures him that as soon as it is ready, he will be notified to come collect it. The protagonist then asks about the long column of smoke outside, and Gang explains it comes from the Manhwa temple, where a great fire broke out that morning. Amid the flames, something appeared that should never have emerged. Liang asks what this forbidden thing might be, and Gang replies, "The Demon Mountains." Elsewhere near the forest, someone runs desperately. It is a woman crying out for help. A little boy hears the screams. The woman, breathless, faints. Later, she begins to regain consciousness, and people around comment that she's about to wake. An elder watches, relieved, saying she has finally awakened. The woman rises, holding her head, and asks where she is. The old man replies that she is at the Manhwa temple and asks what happened to her. The woman explains that she is from Huaju County and 3 months ago went to visit relatives in Pingyang, but was ambushed by a group of mysterious bandits. Blindfolded, she was dragged to a dreadful place. When the blindfold was removed, she discovered a true hell, where people were tortured to be transformed into demons. The elder asks if it was a kidnapping for ransom, but the woman, frightened, denies it. She says the men claimed they were materials for refining pills. Terrifying monsters were there, and hooded people raised their hands before a creature. A young man took a dagger, pierced a man in front, and opened his palms to gather blood. A small mana orb was conjured. Aliang comments that it is truly strange and asks what exactly are those things that appear in the bellies. Lin responds that they are fetal pearl pills created by the Great Superior. She explains that these people ingest a broth made from the flesh of a mountain spirit, and regardless of gender, their bellies swell and conceive a mass of flesh. After 3 months, these masses turn into fetal pills, and several can be refined into a miscarriage pill, supposedly granting immortality. Aliang asks if they really take 3 months to form and what happens if they surpass that time. Lin responds that if not extracted within 3 months, they will hatch. Aliang asks what hatch means, and Lin only replies that he wouldn't want to know. Elsewhere, a voice instructs Zhiming, saying his brother went to the city to report to the authorities, and he must deliver vegetarian food to the young lady. The child replies that he understood and asks if she is there. He then approaches with the food, but a voice says the young lady is still asleep. The boy then notices something strange, steps on blood, and wonders what it is. A noise echoes and he sees someone hanging, covered in blood. Terrified, he looks closer and realizes it is the young lady herself. Beside her, on the bed, he finds the woman, already finished. The boy drops the food to the ground in panic as drops of blood begin to drip onto his head. He looks up and sees a terrifyingly hideous monster. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, a group walks together. They thank Xiao for offering to help with the investigation, since otherwise they would have to trouble the Lord to send someone. Xiao replies there is no need for such courtesy, as this is the duty of martial school warriors. Zheng explains that this time he must go to the Fahua temple, help cover some corpses, and remove certain things from there. Hui asks what things those might be, but Zheng answers that he doesn't need to know as he will understand when he sees. The bald monk says they are already arriving, that this is the Fahua temple, where he himself resides. They open the door and are shocked to see countless bodies scattered across the floor. The bald man's eyes widen as he calls for his master and runs to him, trying to save him. One of the young men comments that Xiao followed the monk and that it's best to observe first. Most of the corpses show bite marks, as if attacked by some giant insect, none of the bodies intact. Xiao wonders if these are the victims Zheng had mentioned. Another youth notices the bloodstains looking like drag marks, as if the bodies had been pulled away. The traces end there, where Xiao and the monk also are. Entering, they see the bald man kneeling, crying in despair. The young man asks what it is and what happened there, while Hui wonders if this is what Zheng wanted removed. Ahead, a massive egg rests, surrounded by corpses. The bald monk, in shock, just weeps, until a noise echoes from within. A young man challenges, asking who is there, and if they want to lose their life. But Xiao warns that the priority is not the door, but the fact that the egg is about to hatch. They ask what those things are, and Hui replies they are mountain demon eggs, a mark of the Ghost Mother sect. The youth asks if that sect isn't a remnant of the ancient dynasty. Xiao explains that when a mountain demon hatches and absorbs enough blood and flesh, it prepares for the second phase, and now that the nest is ready, the process is only accelerated. It becomes a creature with the strength of a wild stallion. The youth doesn't understand and asks what a wild stallion stage means, but there is no time. Something begins to emerge. With sharp claws and twisted forms, demons encouraged into the second phase crawl forth. At that instant, the bald monk kneeling keeps chanting Namo Amoeba non-stop. The monster charges swiftly and bites him. Xiao, alarmed, draws his sword, but his partner holds him back, saying to wait. The creature is terrifying, lunging at the two. One of the young men falls to the ground in panic, while Xiao screams for the instructor to save them. Xiao analyzes coldly. That creature is in the wild horse stage, not yet breaking barriers. He should retreat. He could use all his strength to smash the door, but if the monster escapes, it will be even worse. The demon continues charging the youths, and Hui thinks that in the end, survival is what matters. He has always lived that way, adapting. If he closes his eyes and avoids confronting it, as long as his father is safe, that is what counts. As the young men cry for help, Xiao unsheathes his sword. The monster turns, but Hui launches into the attack, declaring that today he will test the strength of a wild horse. In another scene, a boy lifts a wooden sword and declares that one day he will be a great hero like Yang Dong, renowned throughout the nation. The girl beside him admires him and says he is amazing, and the boy replies that this time he will go to the city with his father, for they will work at Master Chao's residence, and this is his chance. The girl assures him that he will succeed. Then Xue, still young, appears mocking, asking if he really thinks he can enter the martial school. He calls it a joke, saying that trash without a mother like him should rot in a corner with his sick father for the rest of his life. Elsewhere, a young Xiao coughs, wounded, as his father tends to his injuries, asking if he fought with someone from Master Zhao again. Hui replies that he was provoked and bullied first. His father advises him not to go too far when out in the world, that he must respect elders, be humble and willing to learn. Xiao answers that he understands. His father adds that no matter what happens, he must become someone he himself respects. Later, when Hui was accepted as Master Yang's disciple, Yang told him that those who enter his sect must keep an open mind, be humble and eager to learn, never arrogant over their achievements or scornful of others. In the present, Xiao charges the monster, recalling the master's words: respect elders, never harm companions, never act against righteousness. Whoever joins his sect must defend justice and fight for what is right. Hui dodges the creature's strike and readies his counter, thinking that one must never commit evil or bully the weak. At the martial school, the image of Master Yang lingers vividly in his mind. Firm, fierce gaze, feet rooted to the ground, a long blade resting at his waist. Xiao blocks the attack, and that radiant blade cuts, spins, and gleams like gold and sapphire, tearing through darkness like sun rays piercing storm clouds, forcing the enemy to retreat. Wind and sand swirl, the sky darkens, and Master Yang, alone against monsters, fights while gravely wounded. In the present, Hui continues battling the beast. The monster clamps onto his arm, ripping it away brutally. Xiao grips his sword with the other hand, leaps atop the enemy, and delivers the final blow. Flames rise around them, and Hui declares that he cannot allow the creature to escape, that he has no choice but to sacrifice himself. He only managed to wound it so far, but he is thankful it is not yet a true galloping horse. The youth lying on the ground says it's fine, that they accomplished a good deed, and that Hui is a hero. Hui questions the meaning of being a hero. Xiao recalls Liang, saying there are many people far more heroic than he. He also remembers the master ordering him to break the children's teeth himself, or else his own would be broken. Before them, frightened, Xiao approached silently, apologizing in thought, but knowing he needed to do it to surpass himself and become stronger. Later, when the fire consumes the temple, people arrive and wonder what happened. They approach and see Hui braced on the blade impaled through the monster's chest, both burned. Shocked, they ask who that is standing upon the sword until they notice something on the ground. An elder retrieves an object marked with a symbol. Earlier, Xiao, still young, had given something to 2 children. They asked why he would help them, and Hui showed his broken teeth, answering that it's because he is a hero, and heroes never bully the weak. At the Zhao mansion, a thunderous voice calls someone useless. It is Master Zhao scolding his subordinate for acting on his own and asking if he has any idea how great a problem it would be if what happened at the Fahua temple were revealed. Zheng tries to justify himself, saying he made a quick decision as the situation demanded. That day, upon discovering that the woman had escaped, they chased her immediately. But who would have imagined she would run straight to the temple? When they caught up, the place was already drenched in blood, and the only option left was to let Xiao head to the authorities, while at the same time dealing with the mountain demon that had emerged. As soon as he entered the scripture repository, they locked the doors behind him and set fire to it to destroy all evidence. Master Zhao, irritated, yanked his ear and asked what use fire was, since turning everything to ash takes at least 3 days and 3 nights, and whether he had that much time, until a voice intervened, declaring enough, calling them all idiots responsible for the mess. He accused them of failing to deal with the woman as they should, now bringing a stone into their path. He added that to the Supreme Mother, their actions lacked sincerity, and lack of sincerity must be punished. He then crushed the head of one of the hooded men and declared that it was the Supreme Mother's will. Master Zhao was stunned. The terrifying man concluded by saying Zhao had made great contributions to the sect and would be blessed by the Supreme Mother, but he should not forget they were all in the same boat. Zhao promptly replied yes, that he could rest assured, that he would clean up the mess. The superior then asked about the steward, whether he truly intended to throw his own son away. Zheng, kneeling, promised it would never happen again. The superior withdrew, saying he would leave the matter in their hands. Watching him leave, the master sighed. Zheng muttered that the man now threatened them openly without restraint. Zhao retorted, asking what they could do, that if not for his family's wealth and influence, he would never tolerate that wretched old man. But he admitted the man was at least clever to continue with the plan, letting the woman's belly nourish the mountain demon and massacring everyone in the temple to feed it. Otherwise, it would be hard to find another chance like that. And now that everything was moving forward, they needed a way to cover it up, for the tribunal was already stirring. Once the Fahua temple matter is resolved, they will flee to Huang, where they have a foundation and can still live as immortals. The Taiju Dan can also continue there without the nuisance of Yang interfering in their affairs. If they don't want to be purged by Dashun, they must minimize the damage. That is the safest way. At Yixing's marketplace, at the entrance of the village, the protagonist walks, thinking he never expected Xiao to end up like this. According to Libo, he was one of the few who defended justice that day, and seemed like a decent person. Hui tells Lu to stop, and Liang asks why he is at the Fahua temple, saying that according to his elder brother, the martial school never received any request from the authorities that day. He thinks about the mountain demon, about how this world is truly cruel, and hopes that monster has already been dealt with. A voice asks if that isn't Wade. Qing says he has returned, and Shui asks what is going on. Jiang replies that he should go see for himself because a large crowd has gathered at his door. The protagonist is confused. On top of the rocks, the demon is watching, saying Liang's name over and over. It is often said that the past of great people is full of suffering and pain, and the greater the suffering, the greater the greatness. A voice says that he is completely broken, that this is the worst suffering. It is Quan. Dingy tells his father that enough is enough, that he has been lying there for half an hour, that the fisherman doesn't need to go that far. The boy keeps getting beaten, and the father says he is an unfilial son, asking how someone charismatic like him could end up with such a foolish child. Dingy shouts for him to stop hitting or he will kill him. Kwon replies that he will beat him until the end. The man keeps hitting his own son, and there are people hiding behind the door. The woman says that boy really thought that joining the martial school would change something in him, asks what happened, and states that it is exactly as she predicted, that he caused trouble and now they have come knocking. The old man asks when she said that. Liang's aunt replies that they never lent him grains before and asks if he still came to see her. Guan calls her ignorant, says she doesn't understand anything, and asks if she thinks she can recover the grains she lent, telling her to just look at his father who lived so little. The aunt asks him not to be so angry. The old man orders them to stop talking, saying that Brat has returned. The protagonist approaches and asks what they are doing at his door. Ding calls him a scoundrel, and Kwon thinks he is a handsome young man, saying he must be the nephew. He states that he is truly exceptional, straight as a thorn in the wind, dignified and balanced, and that it's no wonder he became the master's personal disciple. The people are surprised to hear Young's name and ask if he became a personal disciple, saying that it means he truly bowed and recognized him as master, half son and half father, and that Wade entered the Yang Martial School where even the county magistrate must show respect to the old master. The people ask if even the county magistrate needs to greet him. They say they always knew that boy was destined for greatness and ask how old he is now, if it isn't already time to talk about marriage, commenting on his fair and beautiful skin. Kwon says he is ashamed of his son and never imagined he would commit such a vile and shameful act, and that if the nephew wants to beat him to the end right there, he won't stop him. Liang asks if he can do whatever he wants and says he is not one to hold grudges, but that a man cannot live long if he keeps resentment inside, asking who does not wish to live a long life. Dingy begs, says he truly recognizes his mistake, that from now on he will be a servant, his horse, but pleads to be spared this time and swears he will not do it again. Shui throws the piece of wood he was holding to the ground and says to forget it, leave it behind because he has already suffered enough. After all, he was not the mentor. Dingy gives thanks in his thoughts. A voice tells him to wait, and Ding wonders if he really is that father's son and if he really needs to be beaten today. Kwon says he is generous but cannot be ungrateful. Shi takes 2,000 wen. Guan opens the door and says this is the dear nephew, the true uncle, the closest relative, and that regarding compensation they can discuss it with him. The people nearby tell him to be ashamed, asking if when Wade was starving he opened his doors to help him, and now suddenly he claims to be the dearest uncle. Guan asks what everyone knows and if he doesn't recognize who the real uncle is, saying that without him he would not be where he is today. Kwon asks the boy who that man is, and the protagonist replies that he doesn't know him. In the benefactor's memory, that so-called uncle was never a dear relative, just a parasite who always took advantage of others. And even when the benefactor was starving, he never offered a single grain of food. Liang says that if he insists on doing something, in a few days there will be the River Gods Festival, and besides the quotas paid by wealthy families, each healthy man must contribute 100 copper coins. Since his master is so kind, he asks why not help cover that amount for the villagers so they can save up and celebrate the new year properly. And taking advantage of the moment, he says he will also set up a porridge stall for a few days because many beggars have been passing through the village. The people comment that nephew Liang is fair and thank him, calling him a good boy. Shui closes the door, relieved that it is finally over, and thinks that last time at the martial school, he practiced skin refinement and felt his body reach its limit. His skin was no longer stretched as before, but seemed swollen, and if he's not mistaken, he should be able to break through the skin gate today. The protagonist prepares water and thinks that the final breakthrough will generate much more heat than before, and that a single wrong step could fry his brain. To prevent this, he must use the method of physical cooling. Liang enters the water, releases his energy, and thinks that the breakthrough begins now. Then, Shui remains inside the tub, smoke dissipating around his body until a light emerges. The protagonist opens his eyes and says he has finally broken through the skin barrier, calculating that now he can control about 250 kilos of water, a significant increase compared to before. But he notices that the fusion with the system has not improved. He leaves the tub, dresses, and reflects that he never expected breaking the skin barrier to have such a great effect. He wonders if, by surpassing the 4 barriers, he might be able to control tons. He thinks that his 2 abilities complement each other, achieving twice the results with half the effort, and that there is nothing more satisfying than that. He decides it is time to go out for a walk. Liang opens the door and hits Guan in the face, knocking him to the ground. Jitian says he is not his dear nephew. Shui asks what happened and if he was looking for him. Guan, holding a sack, replies that he was worried he might be hungry and could not sleep in peace, so he emptied the pantry and brought rice. The protagonist replies for him to take it and eat it himself because he no longer lacks food and thinks that in this world, rice is a valuable food. Gitian holds the door and asks him to wait. Liang opens it again, hitting his face once more and knocking him to the ground. Guan asks what he is trying to do, saying he is his blood uncle, the only uncle, and that the house should be his. He claims that a man offered a large sum of money and he did not accept, asking if Liang is crazy and saying he should use that money to support his cousin because elders are like parents, and he could be like a half-father to him. Shui feels a killing intent and replies that if he wants to lose his life, he can try. Gitian thinks that in just a few minutes, he has already changed so much, wonders if he has always been so tall, and shouts, calling everyone to see that ungrateful brat who upon becoming a martial master, ceased to be human, who does not acknowledge his poor family, and that he is the true river while Zhao Lu is the first by blood. A woman throws water in his face and asks if he dares call himself an uncle, if when the boy's father died he helped carry the coffin, if when he had nothing to eat he ever lent anything. Another woman reminds them that when they divided the inheritance, if not for his tricks, would the boy's father have received only one boat, being forced to raise his son alone to survive. Guan asks where those hags came from, and if they think they have the right to speak, threatening to slap them until someone strikes him and tells him to try, saying he will be the first. It is Zhao Wan, the chief, who reprimands him, saying that now that the boy is doing well, he appears seeking benefits, asking if he is an animal or just pretending, because even animals are not so despicable. He orders him to leave and never show up again. Jitian runs away. Not just anyone dares face the village chief. Even the old master Zhao must show him respect. The protagonist thanks him for the help and asks why he came looking for him. Zhao Wan replies that he came to ask him to be the master of ceremonies for the next river festival, something like the high priest who leads the ritual. Perhaps a good opportunity. He says that on that day, Liang will be able to discover what it is for. The protagonist accepts without problem, and the village chief warns that in the coming days he must memorize the ritual texts. The next day, at dawn, the birds sing. Shui yawns and thinks that since he still does not know the characters of this world very well, according to what the master said, he also needs to memorize the ritual text, so he has no other choice. He tells himself that he reincarnated and is now just a student in ancient times. In the morning, inside the academy, the protagonist thinks that diligence throughout life brings comfort, honor, and wealth, and that one should look at the humble, for they remain incompetent by nature. They only said he had to go to school, but no one told him it would be elementary. The children comment that he doesn't open his mouth. The teacher lowers the book and tells him not to be arrogant, that the academy allowing a brute like him to enroll is already a favor from the master, and that he should be grateful to have such a distinguished teacher, considering how little he knows. Liang replies that one must understand the will of the ruler and serve the officials, respect authority, and act with caution. For diligence throughout life brings comfort, honor, and wealth, and that one should look at the humble, for they remain incompetent by nature. He states that the teachings are complete and cover all subjects: insects, plants, weapons, armor, beasts, fierce tigers, and all kinds of strange things. He says he has already memorized everything, thinking that as one of the best university students in his past life, memorizing that is nothing. He just finds the method of learning characters very inefficient. The teacher calls him an insolent brat and says those are sacred teachings, passed down through generations, and that what he understands is nonsense. He claims it is not contempt, but asks how a brute like him could invent something. Shui replies that the Academy's Fankai method is effective but extremely complex and requires prior knowledge of the characters, whereas the method he developed turns characters into symbols, each symbol representing a specific pronunciation, and he calls this system pinyin. A voice comments that it is similar to Fanki but much simpler. It is Si Hung Yi who asked to hear more about the phonetic symbol system he mentioned. The children say that he is a professor from the capital of the Great Dynasty. The teacher bows before him. Then, still in the same place, Sai says it is interesting. The teacher insists that it is nonsense and blasphemy, that may the sages forgive him, but such heresy will not enter his ears. Hung Yi explains that in the Great Dynasty, there is a reward system for inventions, and that if someone creates something useful, they can receive money prizes, tax exemptions, or even a noble title. The protagonist thinks that this is it. Sooner or later, people will notice his uniqueness, and the only way to avoid suspicion is to stand out in his own way. Sai states that he is exceptionally talented and asks why he doesn't study with him from now on, saying there is no distinction of status between scholars and warriors as that is what his teacher taught him. Jiang protests, saying that is outrageous, but Heng Yi assures him not to worry, because the things his students cannot question, he will question, and the things they cannot tear down, he will tear down. Liang bids farewell to the teacher. Elsewhere, underwater, the crocodile and the crab notice a ball that fell into the river. The catfish also approaches, getting close to the ball until the crab is attacked. The catfish grabs the ball and quickly flees. Further ahead, something shines. On the riverbed at night, the protagonist swims and the crocodile seems excited. Liang says he knows that victory is his, and asks if that was the tunnel he dug. The crocodile smiles and Shui praises him, saying it is incredible. He thinks that space is larger than he expected and wonders if the light comes from that vine since there seems to be more space above. The texture is soft. The protagonist tries to bite it but cannot. He keeps swimming and wonders if it is not water inside and if all those vines extend from there. Suddenly, something emerges behind him and leaps at him, but Liang manages to dodge and says it is too slow, that he had already seen it before. He wonders if that is a water centipede. The creature leaps again to attack him, but the crab steps in and blocks the blow. Shui comments that it seems his fist has grown quite a bit. The centipede turns and the crab manages to hold it. The protagonist praises it, saying it was a good job, remembering that the bite of a water centipede is terrifying. But more importantly, they possess a weapon feared by martial artists, venom. If he can control it, it will basically be a hidden weapon, besides still having space for another spiritual connection. Liang takes a stone and makes a cut on his finger, thinking that his body, after breaking through the barrier, has become incredibly strong. He thinks he will need to ask his elder brother about buying a dagger. Shui brings his finger close, blood dripping, and touches the centipede. The pressure increases, and the protagonist wonders if that thing is as strong as a crocodile. Later, still in the same place, Liang manages to secure the connection and says that the centipede is so fierce he will call it Wei. The system notifies information about it, and Shui is surprised by the value of 10,000. Thinking that each new tamed beast gets more expensive, he wonders where it might have eaten that water spirit mushroom. They walk into a dark place, which the protagonist finds frightening. Inside, they notice someone. It is a skeleton holding something in its hand. On the ground beside it is written that a former Navy general of Great Qian, after defeat and gravely wounded, came there, ashamed to face the Majesty's grace, and ended his life in that place. Sometime later, Liang stands before the skeleton and thinks it is great that Qian, the vanguard, ended his own life. He says he cannot read the rest of the characters. It doesn't seem like he simply wandered in, so he wonders if there might be an ancient battlefield nearby, and if perhaps spiritual weapons or something else remain. He recognizes that the box must have been the one that held the water spirit mushroom and apologizes for the offense. He assumes the other one was the one he ate. He decides to take the remains and bury them beneath a field of spiritual lotuses as a proper burial. It is time to level up. This time, he needs to surpass 50. He gives Stubby 1/6, Chonky and Fist receive 12 portions each, and Zeno has already eaten a whole one. He asks what else they want. Shui says the rest is his. Then the protagonist eats, finding the taste soft and smooth like tofu, refreshing. The system notifies that water essence increased by 216 points, higher than crab roe. He thinks that if he uses everything to improve, he will be able to advance. Liang clicks the system and more notifications appear. The fusion with the water monkey swamp spirit is already halfway complete and a new innate ability has been unlocked. He releases power around his body until something begins to shine toward his chest, growing in intensity. Still before the skeleton, Shui says it is time to test the new ability in the water. The protagonist leaps toward the river but ends up hitting his face on the rocks. He says it seems like a movement skill, but it requires stamina and is difficult to control the direction. As for the previous aquatic ability, if it is real, it is absolutely insane. This time, his water control ability increased by another 150 kilos, reaching 400 kilos, a significant leap. As for the creatures, each grew between 200 and 500 points. He wonders when the catfish surpassed the others since it makes no sense, but it probably had its own fortuitous encounter, perhaps even its own system. Shui begins to laugh and says that in a week it will be the River Festival, and that he can use this time to study a lot with the master. He feels a premonition that it must be related to the River Festival. More notifications arrive. The water leap, with Uncle's favor, can evolve into a divine skill, passed down from an aquatic mile. A week later, at the beginning of winter, Libo knocks at the door and says it is time to go to the River Festival. Meanwhile, inside, the protagonist tells the centipede to climb up. The creature climbs onto his arm and coils like a bracelet. Then Liang opens the door and says they should go to the festival. At the festival, people are gathered. A child is alone, crying. The mother approaches and asks what happened, why she is crying. The little girl points her finger and replies that there is a monster in the alley. The mother tells her to stop making things up and crying, promising to buy her sweets. Beside them, hidden, there is a monster with an overwhelming and terrifying energy, repeating Liang's name. 3 men beat the drum, animal heads are on trays being carried, and a voice tells the shaman to resume his position. And for the priest to proceed, Shui climbs the stairs and stands before the table with the animal heads. The masked young man says, "The ritual shall begin." The protagonist opens the scroll and begins to read. "River god above, borrow the land of Yixing City, dwell near the waters of the Jianghuai rivers entrusted by the people, carrying their hopes and leading them in reverence before the power, presenting this offering." His friends are also down there watching, and Li says he looks so majestic. Li thinks he doesn't know what happened to him, but remembers they grew up together and wonders if he's still really the same Wade. Meanwhile, the demon climbs onto the roof and begins watching him from a distance. The protagonist immediately realizes it's the mountain ghost mentioned by his older brother. That cracked skin, resembling tree bark, was identical to the illustrations in the annotated version of Hao Mutung's notes about the haters. The child, upon seeing the creature, screams for her mother, saying the monster has returned. Everyone looks frightened at the beast, and suddenly the demon charges toward the people. Civilians run and scream desperately, while the girl becomes separated from her mother, who searches for her amid the crowd. The monster passes by the child, notices her nearby, and turns toward her. Liang watches and thinks there will be no way to stop it, but Shui runs in that direction, worried. The mother screams for her daughter until Chung manages to grab the child and falls to the ground, holding her in his arms, just as the monster charges at them. Libo rushes over and comments that he hasn't been anxious in recent days. Li launches an attack, telling it to taste the flying dagger technique he had learned, but the demon notices and dodges easily. Libo thinks that since it dodged, he won't make it in time. The monster opens its mouth horrendously and raises its sharp claws about to strike. Jie yells to Wade, asking that if he has any trick, he should use it now. At that moment, a skill activates, blocking the creature's touch. It's the protagonist who approaches and strikes the beast, pinning it to the ground and declaring he made it in time. Even so, the monster insists on pressing forward. Liang thinks it's already too late, but notices the abundant water from the lake used in the ritual, and remembers that the water stepping skill requires that medium. Realizing Shui created the necessary condition himself, he then places his hand over the water and activates his technique, making the current turn against the enemy. Chung watches in surprise and asks how he managed that. The protagonist orders him to take the girl away and leave the rest to him. Ji agrees and promises to return soon to help, withdrawing with the child. Liang still wonders why all of that was happening, but Shui notices too late the momentary disappearance and realizes the demon approaching from behind. He turns quickly, crosses his arms, and blocks the attack, thinking about the immense force of the blow. The monster strikes repeatedly, but Shui manages to dodge and thinks this is the right chance. He begins striking non-stop, and at that moment his allies come running back to help him. The protagonist ends up injured and understands he must immobilize first, instructing his companions to target the joints instead of random cuts. The two obey and hit the enemy, which lets out a roar. Liang taunts, asking if the creature really thinks it can be defeated like that, since it wouldn't be enough. Shui strikes it and throws it far away, then summons his centipede, which bites the beast's neck. He thinks that Zeno's poison is no joke, and that this was going to hurt. People hiding watch, and upon noticing them, the monster tries to reach them. Liang reacts by throwing a sharp wooden stake, piercing the creature's body. Shui then steps in and drives the stake deeper. The protagonist asks if it's over, but the creature lying on the ground still utters mortal assent and mentions Liang's name. The hidden villagers murmur fearfully, wondering what that means and if the river god is punishing them. Chung remarks that the villagers are losing faith, and Libo adds that if this continues, no one will live in peace. Shui denies it and says this was a gift, a blessing for Yixing village. He raises his dagger, decapitates the monster, and declares this was the perfect offering to the river god. The system notifies that the Huai River sacrifice has been completed and that experience has increased. At the ritual the next morning, at the start of winter in Yixing village, the villagers gather around the defeated body. Liang reflects that to defeat that mountain ghost, first it was necessary to break through the skin barrier at the right time. Second, the synchronization rate rose and his physical strength now far surpassed that of a common martial artist with a skin barrier. And third, the deadly poison made all the difference. Without it, the situation could have been disastrous. Most important, however, was the favor gained from River, which could strengthen his innate ability, even if the benefit was minimal. The village chief announces that the doctor has arrived. Shui shows his wound and the doctor observes, saying his body was powerful, with arms strong like a monkey's and a waist slim like a wasp's. The protagonist thanks him and asks to examine the wound. The doctor then asks what materials were used for the cloak and tunic he wore. Liang answers that the cloak was a gift from his older brother, made of bear dog hide, tough as steel, and that the tunic was from his 8th older brother, woven with celestial silkworm silk. The doctor observes that even so, it wouldn't be enough given the depth of the wound, and asks if he had broken the skin barrier. Everyone is surprised and asks about it until Shui confirms, and the civilians comment that he brought honor to the village and would bring glory to the ancestors. Libo declares that Wade is now a true martial artist and in just a few months. Chung thinks he still can't catch up to him, while Guan reflects that the boy has become too strong and wonders if he might come settle accounts with him. The village chief, worried, asks what kind of monster that was. The protagonist explains it was a mountain ghost, a creature that feeds on blood and was probably attracted by the crowd's accumulated concentration. He couldn't say if there were others lurking near Yixing, but if 3 appeared at once, something was wrong. The people, frightened, ask about this wrongness. An elder comments that the creature's head looked familiar, resembling Lai Tu Zhang, and wonders what might have happened to him. Liang reflects on Lai Tu Zhang, thinks about alchemy, the mountain ghost tied to the Zhao estate, the Lai Tu Zhang clan, and the Fahua temple. He concludes he should have noticed earlier since alchemy may be real, but creating mountain ghosts was the real business behind it. He decides he must go to Pingyang to report everything to the master, suspecting that monster was indeed Lai Tu Zhang, and that answers would be demanded at any cost. Elsewhere, Xu asks what brings Xiao there today since he rarely appeared. The protagonist greets her and explains he came to report something important to the master. Later, in the same place, Liang states he believes the incidents involving mountain ghosts are connected to the Zhao estate. Shi remarks he remains as smart as ever, calling him Little Nine, and says it's no wonder the master thought so highly of him. Shui replies that it seems she already knew. Xu admits she knew he would get anxious, reminding him not to forget who his master was. None other than Yang, the only one of Pingyang, belonging to the tiger hunting realm, fortress of the Ghost Mother sect. Hooded figures climb the stairs, frightening everyone, who ask what is happening, saying they are under attack and calling for the alarm to be sounded. Something bright appears in the middle of a smoke whirlwind and Dong appears, declaring he is there personally and ordering them to surrender. At night, somewhere else, someone punches the wood. It was the protagonist training, 2 days already in the master's house. The lady had asked him to stay in the martial hall so as not to interfere with the master's plans, and even gave him a silver bar worth 2,000 wen for daily expenses at the estate, instructing him to inform her if it wasn't enough. Thanks to the flesh-preparing pill, his wounds had recovered significantly. Liang thinks about the master and the lady, suspecting the Ghost Mother cult was planning large-scale attacks on martial artists in the hall to refine pills, which is why they kept him there for safety. Suddenly, something approaches him, but Shui dodges quickly, and the sphere hits the wall, causing cracks. The protagonist demands to know who is there, and Huchi appears, saying his vigilance wasn't bad. He reveals he had learned of his presence upon returning and guessed he would be there. Liang asks if he returned that day, and the instructor answers it was just minor matters. He then recalls he used a spear and challenges him to a few training rounds while they talk. Shui warns he won't hold back and expects clarity. Huchi throws the object at him again, and the protagonist manages to defend against all of the attacks. They exchange intense blows until the instructor sees an opening and tries to hit him, but Liang blocks, though his spear ends up falling from his hand. He then uses the opponent's weapon to leap and closes his fist, charging at him. Soon after, the object rolls on the ground and Shui falls as well. Huki comments that it seemed he had already broken the skin barrier, judging by his speed, and concludes he really was someone with a destiny pattern. Liang asks what that was. The instructor replies that, in any case, the day of the destiny pattern was approaching, and the master would explain when the time came. Huchi extends his hand to help him up and invites him for another round. Shui accepts, stands, and agrees to continue. The two resume training, and the instructor keeps encouraging him, advising him never to underestimate his strength and to keep advancing. Afterward, the protagonist is seated, breathing heavily, and Huchi asks him about what he had said regarding the Zhao estate, whether it matched the investigations he had been conducting over the past few days, since something seemed very deliberate. Liang repeats in doubt, "Very deliberate?" And the instructor confirms, saying it was as if someone had left a trail on purpose. Maybe he was just being overly cautious, but he couldn't ignore it. Then he hands him a book, saying that now that he had just advanced past the skin stage, this manual would be perfect. It was called the Bow Force Method, suitable for a martial artist newly advanced in that stage. He explains that martial techniques are divided into two major categories: movements and force techniques. Force techniques were methods to channel and circulate qi and blood, requiring deeper control, and only artists who reached a certain level of cultivation could use them. It was a way to harness the strength and qi of the whole body for one's benefit, and he advises him to read carefully and then use the method to spar with him in training. Shui thanks him and asks the reason he had sought him out. Huchi smiles and replies that he had almost forgotten. Elder brother Lu had sent him to inform him that his spiritual weapon was ready. Elsewhere, a huge chained monster thrashed about while hooded youths hurried civilians along. Yang watches two girls pass by and sighs, remembering his daughter of the same age. One of the hooded men rebukes him, saying that Lord Wu was waiting for him. In the room where the monster was kept captive, another hooded figure announces that all the pill's ingredients were ready and that in 3 days they could feed that rare creature. He emphasizes that it was a valuable mutant and should be well cared for, as it would be a crucial ingredient. In another room, civilians of all ages were confined, some coughing, among them an elderly man lying down calling for a youth. Spiritual weapons possess spirit, and where there is spirit, there is also a nature. Those of fiery temperament wield explosive arms, while those of calm temperament handle soothing arms. Elsewhere, metal was heated in the fire. It was gang forging. The first stage consisted of softening the tungsten steel, refining its essence, and increasing its resilience. The second stage was to activate the latent energy in the core of a feather so that it would be absorbed by the steel. Gang throws something into the flames and explains it was the skin of a shadow bat, a creature oscillating between illusion and existence, able to glide through darkness and feed on blood, serving as the mold base for the spear. He urges his younger brother to continue the process. The protagonist steps forward, cuts his own hand with the dagger, and infuses his blood into the fire since a spiritual weapon required its wielder's blood to complete the fusion with the stir spirit. As soon as the blood is cast, the flames intensify. Gang places the spear into the fire and wonders if the weapon's spirit was rejecting the blood, perhaps still unstable at the finish. With effort, he persists until the weapon finally completes, then hands it to Shui, asking him to try it. The protagonist observes his spiritual weapon and comments that it was heavy, at least 54 kilos. He drives the spear into the ground, makes a movement, and feels an immediate bond, as if sharing blood and breath with the weapon. The smith suggests testing it on the wooden stakes in the back courtyard. Liang goes there and begins training. Gang notes the form was great, but reminds him he still hadn't given the weapon a name. Shui replies that he will call it Fubo. At that moment, someone approaches saying his weapon seemed ready. It was Huchi, accompanied by Shu. The protagonist asks what brought them there, and the instructor replies that he had come on the master's orders to investigate personally and asks what he had done. Z laughs and comments that taverns and opera houses were excellent places to gather information. Gang asks if they had managed to get anything useful, and Shu confirms that he had overheard something, maybe even found one of the ghost mother's hideouts. He says he had just been admiring flowers when he saw men in black hoods passing by, and thinks to himself that he doesn't understand how they could wear dark clothes in broad daylight, drawing so much attention. The girls tease him, saying he would be drinking afterward. Shu explains that he simply followed them, simple as pie, and that he discovered a hideout very close to the Fahua temple, thus fulfilling his mission. Gang is surprised to hear it was near the temple, and says that means they could advance with the task the master had given. Z comments that, given the situation, a direct attack would be most appropriate. The smith agrees and declares that the next day they would strike and destroy the hideout. Huchi says understood, and Shu adds that this time the younger brother would go along, for it was already time to have blood on his hands. He couldn't avoid it forever, not with all the enemies the master had drawn. Gang knocks him on the head and scolds him, telling him not to listen to such nonsense, then asks the protagonist's opinion. Shui replies that he understands and confirms that he will go with them the next day. Inside the Ghost Mother cult's hideout, the terrifying monster remained chained. One of the hooded men leads the way and comments that the tiger was fine, strong as ever, and feeding well. Jung orders that they not disturb him or his son. The young man nods in agreement, and Jung adds that his son had tried so hard, but if he hadn't turned into that thing. The old man places his hand on the creature's face and asks in what other way he could help his own father achieve immortality. On the hill, already at the start of a winter night near the Fahua temple, children walk as one of the hooded men carries materials for elixirs, saying, "Today's batch brought true treasures." The leader calls him a useless pig, asking if he couldn't even hold his pants up. The young man laughs and asks for a moment from the chief, but he replies for him to come closer, warning that if he ruined Envoy Huang's plans, he'd be finished. Hidden with his older brothers and accompanied by a dog, the protagonist observes and declares that this must be the place Shu had mentioned. Thankfully, the master had dressed them in black, for without the sharp beacon, they wouldn't have noticed the subtle markers left by the fourth brother. The dog starts barking, but Gang approaches, signals to silence it, and Liang asks where the elder brother had gone. At that moment, Z aims and fires an arrow. Meanwhile, a hooded man tried to take advantage of a defenseless woman, but is struck by the arrow and thrown far. The others notice and shout that they were under attack, ordering immediate response. Huchi recognizes it as Zhu's signal, and Gang charges ahead, shouting for them to advance. The smith charges with great force, and when the smoke clears, the hooded men are already in battle stance, weapons in hand. The protagonist, upon seeing, asks if that was the strength of warriors from the galloping horse realm. The instructor responds not to freeze, for it was their turn. Liang agrees, saying he understood. Gang charges at the enemies. Two try to strike him from behind, but are felled by Z's arrows from the rooftop. Zhu keeps firing while Huchi and Shui engage in direct combat. One of the men comments that spears were not suitable for narrow places and orders them to surround the boy. However, the protagonist spins his spear in a single motion, felling several foes at once. Gang orders him to seize the black prey, find the hostages, and get them out of there. In the underground passage, the cultists run, shouting that there were intruders and calling for reinforcements. Yang sighs in relief, saying it was finally over and there would be no more torment. His teammate, frightened, orders him to run, for they were being invaded. Lin holds his head in despair, saying he had destroyed everything when he blew up that woman, that even children the age of his daughter were there, and that he could no longer bear the weight of guilt. He declares that everyone was guilty, that sinners could not escape punishment, leaving his companion confused at what he meant. Then Yang strikes him and accuses that all of it was Zhao and Zheng's doing. Zheng was still on site, saying that if just 4 disciples under Yang's command had caused that, they needed to release all the mountain ghosts kept imprisoned and spread them across the hill. The men obey promptly. Zheng grits his teeth, convinced it was a trap by Zhao, and complains that among all, only he had been sent into such a mess. Still, he considered it a golden opportunity, for if he could escape through the secret tunnel, he might turn the tables. By winter dawn, at the passage of the bandits' fortress, Z declares that scum like that deserved crueler endings, and Gang asks about the younger brother. Huchi replies that he was probably escorting the hostages down the mountain, and Shu concludes they would finish things there, for judging by the time, he would soon be back. Gang comments that what worried him was the blood in the air, so dense it seemed something was lurking. The enemies lay fallen across the ground, but the air remained heavy. On the other side, the protagonist walked with the dog at his side, reflecting whether there could be more prisoners hidden and if that tunnel ahead would be a hideout. Liang notices the dog reacting even more and wonders if someone was nearby. Shui cautiously opens the door, but it closes by itself right after, revealing ahead only a dense darkness. The system notifies about mountain sweep, demon hunt activated, current progress none, and that it must be completed to gain the favor of the river's sovereign lord, doubling martial potential in each realm and granting 10% more damage against aquatic beasts. The protagonist wonders about the river sovereign lord and this system quest, trying to understand if it was truly a challenge imposed. The dog growls and soon several monsters appear surrounding him. Liang plants his spear into the ground and declares that now he understood. He would not leave without defeating them all. He states that enough hesitation, he would begin. Thanks to Zed, his body had strengthened quickly, and the last days of training had refined his techniques. Shui charges forward and slays one monster, saying there was no more time to hold back. He hurls the spear, striking another, and with each enemy defeated, the quest progress rises. In no time, he eliminates 6. Liang comments that this was now the second round. Small monsters rush together, but before they get too close, the protagonist throws the spear through their bodies. He retrieves the weapon and with a single strike, cuts down 2 more, continuing until none remain. Panting, he asks if it was over, but Zheng appears and questions if it was truly him. Shui senses another presence, and Jiang arrives mocking, saying he never imagined the filthy orphan fisherman would come this far. Zheng declares it the perfect moment, and Xiang holds an elder, presenting him as Lu Zhongsan, his disciple's father, and sneers that his son had come to save him. The protagonist recognizes the man and declares his elder brothers were nearby, and for him that day was over. Xiang smiles and retorts if it was really over, until a giant terrifying monster emerges, making Liang wonder what it was. Zheng provokes him, saying to see who would defeat whom. At winter dawn, in another Ghost Mother cult base, the 3 elder brothers cross the forest. Z comments whether they were tense for no reason, but Huchi replies no, since the mountain ghosts faced so far barely reached the skin-breaking stage. Gang adds those were no threat to Little Nine. The problem would be a greater ghost, since such creatures possess the strength of the galloping horse realm. The protagonist realizes he faced the most dangerous situation since rebirth. That massive body, arms like trunks, undoubtedly reached a force close to galloping horse realm. He wonders if he should surrender, but recalls he had fought too hard for this life and danger was simply part of it. If even a miserable childhood had not defeated him, why should this scare him? The monster unleashes brutal strikes, but Shui manages to dodge until he is hit, resisting as he braces on his spear. The creature tries to crush him with a punch, but Liang leaps aside and avoids the blow. Zheng watches, impressed, questioning if that brat had really been in the martial hall for only half a year. Xiang incites the creature, calling it son and ordering it to kill the boy. Shui charges and attacks with his spear, but the monster counters with colossal force, hurling him against the rocks. Zheng laughs and asks if he really believed he was in a position to settle scores with his mother. Fallen, Liang thinks the difference in physical power was overwhelming. At that moment, the system notifies he received the grace of the River Sovereign Lord, able to fuse with a portion of the grace of the River Lord Emperor, reaching the first realm of Martial Father Apotheosis. His martial talent doubles, and he gains 10% additional damage against aquatic beasts. Coughing, Shui reflects if that was luck, and concludes luck was also part of strength. Suddenly, the environment changes and he finds himself in a dark place, not understanding where he was. Glowing eyes approach, and he realizes he cannot move his body. A dragon appears and asks if he would not show respect for the face. Beside him, a warrior observes and declares that violating heavenly laws leads only to death, and obedience is the only path to survival. Confused, Liang wonders if that was the River Lord who had entered his body. The dragon opens its mouth, releasing a crushing pressure, and the warrior announces the technique witnessed was called Dragon Slash. Back in real time, Zheng mocks that the boy dared bother him with such weak skills, and asks what he had done wrong since he only ever sought to survive. He claims others were born with patrons and good fortune while all he had was his son, begging for a path forward. He recalls how long he fought just for the steward's post, calls Zhao a blind fool, and challenges what they truly understood before ordering to kill him. The monster charges at the youth, but Shui unleashes a terrifying energy from his eyes, causing a blast and releasing crushing pressure. Xiang is startled and asks what it was. The smoke clears, revealing the protagonist rising stronger and more powerful. At Winter Dawn, Liang recalls asking Master Yang how powerful the transcendence of the Rainbow Forge and Rainbow Master realms were. The master had answered that no one had ever truly seen them, so no one knew for certain, but there was a title that summarized them well. In the present, Shui rises with a devastating aura. He raises a finger, unleashes mana, and activates his dragon-cutting skill. An overwhelming darkness spreads across the place, and Zheng asks horrified what it was. The fallen elder watches terrified while Xiang orders his son to kill the boy. The monster charges again, but the protagonist faces it with his spear. The beast clenches its fist. Zheng laughs, saying it was expected only to be stunned as Xiang's expression changes, seeing his son's arm vanish. Desperate, he asks what was happening. The creature roars, its body weakens and fades until disappearing completely. Zheng kneels, defeated, murmuring that now nothing remained. Liang collapses unconscious to the ground. Xiang, consumed by hatred, grabs a stone and blames the protagonist, trying to kill him. But an explosion interrupts and Zheng realizes someone was approaching. It was Gang, warning there was an undiscovered hidden chamber there. Huchi approaches and asks if the one fallen was the younger brother. Gang questions what had happened, and Zhu comments it seemed there had been a serious battle. Zheng, hidden, realizes it was his only chance to escape and turn the situation. The brothers decide to take the younger one to safety first and then search the place, and Xiang believes it his opportunity. Zheng walks silently, but Lin appears before him and recognizes him, demanding to know where his wife and daughter were. Xiang feigns surprise and imposes himself as chief, but Yang grabs his clothes and insists on the truth. Zheng grows irritated, replying that amid the chaos, no one knew where they were, and that maybe they had already been devoured by mountain ghosts. Lin is overtaken by murderous fury, draws a dagger and attacks him, ordering him to go to hell and atone for his sins. Yang intervenes, saying there was still a chance his family was alive. Elsewhere, someone feels searing pain, as if the body had been torn apart. In a dark place, a warrior grips his weapon when a sound echoes. He turns, and at that moment, the protagonist awakens, confused, questioning if he was in the master's residence chamber, since he remembered fighting mountain ghosts. He concludes the battle must have ended while he was unconscious, and wonders if his brothers had rescued him. The system notifies that the partial fusion with the spirit of the River Sovereign Lord Loro was completed, granting him the apotheosis of the first realm of the Martial Father, doubling his martial talent and increasing by 10% damage against aquatic beasts. Liang thinks this was the reward for the Mountain Sweep, Demon Hunt quest, and he had not expected Zed's spirit could merge with a Sovereign Lord. He reflects that if his talent had doubled, his understanding of martial arts had deepened, and now he could feel the body's boiling points. The breath, 7.5 centimeters thick and 60 meters in extension, ready to begin flesh cultivation. In only 2 months of practice, he was already near the second limit, an opportunity brought by Zed. The door opens and Huki enters, saying he didn't expect the youngster to be so full of energy upon waking. Shu also greets him. Shui rises, salutes them both, and the instructor says it was nothing, they were just there to ask what had happened in the hidden chamber. The protagonist replies that after they defeated the last ghost under Zheng's command, he simply vanished. In thought, he decides to hide the fact he had faced a greater ghost so as not to expose Zed. Z comments that he understands, but informs that Xiang had lost his life there. Liang confirms, asking if it was finished, but reflects if someone might have remained hidden in the shadows, watching everything then. And if they were not linked to Zhao's estate, why they had not offered help. Huqi says he will report everything to the master and advises him to rest well for now, since the next plan would likely be a full sweep. Shu comments that he heard from younger brother Li that Shui's house was almost finished with renovations and congratulates him. The protagonist asks in surprise about renovating a house. Shortly after, upon arriving at the place, he wonders if that was really his house and observes that it was a residence with 2 courtyards. A voice greets him, saying he had returned. The building was spacious and beautiful. Liu explains they followed the design of 2 courtyards. Liang asks them not to call him master, reminding that he was older and wanted to be treated as always. The village chief appears and declares that, for saving the citizens, that house was the way everyone expressed their gratitude, even gathering extra money to gift him. Shui replies it wasn't necessary, but that he would use the money to pay everyone's wages, guaranteeing 2 daily meals with real rice, and that the remaining funds after the construction would serve as bonuses. In times like those, even white rice was more expensive than meat. The workers get excited, call him fair and generous, and begin chanting his name. The protagonist asks how the city was doing. The village chief answers that, thanks to him, Yang's martial hall had sent 2 Third Frontier warriors to protect everyone, though their faces were frightening. Liang thinks that if his lord and his father could see this, they would be proud, and he decides he would live his life in the best way possible. At night, by the river, Shui reflects that, since the boat had been destroyed, if they wanted to fish again, they would need to buy another. Since Zed's awakening, he longed for this moment, and remembers that in his dreams he could never see the River Sovereign's act, fearing it was in vain, but now he realized water manipulation went far beyond that. Even in deep waters he could ride the waves, something glorious. Elsewhere, Zhao kneels and asks the superior what they should do, since the main fortress had been taken and even his chief steward Zheng had fallen. The superior scolds him, reminding that they had eliminated more than 100 mountain ghosts and accuses him of crying uselessly. He kicks him and complains they were about to reap the rewards when that happened, questioning how the fortress had been exposed. He stresses that although many were lost, they still had enough pill materials for now, and orders the boat prepared to return to the cult immediately. Zhao promises the boat will be ready for the envoy by morning and thanks him. Xue calls his father, who looks at a jujube tree planted 5 years earlier that had never borne fruit. He asks his son if he knew why he kept it anyway. Xue answers no. Zhao explains that even without fruit, it attracted birds and animals daily to feed on it. He compares Zheng, Lin, and Master Lu to those birds, creatures destined to be devoured by him, calling it natural selection. The son asks fearfully even about Zheng, but Zhao adds that trees eventually rot, and he couldn't rely on them forever. He states that the Ghost Mother cult was that rotting tree about to fall, and orders someone to deliver a message to Liang the next day. He reveals that that night they would depart for Huangzhou and leave Huang to handle the mess. The next day, people comment and praise the protagonist, saying he had defeated dozens of mountain ghosts alone. Liang reflects that the rumors were getting out of control, probably spread by brother Shu. Then he notices his elder brothers calling him. Huqi asks him to see what the Zhao estate had sent. The protagonist is surprised to receive something from them. Opening the box, he finds land deeds and letters. Zhao had written that the shop deeds were worth 2,300 taels of silver, the equivalent of 4.6 million wen, and that he should consider it an apology. The rest would be gifts to everyone until they met again. Chang comments that Zhao was clearly not an ordinary man since everything was meticulously noted: escape routes, schedules, and contacts of the Ghost Mother cult. Huqi suspects the fortress had been deliberately exposed. Shu adds that if true, their conspiracies ran deep. Gang decides he will report to the master to define the next steps and states they would leave only one escape route. A month earlier, a man calls for Liu, asking if he would go out again to bring food to his wife. Liu replies he couldn't bear to see her go hungry while he looked at the boat on the river. The lady beside comments Liu was truly a good man, unlike that imposter. He quickens his pace, thinking he needed to get home soon, for his wife and Ju would be hungry. As he approaches, he spots Ju ahead, but suddenly someone appears behind him, armed with a dagger. The food bowl falls to the ground, but Liu reacts, defeats the attacker, and says it was time to bring the meal to his family. He moves on, leaving the foe lying behind. Later, near the river, Liu draws water and reflects it had been madness. This would be the last day of the consultation held by Envoy Huang, and when the time came, he would have to face them. A voice echoes asking if he couldn't endure, offering help. Liu washes his face and orders it to go away, but the voice insists he could not be rid of it, for they were one. At that moment, Z approaches, asking if Liu would still ferry that day, explaining they needed to cross and counted on his service. Liu agrees. His wife and daughter bid farewell, and the protagonist, already inside the boat, thinks he could not move yet, imagining enemies were nearby and that they needed to prepare the action, cursing the ghost mother cultists. Shu observes Liu's wife and daughter and asks if they were really his family. Liu confirms. Z comments he had heard of people who wore the skin of others and says it was repulsive. Liu pretends not to understand. The boat moves on. Shu draws his daggers and states he would need to tear off that skin to make him tell the truth. Liu only replies it was just another day. Suddenly, the old man begins shouting, declaring that if he survived, he would have to eliminate the two of them right there. The protagonist senses the aura and recognizes the galloping horse level. Liang raises his spear. Z takes position in front and Shui stands behind, both ready for combat. Shu taunts, saying it was 2 against 1, asking how long he would last. The enemy laughs, replying he was not alone. At that moment, a young man emerges from the water, wrapping chains around his arm and leaping at them. The protagonist notices another foe and feels the chains around him, being dragged into the river. Meanwhile, Liu charges Shu, proclaiming they were ghost mother guards, one in the light and one in the dark, always together. He explains his shadow guards specialized in underwater elimination techniques, and if he couldn't kill the boy in 5 minutes, the child would die. Underwater, the demon drags Liang bound in chains, believing his lungs should have burst already. But something happens. Suddenly, he is hurled against the rocks, stunned, not understanding. Shui, firm, declares that since his fusion passed 70%, he had been curious how far he could go underwater, and thanks him for the chance to test it. The demon feels immense force pulling him. The protagonist with one hand grips the chain, and with the other the spear. The creature resists and thrashes, tormented, questioning the existence of gods, asking why they never came to save him, believing only at the moment of death would they be revealed. Still underwater, he wonders who that boy truly was, and trusts his advantage with speed. If fast enough, he could win. He lunges with sharp claws, but Shui activates his water traversal skill, appears before him, and strikes with a devastating punch, launching him far. The creature is shocked, unable to believe someone at Galloping Horse stage could do that. Shui pulls the chain again, drags the enemy, and strikes once more, causing a colossal impact. Looking at his hand, the protagonist thinks that fighting someone at that stage underwater was no problem at all and recalls his elder brother's words, who was right about returning to the boat. He surfaces and declares that before death is when one truly sees a god. Inside the boat, Liu attacks and says his junior should be finished by now. Shu feels the tension rise when a hand emerges from the water and grabs the boat. It's Shui who states the enemy was devoured by an aquatic beast. He pretends to be exhausted, as if barely able to move. Looking to the side, they see a huge crocodile, and Z comments it really was a spiritual beast and that Shui had been lucky. Elsewhere, the imposter who had posed as Liu is captured and taken by the guards. The real Liu watches, and his wife glares at him with hatred and contempt. The protagonist comments that the ghost mother cultist did not seem particularly strong. Z replies they were only a broken generation, reminding that a martial artist at the tiger hunt stage can live up to 120 years, and those reaching the immortal stage even longer. But 120 years had already passed since the fall of Great Qihan. The older generation still endured, some veterans could remain, but the middle generation was finished. Martial artists of the immortal stage rarely appeared, and those men were not the true golden backbone of the Ghost Mother sect. Elsewhere, the superior walked through the village, reflecting that after 40 years within the sect, developing branches and gathering followers, he had finally obtained the great blood sacrifice technique. The sect lacked talents and desperately needed fresh blood. The wolf smoke pill was his greatest hope. At that moment, he hears noise at the door and a huge piece of wood flies against him. The superior unleashes his power and shatters it to pieces, demanding to know who dared. It was Gang and Huki. They charge together, but the enemy evades, though he is still hurled against the wall, cracking the stones. Gang assesses that the man likely mastered mid-level wolf smoke power, a realm above his own, and that the battle would have to be quick and decisive. The superior mocks, saying he thought Gang would be stronger. Huchi notes that even after taking a punch from his brother, the foe hadn't suffered any real injury. The old man thinks that if that was all they had, none of them would leave alive. A terrifying energy rises around him, and both are shocked by the oppressive aura. Gang releases his mana, raises chunks of wood and hurls them, but the enemy crushes them all with his hands, calling them petty tricks. At that moment, an arrow flies toward him, fired by Huki. The superior catches the arrow with his fingers and laughs, saying that Tip couldn't even scratch his chi strength. But the instructor retorts that it was enough. The arrow bursts open, releasing acid that burns his eyes. Gang seizes the chance, charges forward, and lands a massive blow. The fallen enemy says he had only been exposed thanks to the dog Zhao, otherwise no one would have come so prepared, but that he wouldn't let any of them escape. He pulls out a pill that begins to emit mana. Huchi realizes and shouts that his wolf smoke pill had run out, and Gang asks why he doesn't surrender. The old man, on the ground, replies that Zhao had said the same. Then he swallows the pill and asks whoever said that was really a pill. Gang is startled, not even realizing when he put it in his mouth. Suddenly, the superior rises, his aura swelling even greater, his form distorting into something dark and monstrous. He asks if they could withstand the power of wolf smoke in its final stage. Elsewhere in the city, Shu points toward the Zhao residence at the end of the street, and the protagonist urges them to hurry. Z senses something wrong and realizes it was on the third brother's side, concluding they were in trouble. A great explosion shakes the end of the street, and a mocking voice echoes, saying cults were always the same, making it seem like they were neither human nor ghost, just hypocrites pretending at nobility. In the past, during the fall of the old dynasty, people ran in desperation as everything burned. A woman near death heard a sinister-looking man claim that all would give their lives to serve the sect's sacred mother. Survival was not easy, but a boy would be taken in, and from then on, he would be called Huang Zejun. In the present, the superior charges at Gang, and the impacts make the place tremble. From afar, Huchi tries to aim with his bow, but admits that in that situation he couldn't even draw a bead. Someone calls to him, he turns and sees the elder brother and the youngest arriving. The instructor admits he couldn't help the third brother. Z reassures him, telling him to leave it to him. Shu raises the bow and Liang watches in awe, thinking that this was the true form of a wolf smoke battle. Gang concludes they couldn't endure for long and needed to find a way to break the stalemate. Convinced the weak point had to be the heart, he had to open a breach for his younger brothers. An arrow shoots at the superior. Gang finds it strange, since that didn't look like the fourth brother's power. The enemy only laughs, saying he already told them those arrows couldn't even scratch his chi barrier. And then Gang realizes Xiao Si was merely deceiving him. Z keeps his bow drawn, and in that instant, Gang charges wrapped in flames at the foe. The pressure in the air intensifies. Shu thinks it's the right moment, and Z releases the arrow. Elsewhere, a colossal creature asks why they couldn't live openly under the sun. An elder replies they were just remnants of a bygone age, and in this era, there was no place for them, for someone had taken what was rightfully theirs. He declares that no matter the time, one day they would pay the price. In the present, the arrow pierces straight into the superior's heart, and he wonders in disbelief how it was possible. The protagonist understands the first arrow fired by Brother Shu had been deliberately weakened to fool Huang, making him believe it had been launched by someone at the fourth stage. But the second exploded at full force, at the peak of the galloping horse stage. Liang reflects he still had much to learn. Gang declares it was over and orders him bound with the blue steel chain forged specifically to restrain martial artists of the wolf smoke stage. Even with his heart destroyed, the enemy remains alive, showing the tenacity of such warriors. Finally chained, the superior is dragged out. Shu tells the younger brother not to be impressed by the sight, for cultists always strove to appear something between human and ghost. The prisoner retorts, saying neither human nor ghost, and asks if they had ever lived in caves where the sun never shines, if they had ever emerged from piles of corpses. He screams that all he wanted was to live under the sun, but spoiled people like them would never understand. Z answers that it was useless trying to justify evil as if it were right, reminding that his crimes destroyed countless families, that many children lost parents and many parents lost children. He says glorifying selfish desires was pointless, and that alone was enough to deserve being broken, having his limbs smashed and his heart fed to dogs. Gang then comments that Shu himself was one of the orphans from villages exterminated by the Ghost Mother's sect. The prisoner tries to say something, but Z strangles him. Gang cuts it off, saying it was time to take him back to the martial hall. Shu turns away. Gang embraces him, saying it would be all right, and asks if he wanted a drink later. Huchi also embraces him, promising to show his skills on another occasion. Z grumbles that one day he will crush him. The protagonist, silent, feels something new, a sensation he had never experienced. Gang calls him to come along, and Liang, confused, replies, of course, reflecting that this was exactly what happened when one delayed a manuscript. In the depths of an underwater cave, the catfish sleeps until he dreams of Liang and wakes frightened. He sighs, rubs his eyes, grabs his pouch, and swims off full of energy, but soon notices another fish ahead and begins to follow. He watches each movement of the pink fish, which, noticing, speeds up. The catfish lunges after it but ends up crashing into the rocks and falling injured. He recalls Shui's words, warning not to shapeshift randomly or the Hebo office might notice. He lies there, remembering Liang's teachings that if strength was not enough, he should seek vengeance. Then he has an idea, rises and faces the target ahead. The pink fish notices him and the catfish tries to lure it, but instead the fish flees in fright as if having made a decision. The catfish's companions laugh, leaving him disheartened. Meanwhile, in the village, the protagonist cannot calm down and thinks about the lever, remembering that since Huang was delivered, the lady had exchanged the Zhao family's deeds for hard silver, 150 taels of refined silver, and reflects that the lady had been truly generous. The elder brothers commented that it was probably the first time the youngest saw so much money and was overwhelmed. In the days that followed, Liang accompanied his brothers and defeated other mountain spirits, stabilizing his strength even more. Though he hadn't officially crossed into the flesh stage, he already felt its approach, and that day was not far. Shu calls to him, announcing that the master had returned and was summoning everyone to discuss merits and distribute rewards. Shui asks eagerly if there would be more rewards. Elsewhere, the superior swears he will still eliminate him, calling him a despicable bastard. Z complains about having to eat under the watch of 2 thieves, and Chang replies that it had been arranged by the lady. Shu questions if that was serious and why he was there, since he hadn't participated in the battle at the residence. Chang tells him not to speak like that, reminding that on that day he and elder brother Cao were on another mission. The protagonist says he truly thinks the lady is amazing. She organized everything at the Yang residence perfectly. Gang comments that he still has no idea of the weight her surname carries. Liang asks about the surname, and the blacksmith explains it is Shu, a prominent name in Huangzhou. In the time of the great ancestress, the family produced a grand secretary and several ministers. The master and wife were even courted by Grand Marshal Shu, Wenju himself, and the lady's father was none other than Shu Rongguang, a third-rank official and minister of imperial banquets. Chang observes that marrying a lady to the master would be considered a marriage beneath her station, and Gang jokes to be careful or the master might flay him alive. Master Yang says he heard everything and that everyone had gotten along. As for those 2 thieves, they would be handed over to the authorities that afternoon. The chained superior insists they execute him or flay him, that he didn't care, claiming the sect had many members and countless experts, and they would all be punished by him eventually. Dong, in turn, comments that such an organization didn't even understand the concept of sustainability. Yang says it is pure nonsense, and that the villain is only still alive because he is useful. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. The man gets scared, and Dong comments that after the triple judgment, everyone will receive great rewards anyway. They also mention something about Zhao, which surprises the protagonist and makes him ask about himself. Xiong explains that the item is a gift from his older brother, who arrived at the post station the day before and brought it. Liang asks who this older brother is. Elsewhere, a voice questions whether the captain really defeated a general from the wolf smoke stage just to get that object and is now giving it away for free. A guard comments that he is being very generous with the older brother, since everyone had been eyeing that item for a long time. His partner agrees and says the captain should not play favorites. The captain snaps back, saying he knows exactly what those bandit-like soldiers are thinking, and declares that the drinks on their return will be on him. The guards get excited, saying they can barely contain themselves. The captain smiles, satisfied, thinking he really liked that gift. In another place, Ku opens the box and a powerful energy spreads out. When Shui notices it, her eyes widen, and she asks if that is a spiritual weapon. Each of these weapons is a unique existence, and the peculiar individuality of each master grants an unshakable status in the world of armaments. Having a spiritual weapon is considered incredible luck for any martial artist, since the materials are rare and very few can forge something like that. The protagonist is shocked by the power of the spiritual weapon and thinks that, in fact, he now has 2. He decides to call it Blue Wolf, concluding that his weakness in close combat will be completely covered, and that from now on, in any battle he will no longer be limited by the environment. Somewhere else, Liang comments that because of the mountain ghost, he has missed many classes and it is time to return to the academy. He hears a voice and asks if that is the phonetic system, until someone calls for him. It is the teacher, saying he finally arrived. Q admits he feels embarrassed, but Sai responds that it is fine, that he already heard about his recent achievements and that he can take him quickly to meet the dean. They mention that they made some improvements to the phonetic system. Shui asks who the dean is, and Heng Yi explains that he is the head of the academy, also known as the master, equivalent to a principal in the previous world. Inside the pavilion, the dean comments that the invention of the phonetic system truly surprised him. The protagonist greets him, but Jishu says there is no need for formalities and invites him to see the version he and Heng Yi improved. Liang observes and notices that this version has fewer characters than the original 76 sounds. Now it has 63, divided into 23 initials, 24 finals, and 16 complete syllables. The Dean is truly brilliant. That could be considered an upgrade of the original version, and Jishu thinks that this elder definitely is not an ordinary person. Ku admits he is deeply impressed, saying the new version is much better than his. The Dean, however, says the one deserving admiration is him, because without the original phonetic system, they would still be stuck in the cycle of explaining characters with other characters. The teacher comments that they sent the achievement to his master, and that with this recommendation the chances of earning a title will be much higher. Jishu is pleased, and Shui thanks them both for the recommendation, thinking that having a powerful background indeed makes everything easier. He asks if he can know who their master is, and Sai answers that he never mentioned his teacher's name. At the top of the imperial capital's hierarchy stands the emperor, and below him are the 3 halls, 2 pavilions, and the 5 great academies. Their teacher is none other than the second-ranked scholar of the renowned Li Haobai Academy, one of the 5 greats. Heng Yi adds that, in the letter sent, the master highly praised the phonetic system and believes it has the potential to convince His Majesty. Dakian's culture is vast and profound, like a thick and imposing wall, but that same wall also blocks the rise of new ideas. The phonetic system perfectly matches the rhythm of the era, precise and impartial. The protagonist asks if there are not 4 others at the same level and what the Emperor's intentions are. Sai responds that there is no reason to worry because His Majesty has always welcomed new ideas. In the imperial capital, some gather at their posts, and someone seated on the throne says that if there is nothing else, the great scholars may leave the court. One of them steps forward and declares he still has something important to report. An elder rises and declares that he wishes to recommend a new method of illumination that surpasses the old character-cutting technique, calling it the phonetic system. This man is Li Haobai, the scholar of the Abyss of Literature Pavilion. Nyan questions in the Hall of Diligent Governance how ancestral methods could be replaced by something so unfounded. Ju Yi snaps back, asking if he does not understand the principle that upholds the foundation of a nation. Nyan insists, asking if he knows the true meaning of reform. Su intervenes, stating that when judged sincerely, the phonetic system is indeed superior to the segmented character method. The young man stares at him and asks if he is deliberately belittling the wisdom of the Great Shun's ancestors. Saying he doubts the scholar would dare say such words during the reign of Great Qian, Su falls silent and the boy watches him indignantly. On the throne, His Majesty observes the scene as everyone lowers their heads beneath his gaze. Li steps forward and bows. All eyes turn to him, but the hall remains silent. Haobai then states that the Great Shun's refusal to adapt will lead the kingdom to the same fate as Great Qian. He reminds them that when the emperor was young, he ventured among the northern barbarians and traveled to the southeastern sea to experience the life of the common people. His Majesty does not fear reform. What he fears is stagnation. The segmented character method has more than 400 initial sounds and more than 1,000 finals. He then asks how long it took the students to memorize just half of them. Shocked, everyone falls quiet. Li himself answers that it must have taken at least 5 full years, but with the new method, half a year would be enough to reach the same level of literacy. The students are astonished to hear this. Neon calls it foolish arrogance, but Haobai challenges him to verify it himself. He explains that the system was created by his student Liang, a humble fisherman from the countryside yet frighteningly intelligent, and that the method deserves an invention award and even a noble title. His Majesty says he understands and finds the young man interesting. He declares that he will test the system personally, allowing the 6th prince to be the first to experience it, and the court is dismissed. Elsewhere, a voice mentions a test of the destiny pattern. Dong orders them to stop sending reports to the imperial capital and assures that all information is already complete, explaining that the destiny pattern is a mandatory step for every martial artist. Though it does not determine everything, it represents a rare opportunity. Those with unique patterns are considered blessed by the heavens, chosen by fate. He explains that the pattern is not something fixed, but a mark that reacts to the world. Encountering wind turns it into a tiger. Encountering rain turns it into a dragon. The better the pattern, the greater the bearer's achievements. For martial artists, it indicates high power and can reveal many kinds of information, allowing them to act more effectively. People with high-level patterns usually possess both a main seal and secondary seals. He cites as an example the youngest martial saint Zhang Longxiang, whose main seal is the mountain pillar god and whose secondary seal is the threatening owl spirit seeking prey, a sign that to achieve fame and glory, he would have to endure extreme calamities and confront evil. In the 13 years that followed, Zhang was ambushed in the barren northern lands, fought alone against 3 experts, defeated 2 and wounded the 3rd, demonstrating the invincible talent of a martial saint. Another example is the martial saint Yuanji, who possessed the pattern of the Great Desolate Stone Mountain and managed to reach the Tao among lonely mountains, rejuvenating and obtaining the title of martial saint. Unfortunately, he refused to surrender and ended up killed by Zhang. The battlefield between the 2 saints was drenched in blood, and all beings who witnessed that slaughter ended up transformed into beasts and spiritual creatures. Xiong adds that destiny patterns are not unchangeable, for the constellations of people influence one another. The protagonist asks how these patterns are measured, and Dong explains that the key lies in incense ashes, which must be made from burned destiny patterns. The stronger the incense's spiritual energy, and the longer it has been preserved, the better the result. He prepared a special pattern incense on the eve of New Year's, stored for 5 years, but laments still not possessing the century-old blood of the precious fish essence needed to complete the process. Liang asks about the bloodfish essence, and Xiong explains that the natural treasures of heaven and earth carry the fortune of the heavens. This essence is known as fortune energy, an indispensable element for measuring destiny patterns. He says he has already assigned someone to investigate the matter, and that now everything will depend on luck. Q thanks him and reflects that he may not be able to obtain many things, but when it comes to finding precious fish, he is a true specialist. Before that, however, he needs to buy a boat, since the place he will go this time is quite different from the previous ones. At the docks, Shui walks while remembering that the old boat was destroyed on the day he witnessed 2 powerful spiritual beasts fighting. The protagonist notes that at that time, the boat trade was mostly controlled by fishing guilds. Fishermen without the means to buy their own vessels usually rented them from these guilds. An old man approaches him, asking if he is looking for a boat, saying those models are brand new, coated with tung oil, flawless in appearance, and with affordable rental fees, even offering the first 3 months for free. Liang admits the boats really look good, but notices that many parts were secretly refurbished. They likely belonged to fishermen who, having no other choice, needed to rent them after losing their own. Then a voice calls him. It is Lin, accompanied by 2 people, Songbao and Fuyun. Lin greets him enthusiastically, saying that his visit brings honor and prestige to such a humble place. The people around them whisper in awe, asking if that young man is the 9th disciple taken in by Master Yang, famous everywhere, the heroic warrior who exterminated more than 100 mountain ghosts. Meng comments that he had long heard his son talk about an exceptional talent from Yixing, and seeing him today confirms that he truly is a remarkable young man. He orders the others to hurry and greet him. Fu Yun and Songbao bow to him, and Shui asks them to call him simply by his name. He senses that Lin sought him for something important, and Lin confirms it, saying he has a vital matter and wishes to ask for his help. He explains that he needs a sponsor for his fish and promises that if the plan works, he will offer 20% of the earnings and even gift him the best boat available, or even 30% if necessary. The protagonist refuses, and Meng asks why. Liang replies that he knows very well the game they are playing and understands that the world is a place where big fish devour small fish, something he cannot change. Even so, there is something they may not understand. He is a fisherman too. A good reputation can indeed bring benefits, but only if used to genuinely help fishermen. He then asks what will happen afterward and explains that when fishermen get used to low rental fees, by joining them he would end up despised. Besides, what would his master think of that? In this world, it is impossible to take care of the bigger picture. Perhaps Lin is a good man, but not that good. Li adds that there is one more proposal, hoping the young master will accept. In exchange, he will gift him a beautiful boat. Shui becomes interested, and Meng explains that recently, near the border of Shuibu County, frequent rumors of spiritual beasts have appeared. On behalf of the Fishermen's Guild, they wish to hire him to eliminate them. In the vast waters of the Zhanghuai Swamp lie countless treasures, but also countless dangers. The area is divided into deep and shallow zones. The deep zone is treacherous yet full of resources, while the shallow zone is the limit for common folk where resources are scarce. Any intelligent demon entering the shallow zone must report to the Lord of the River. Otherwise, the great enforcers of Shun will punish it, either by expelling or eliminating it. The mother of the first demon, for instance, had entered the shallow zone to lay her eggs in safety, and that great clash between 2 supreme demons happened precisely in the deep zone. Inside the boat, the protagonist comments that the demons Lin mentioned are located at the border between the deep and shallow zones, and it is common for some to cross that boundary by accident. He secretly sent Bu Afei throughout Jiayang City and Yixing to clear the area, and almost all demons except the strongest have already been expelled from the shallow zone. He believes these new cases are just occasional strays and that their strength should not be extreme. Even so, demons are just a detail. The real focus is that he is no longer an ordinary man limited to the shallow zone. His body has already reached 70% fusion, close to the stage of breaking flesh and strength. Liang is confident he will find more opportunities, since century-old treasure fish only spawn in the depths. With that certainty, he begins his journey. Shui dives over the water and already submerged thinks that, as expected of the deep zone, rare materials that are nearly impossible to find in the shallow zone appear everywhere here. They have already been searching for hours without finding any target until the protagonist comes across something curious and wonders what it might be. He observes and concludes it is water essence grass, capable of allowing ordinary people to breathe underwater for half an hour. Then he notices something resembling a yushi shell, a top-tier ingredient reserved for nobles. But he laments that none of this is what he's looking for. Suddenly, the catfish senses something and darts away, and Liang wonders if it found a clue. The fish slips among the algae and soon swims back out, frightened. And when Shui looks ahead, his eyes widen. It is a 7-star eel. The protagonist remembers that a demon's appearance does not reveal its true strength, but any creature near the wolf smoke stage or below is considered a demon, precisely because they are rarely seen. High-level demons follow their own logic, avoiding shallow zones out of fear of drifting off course, and because there is nothing to gain there. To them, ordinary humans are like coarse grains of rice. Liang thinks that sometimes even wild treasure fish can have formidable power. The fish lunges forward and Shui notices its strength is still insufficient to threaten him. Gathering his energy, the protagonist controls almost 400 kilos of flowing water, trapping the creature so it cannot escape. The eel reacts with fury and charges again, but Liang dodges swiftly and worried about his fish and wondering if this is the same demon Lin mentioned. Clenching his fist, he decides that no matter what it is, if it dares to swallow his fish, it will die in return. He thinks that whenever his fusion rate increases, a leap in his physical quality occurs. So he looks forward to the transformation that accompanies the advance of the flesh stage. Although he regrets losing the precious fish, he realizes that this gigantic opponent represents an even greater opportunity. He has a feeling that if he wants to break through the flesh stage and evolve the marsh spirit, this is the chance. Liang charges at the enemy and the eel glares and attacks as well. At the moment of impact, Shui vanishes. The crab, positioned above, hurls a spear. The protagonist grabs it in midair and unleashes all his power, striking the monster directly. The fish screams in pain as the centipede climbs over it and releases corrosive acid. The fish tries to escape, but the crocodile bites down hard and the crab moves in to strike again. The creatures attack together, and Liang leaps forward, slashing the enemy with his sword and ending the fight. He remarks that it was far too easy, a complete victory. Compared to the earlier battle with the crab, this time he not only emerged unscathed, but defeated the target effortlessly. He marvels at the strength he achieved when fighting with everything. The crocodile looks at him and Shui says it is time to divide the meat. He sets up an improvised grill and comments that the creature's body structure yields less than 50% meat, but since it is so large, plenty remains. Liang grabs a piece and wonders how much water essence he will gain by eating it. He takes a bite, and the system notifies him, 22 points of essence obtained. He thinks that only a small portion yielded so much, and feels he is evolving the marsh spirit. He decides that tonight he will succeed. New notifications appear. The white marsh water spirit has been fully fused, and the ascension requirement for the marsh spirit is complete. Obtain a trace of the river's favor and fully fuse with the water monkey of the marsh spirit. The protagonist remembers the day of the river sacrifice and concludes that, by pure luck, he had fulfilled all ascension requirements. Without hesitation, he selects the ascension option in the system. A chest is summoned, releasing waves of intense energy. Liang looks around, impressed, for the scene is identical to when the marsh spirit was favored. Perhaps it is the same phenomenon. Suddenly, he feels something strange and collapses to the ground, not understanding what is happening, wondering if the ascension failed. But the system announces success. The energy churns in great volume, the pressure around him rises, more notifications appear, and something is summoned. When everything ends, the protagonist awakens lying on the grass, feeling as though his body is about to fall apart. Liang checks his rewards and concludes it was worth it. His tendons and bones are now like those of a dragon and tiger, polished and rebuilt, and the power of blood and qi inside him has multiplied more than threefold. Shui punches the wall, which cracks in several directions, and thinks in awe that this is a formidable power. He sits on the ground reflecting that the flesh and skin stages still have weak blood and qi, which is why they require physical cultivation and medicinal meals to stimulate the blood and push progress. However, after reaching the bone stage, it becomes possible to practice internal methods that complement external training, strengthening even the internal organs, exactly as his master had instructed from the beginning when cultivating the circulating qi inscription. As expected, he truly reached the bone stage. Long, vigorous tendons, heavy bones that are flexible and tough like a tiger's, a truly extraordinary body. He thinks that without this ascension, the tripled blood from the dragon tendons and tiger bones would have made the breakthrough 3 times harder, but thanks to his master's guidance in internal methods, all the power gained during ascension flowed naturally. The system asks him if he wishes to evolve the crocodile into a horned crocodile and the catfish into a powerful whale tiger. The protagonist confirms and orders all of them to evolve. A magic circle forms around the crocodile and the catfish, radiating an intense light until it begins to shatter. Notifications appear stating that the Taihua crocodile consumed 14,912 water essence points to evolve, transforming into a horned crocodile. Both change in appearance, becoming visibly more imposing and powerful. Liang watches in awe and asks if that really is a dragon horn, concluding that fusion rates will be 10 times harder from now on. Because of that, using the remaining water essence to force fusions would not be worthwhile. He decides it is best to go deeper today, since water essence combined with the life force it nurtures can be slowly absorbed while submerged, compensating for the shortcomings in aquatic beast evolution. Now that 2 have evolved, the others cannot fall behind either. No one knows what dangers lie ahead, and these creatures are his greatest trump card. Before, he had no choice, but today he wants to take all of them with him. Soon after, Shui is back on the moving boat, enjoying the speed and thinking that this is what it truly means to dominate the waters. None of that fake water control. What surprises him most is that his 2 companions have developed new abilities. Afei now emits high-frequency waves, and Budong has gained the ability to apply a slow healing effect to everyone nearby. As they advance, a water prison forms, and soon a shark is spotted. The 2 beasts move quickly and leap off the boat. They are the crab and the centipede. Quan evolved into a rockclaw crab, while Awei kept the same name. Together, the creatures capture the shark and toss it into the boat. The protagonist watches, satisfied, thinking that with divine abilities like these, fishing will never be a problem again. Still, he knows that the next stage of enhancement will be strenuous. The cultivation path is long and full of obstacles. So he decides to return to the fish and explain everything that happened. Elsewhere, an old man asks if the Lord will really return, for they were ordered to wait for him for 3 days. A monk replies that no one can know and comments that those who drown are always the ones who know how to swim, questioning how many warriors have already lost their lives in deep waters. At that moment, the head of a giant fish is tossed before them, making both men recoil in fright. Liang appears and says to tell Lin that the spiritual beast has been eliminated, that they are even now, and that he will be keeping the boat. The old man freezes with fear and the others whisper in amazement, saying he really defeated the monster. Shui continues walking, lamenting not having obtained the precious fish he needed, and thinking he will have to sell the others he caught. Suddenly, a voice comments that that fish is truly precious. People gather around observing it, enchanted by its beauty, saying they have never seen such a magnificent fish and praising his luck. The old man recognizes the young man and asks why he is there, remembering that he is now a martial artist and wants to know if that large carp is really a treasure fish. The protagonist confirms it is a blue dragon carp, certainly a rare and even century-old fish, whose weight alone is worth at least 45 taels. Everyone is left speechless, and Liang hands over 50 taels, saying he hopes the man will agree to sell it to him. Chen replies that the boy saved them during the river sacrifice and asks what harm there would be in giving the fish to him, refusing the money. The people around call him crazy for rejecting such an amount. Shui thinks the old man is still the same, and remembers that when his original body nearly starved to death, that man divided the meat buns intended for his own children to feed him. Because of that, he asks him not to refuse and decides to take the fish. Chen says the name of his father and tells him he raised a good son. The protagonist walks in silence, thinking he did not expect everything to fall into place so quickly. The final ingredient was ready, and all that remained was to wait for New Year's to test his own destiny pattern. Elsewhere, a group runs while someone holds a lit incense stick. Dong raises his voice and asks the spirits of their former comrades to continue protecting the disciples and descendants of the Yang clan. Liang watches silently, wondering if those were his master's battle companions. Xiong then approaches and announces that it is time to test the destiny pattern. In another area, a voice explains that the blood sacrifice ritual serves to connect a person's destiny pattern to their own essence. Shui cuts his hand and lets the blood drip into a bowl, saying that just a single drop is enough, no need to overdo it. Dong watches closely and instructs them to mix ashes into the seal ink. Use the right hand and press firmly without shaking. The clearer the mark, the better the result. The blood markings form a perfect glowing circle. Xiang holds the bowl steady until a crushing energy erupts and a deep sound echoes. A voice exclaims that the junior brother possesses both complete major and minor seals. Xiang states that he truly carries a destined pattern, and Hu Qi comments that ordinary people have 2 blank seals. Having just one already signals potential, but he has 2. Another voice asks if the minor seal on the left represents a river, and why it would be an inanimate object since such symbols usually manifest as fierce spirits. They also ask if the major seal on the right is a monkey, and what it would mean for a monkey to be a fierce spirit. Shuzi finds it strange and notes that the junior brother's seals seem reversed, while another suggests that the minor seal might not be a river but a twin-tailed dragon. Hu Qi asks its exact meaning, and Dong replies that this seal is extremely aggressive in nature, representing the fate of the dragon that crosses rivers. He explains there are 2 interpretations. According to legend, a serpent becomes a flood dragon after 500 years, and after 1,000, crosses the rivers and attains the form of a true dragon. The first reading is that he will undergo great trials and after overcoming them will become a true dragon among men. The second, however, indicates that the ascension of another dragon may clash directly with his. Even so, Dong asks the master and brothers not to worry. The protagonist smiles and says that whether he crosses the river or is crossed, it only proves he is no mediocre ornament. Xiang praises his courage, saying that the young man who once faced 7 opponents alone will one day become a dragon soaring across the heavens. He notes that the main seal is indescribable, but its nature is aquatic, and therefore, it tends to attract calamities in the water. Still, Zhaoju's minor seal is also of the water element, which means that in aquatic terrain he will enjoy great fortune, a balance of luck and danger. He warns that destiny is never fixed. Even a good fortune should not be overestimated, and dark omens should not be taken lightly. He says he will report the destiny pattern to the authorities, and that now all that remains is to wait for the reward. Liang thanks them humbly for reading his fate and promises to remember those words for the rest of his life, thinking to himself that he recognized the color of the seal. It was not an ordinary monkey, but the ancient fierce god Wujiki. With the marsh cauldron in hand, he knew no one could steal what belonged to him. Elsewhere, a voice discusses the fate of the dragon that crosses rivers, saying he was born from the great waters of the marsh and that this pattern fits perfectly. It asks whether he will be the one to cross the river or be dragged, and whether the opponent would be the old flood dragon, that shameless being who rules the waters of the great marsh, questioning which of the 2 would become the true dragon. It was Emperor Shun speaking, wondering whether the young man would truly be worthy of his expectations. Later, the protagonist sighs, and Dong comments that this year he will carry out a test for both of them, so they do not grow complacent. Chang and Liang were the last to arrive, but precisely because of that, they have the most room to grow, and expectations for them are higher. Chang promises to train diligently and swears not to disappoint the master. Dong then sets the goal. Within 1 year, he must become a true martial disciple, perhaps even reach the mounted warrior level, and asks if he is capable of that. Xiang turns to Shui and says he has already been practicing martial arts for 1 season. He demands only that he advance 3 stages by the same time next year, and wants to know if he can do it. Before the protagonist answers, Dong interrupts, saying the martial path is measured by practice, and that in truth the challenge is 2 breakthroughs. Liang releases his power and says they misunderstood. He had already broken through 2 stages. Everyone is stunned, and Chang asks if it is possible that only 3 months of practice resulted in 2 breakthroughs. Shui confidently states that in 1 year he will become a true martial master. Xiang says that is excellent and that with such confidence, how could the master be careless? Then asks if he has heard of Emperor Huanwu. Dong explains that in ancient times, the great emperor created the unmatched victory technique, an unrivaled ability under the heavens. Over the years, it ended up divided into various branches, but thanks to the reverse engineering carried out by Master Dao Ge Jiantai of Luguantai, and later combined with the Bao Dan technique, a new art emerged. Today, he intends to pass on this reformulated method, unmatched victory, embracing the origin. In another place, a voice remarks that the imperial decree granted to that young man is truly remarkable, and the emperor seems to be in good spirits. Shun asks if he made it that obvious, and the steward replies that on that day, the emperor abolished Chaozhou County, promoted the city of Pingyang to county level, and elevated Yixing to city status, which left the magistrate of Chaozhou quite terrified. The great emperor says that rewarding merit and removing the incompetent is natural, and besides, Martial Master Yang preserved the prestige of Great Shun, so such deeds must be acknowledged. Kang asks about Liang and whether his achievements are worthy of such a reward. At that moment, someone approaches calling for his father. It is the 6th prince who says he came to watch the chess match. Shun picks him up, comments that he wants to see whether the boy has gotten fatter, and asks the steward if he knows how many characters the child already recognizes. He says 500, and that he learned the pinyin method in just 7 days. Kang is astonished, and the emperor asks if he still doubts the reason Liang was rewarded, stating that he truly deserves it. The steward smiles discreetly. Elsewhere, near the boats, a voice announces that they are departing now. Ron asks why he still has not appeared for the trip, and someone replies that the commander said he went to fish in the river and hopes they can catch up to him later. Ying asks whether they are already sailing, and a woman warns him to take good care of himself during this journey. The man beside her asks why she is so worried since Zhang Yi is now a county magistrate. The woman calls him useless and says their son could take any position, yet he insisted on going so far away just to occupy that one. The man retorts that she understands nothing because this is an opportunity. The Ghost Mother sect has finally revealed itself, and whoever stands out may have the chance to meet the emperor personally. Then, somewhere else, people look in the same direction. It is Ku approaching, saying they need to go to the city of Pingyang. Lan comments that he will soon be sentenced in Pingyang, but with Zhuangger's strength, that will not be a problem. Pang reminds him not to forget the true reason for the trip, and Ku laughs saying he understands. The muscular man sets down the huge luggage and suggests they visit the Yang clan's martial hall and then challenge them. Elsewhere, a voice declares that from today on, that will be the new martial hall of the Pang clan. Some people watch as a girl tells her father that when they earn money, they will buy medicine to cure his illness. Pang coughs and replies that this is only the beginning. Ku asks where they should place the large pillar, and Lan jokes that if there is no space, he can simply hold it. The second sister scolds the elder for teasing the junior, reminding him how sincere he is. Lan laughs and says she really feels sorry for him. Pang thinks everything will finally be resolved, but regrets he cannot see the outcome. He remembers that in the past, everything around them began to burn. Desperate, he ordered Lan to protect the lady and Xiao, asking what kind of creatures those were. The girls ran in panic as monsters roared ahead. Ku screamed no, until he noticed the beasts charging together. In the present, a girl comments that she heard the sweets from Langyun Tower are the best in Pingyang, and says she wants to try them. Ku replies that the next day he will go to the docks to look for work so he can earn money and buy sweets for his older sister. The second sister strokes his head and says he is truly thoughtful. Soon someone approaches and says that there is a hidden martial hall in that ruined alley, asking if they have already delivered the relief grain. Pang explains that they just arrived in the city of Pingyang and asks what kind of grain they are supposed to deliver. The man replies that Guayin Prefecture suffered a disaster, and the magistrate of Chaozhou showed great benevolence by sheltering refugees, ordering all families in Chaozhou County to donate grain to help the victims. The second daughter explains that they are from Huazhou County and that Chaozhou did not take in any refugees. Pang adds that all the refugees are concentrated in the city of Pingyang. The man claims that is reckless and asks how anyone dares to slander a court official, ordering them to slap her. The second daughter is struck, and he adds that even a mere peasant dares question the magistrate's orders, commanding them to arrest her immediately. Ku grits his teeth at the sight, and Lan tries to intervene, saying the master once served in the Western Army and asking the man to show some mercy. The officer thinks that members of the Great Shun Army are at least martial masters, and doubts that this sickly man could be one. A subordinate beside him notes that Pang's aura is only that of a martial artist, not a master, which confirms his suspicions. The man says he expected that and asks what it matters if he served in the Western Army, reminding them that they are in Chaozhou, territory under the jurisdiction of the local magistrate, and that even the army must show respect to authority. He demands that they hurry and hand over the money and grain, otherwise they will be challenging the government. Pang kneels on the ground and explains that they recently fled from Huazhou County and truly have no resources. The man kicks him, saying that is not his problem, and declares that if he is broke, he can sell his own daughter to get money. Ku, enraged, calls him a corrupt official and says he will kill him, but Lan holds him back and urges calm, warning that acting on impulse now would only bring more trouble to the master. The officer orders them to search everything, and the subordinates report finding only a few dozen taels, mocking them for being so poor yet daring to open a martial hall. They tell them to get out, saying the place is cursed. Pang asks if they hid the rest of the money, and the daughter answers yes, assuring that she hid it well. Ku mutters that the damned officer will pay someday. Peng asks him to stay calm, saying his talent is rare in this world, but his temperament is still a major flaw, and asks what it matters if they faced a setback. After all, it is just a bit of wind and ice. When the duel against the Yang clan's martial hall comes, that will be the moment when he truly shines. Elsewhere, the subordinate asks where they will go now. The man replies that they will settle in the small town of Yixing, since such an insignificant place is unlikely to have any important figures. In another setting, riders approach and two elders observe the convoy, commenting on its luxury. They say that carriage is called a yaoche, and that only a royal decree issued by His Majesty allows its use. At its side flutter the banners of the dragon and the phoenix, symbols of the great imperial family of Shun. They conclude that someone important is about to leave Pingyang, and the partner beside him notes that the road seems to lead directly to the Yang clan's martial hall. Elsewhere, someone calls for Liang and informs him that the master summons him to the main hall. The protagonist replies that he is on his way. His bone gate is already completely stabilized, and the next step is to focus his mind to break through the bone stage. This whole journey was, after all, in pursuit of this reward. The steward announces that Yang of Pingyang City is to receive the imperial decree. Dong steps forward and the steward dismounts, proclaiming that by mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees Chaozhou County is dissolved, Pingyang is elevated to county status, and Yixing is promoted to city. A department of the river god and a demon suppression division will be established. In recognition of the merits of Yang and his disciples for resisting the Ghost Mother sect, the decree is granted. Shui wonders what is happening. The voice continues, declaring that Yang is appointed administrator of the department of the river god and the demon suppression division, receiving 200 taels of gold and 3 dragon blood steeds. The protagonist thinks about the dragon blood steeds, imperial mounts raised only by the royal family, worth more than 10,000 gold each, and is impressed by the reward. Then the decree names Yu Dun for Pingyang County, and for Liang's merits in containing the Ghost Mother sect in Liangxi, he is appointed River God of the Bureau of the 8th grade and receives 100 taels of silver. Shui reflects that they were also acknowledged for contributing to the introduction of the phonetic system. The steward adds that by imperial order he will also receive a dragon blood steed. The protagonist is surprised to also have been rewarded, and the steward concludes by saying that all must obey the decree, preserve the court's peace, protect the lands diligently, win the people's hearts, and govern with loyalty. Finally, he hands over the item and congratulates Yang, informing him that the dragon blood steeds will be delivered to the Lord's residence in a few days. Dong thanks him, saying it is an honor and that the envoy must be exhausted from the journey, inviting him inside to rest since a meal is already prepared. The steward enters and finds a banquet already set on the table. He looks at Liang and comments that the young man must be the master's 9th disciple, praising his posture and appearance, saying he is as graceful as willows in the spring moonlight and radiant like the morning glow, truly extraordinary. Liang responds modestly, and the steward continues, saying, His Majesty is full of praise for the phonetic system and that such merits are well deserved. He explains that the dragon blood steed is not the final reward. Once the Imperial Capital Academy completes the full implementation of the phonetic system in the coming months, the results will be evaluated and new rewards will certainly follow. The brothers look at one another, excited at the prospect of more honors. Xiang remarks that it is truly impressive, and Yang says that his 9th disciple, though so quiet, always shines like a blue streak when the right moment comes. Zhu jokes that they should have introduced this earlier, since even they, as older brothers, struggle with literacy. The protagonist thinks to himself that he should thank 9 years of compulsory education for that knowledge. The steward adds that the administrative team for Pingyang County has already been selected and that both the Demon Suppression Division and the Department of the River God are on their way. He mentions that the official in charge of the Department of the River God is an old acquaintance of Lord Yang, which makes Dong curious, trying to imagine who it could be. The steward also informs them that the provisions will arrive the next day and asks the Lord to receive them personally, since His Majesty declared that Pingyang may even be elevated to prefecture status. Liang reflects that the city is about to become the new center of attention. Rising from city to county is already rare, but now they are considering turning it into a prefecture. All of this is grand, and Pingyang seems destined to become the perfect stage for his moment of glory. Underwater, a catfish watches in fear as something moves behind the rocks and alerts the river god above that something has been found, a great demon. The next day, the protagonist walks through the streets and notices the presence of many unfamiliar people. They seem to be refugees. Suddenly, a boy runs up to him, saying he finally found him. It is Tong Min, who explains that his grandfather sent him to Pingyang City to look for him. But since he could not find him there, he continued searching until he finally located him, asking him to follow him to the council hall. Liang, surprised, asks if the village chief is looking for him. The inspector says the village chief is under orders from the county magistrate to collect grain meant to aid in disasters and support refugees from neighboring counties, saying this is the will of the imperial court and that everyone must cooperate proactively. An elder approaches and asks how much grain will be collected this time, and Beyond replies that it will be 10 measures of rice or 50 in coins. The village chief asks how they are supposed to pay for that, and the inspector sets his teacup on the table, saying everything is personally supervised by the county magistrate, and asks whether the man expects him to return empty-handed. Bian stands and remarks that with so many natural and human disasters, Chaozhou County has taken in countless refugees and both grain and silver are in short supply. He himself, in Pingyang, was simply lucky not to have suffered losses, so what is the problem with contributing a little more, thinking the villagers are stubborn and reflecting that if they cannot squeeze more silver out of them, how will they sustain themselves? The protagonist steps forward and states that the real reason Pingyang is safe is because someone worked behind the scenes to stop the Ghost Mother sect, not due to mere luck, and suggests that if they wish to help, they can set up porridge stations and provide direct aid to refugees, asking what they think of the idea. The people thank him emotionally, saying he is a blessing from the heavens. The inspector draws his sword and asks who that brat is who dares interrupt an official, questioning whether he is asking to die. The village chief intervenes and asks to introduce him, explaining that he is a promising young man from Yixing City and a disciple of Master Yang of Pingyang City. Bian mentions the master's name, intrigued, and wonders how that village ended up housing a disciple of Yang, remembering that the name has appeared frequently in recent reports, and says that even so, the order comes from the county magistrate. Liang replies that he is not trying to force him, but as far as he knows, Chaozhou County no longer officially exists. Shui pushes the official back into his chair and demands to know what orders he is talking about. Bian hesitates, and a subordinate approaches saying that he is a senior official and does not need to answer to commoners, suggesting they find an excuse to arrest the brat immediately and asking since when officials turn on each other over a mere disciple. The inspector agrees inwardly, wondering why he should fear a young man with no rank and no martial credentials, and doubts that Yang would really defy the magistrate over a simple student. At that moment, the sound of a horse approaches, and Bian asks who is arriving now. The rider asks who Liang is, and the inspector asks whether he belongs to the Six Gates Water Riders. The protagonist confirms that it is him, and Bian thinks the name sounds familiar, recalling that the Six Gates are investigating people connected to the Ghost Mother sect and wonders if that boy has any involvement, seeing the perfect chance to push him to be taken away and punished. A mere peasant, he thinks, could never oppose a government official. The Six Gates is the collective name for the three judicial offices, the Ministry of Justice, the Judicial Review Court, and the Censorate, which handle major cases, arrest criminals, and conduct interrogations, possessing their own armed force. The Cloud Eagle Cavalry, as renowned as the Jinyi Wei of Dashun, and each rider holds the strength of a galloping horse. Liang asks what business the Lord Officer has with him, and the inspector steps forward saying he hopes he has been well. The rider looks slightly confused, and Bian introduces himself, claiming he had the honor of meeting him when the Lord visited the magistrate's residence. The rider asks what the matter is, and the inspector says he heard he has been dealing with matters related to the Ghost Mother cult, mentioning that there is a suspect connected to the sect. The rider asks who, and Bian points at Shui, accusing him directly. The protagonist realizes he is being slandered, and the inspector adds that although he is a disciple of Master Yang, the master has many students, and it is only natural that the Ghost Mother sect might have found gaps to infiltrate. The rider then asks how he believes this person should be handled. Bian replies that he will take him into custody first, and once he brings him back to the prison and applies all interrogation methods, he will certainly discover the whereabouts of the gang. The rider laughs and says it is interesting, asking if he knows what his own rank is and what the inspector's is. The inspector answers that he is merely a 9th rank inspector, while the rider, as a bronze officer of the Cloud Eagle Cavalry, is naturally of the 7th rank. The rider then draws his sword and asks whether he understands what the consequences will be for slandering him today. Bian answers that yes. Slandering a superior is one of the 10 heinous crimes punishable by execution, but insists he has not slandered anyone. The rider then asks why he dared slander an 8th rank official. The inspector, confused, asks about this 8th rank and says he has never insulted anyone of that level. The rider answers that they attempted to slander the 8th rank river god official, Liang, and that by law they must be executed, asking Q whether this blade should or should not fall. Bian is stunned and wonders if that boy is truly an 8th rank river god official. The people around murmur in surprise, commenting on the young man being of the 8th rank. The inspector, kneeling, says he was impulsive and did not know that the esteemed one was a river god official and that his words were offensive. The subordinate beside him comments that now he remembers. He is not an ordinary disciple, but the 9th disciple of Master Yang, the talented student personally rewarded by His Majesty Liang. The protagonist declares that according to the law, execution is clearly justified, and asks if the inspector disagrees. The trembling subordinate says he is only a servant, acknowledges the young master's status, and states that everything was beyond's idea. The inspector, enraged, tries to attack him, saying he was the one fanning the flames. The subordinate strangles him and shouts that he still dares slander him, saying the evils he has committed are enough to deserve death 1,000 times. Shui kicks both of them, saying they forged the magistrate's order and illegally collected disaster relief grain, ordering them to return with Officer Zhang to give an explanation. He thinks that although he wanted to resolve this himself, with Imperial guards present, it is better to leave them in proper hands, and asks what the officer wishes to discuss with him. The writer says he almost forgot, explaining that the officer with the bronze badge of the 3 judicial offices came under orders from his superior to conduct an inquiry, and asks if he is interested in joining the 3 judicial offices. The next day, the protagonist is on his moving boat, reflecting that the more powerful someone becomes, the more lost they become within that power. And as someone from a modern era, he understands the saying that martial strength tempts one to challenge the law, asking himself what kind of life he truly wishes to follow, admitting he cannot take on another role. He remembers when Zhang told him that his talent would draw him into the Cloud Eagle Guard within a year, and asked if he was sure he would not reconsider. Liang apologized for refusing, and the village chief asked why he did so, telling him not to be foolish and to take back his words. In the present, Shui thinks that adopting a new profession only broadens the options for treasures and techniques, but between the Riverlord and his master, there is no lack of skills. And as for treasures, the bottom of the Zhanghui River is full of natural riches. It is time to check the place mentioned by Fei. Underwater, the protagonist swims, thinking he has already traveled 4 kilometers and wonders if he is still far from the deep waters, concluding that the farther he gets from the shallow areas, the more dangerous it becomes, and he must be cautious. The catfish approaches and makes a hand signal, and Liang asks if it is behind that rock, to which he confirms. Shui looks to the side and sees an ordinary sturgeon, about 3 meters long, but whose presence and aura reveal it as a monster spirit. The system notifies dragon type, aura detected. The protagonist wonders if that dragon type aura means there are actually dragons at the bottom of the Zhanghui. He hides behind the rock and concludes that no, it is only a dragon type, not a true dragon. It seems to be the dragon type mentioned, probably the great demon king of the cave, and decides it is time to leave because this high-level dungeon is not something he can face now. Liang swims out and thinks if he should ask his master for help, but gives up, remembering he only just joined and cannot bother him with something like this, needing to first return to Pingyang County. Today is the day of Senior Brother Xiang's discovery, and he must arrive in time. Elsewhere, a terrifying-looking tiger stares at Ko, and the two stand face to face. The second daughter comments that that tiger, with the head resembling a human, is practically a huachang, a monster spirit, and asks if he will be able to face it. Lan replies that that hard head is not as simple as it looks. Pang warns them not to be fooled by his appearance, for his talent in martial arts is exceptionally high, hidden beneath that honest and simple exterior. The tiger charges to attack, and Ko summons a lion, clenches his fist, and unleashes a series of powerful blows, his aura radiating strength in every direction. The second daughter is impressed and asks if that could be astral chi, saying he has not yet reached the wolf smoke realm, and wondering how he can possess astral chi. Pang explains that it is not true astral chi yet, but rather a plasma chi that resembles it. He adds that there are always geniuses in this world, born for martial arts, many with special physiques, and Ko is one of them, with naturally strong bones. With one more strike, Ko defeats the enemy and thinks that if he had to summarize everything in one phrase, it would be invincible within the same realm. Elsewhere, Xiang sits at the center of a circle of energy pulsing around his body. The protagonist watches and recognizes that the bottle contains a plasma exchange pill, an essential elixir for breaking through the plasma gate. Dong announces that the moment has come and that he may begin breaking the portal. Xiang's body begins turning red, and Master Yang orders him to pierce the Yangming and release the plasma chi. Liang smells a strong scent and realizes it is coming from Senior Brother Xiang. It is plasma replenishment. A normal person loses strength in their limbs after losing 20% of plasma, and life is at risk at 30%. The replenishment process requires 3 surges and 3 coagulations. An ordinary person would die on the first surge. That is why a solid foundation in the first 3 gates is essential. The plasma gate also tests a martial artist's endurance. The feeling of being on the brink of death is unbearable for many, which is why a protector is necessary. In a duel, the one with greater chi survives, and the one with less is eliminated. When the plasma gate blossoms like burning brocade, it is almost impossible to escape, but Xiang manages to. The brothers congratulate him and he smiles, saying he is finally a martial master. Shu jokes for him to stop showing off and go bathe since he spent the entire day without eating. Shui reflects that the plasma gate is the most dangerous of the four and wonders if, when his turn comes, everything will go smoothly, thinking also that he needs to find the right moment to tell the master about the sturgeon and maybe come up with an excuse. Elsewhere, people are gathered saying that if the martial hall is Yang's, all the others fall far behind. They heard that Master Liang began as an ordinary student but soon displayed extraordinary talent, astonishing everyone with his abilities. In just 1 week of training, he challenged 7 veteran students alone and later drove out the mountain spirits in Pingyang, bringing peace to the region. They say that if anyone plans to join a hall, they should choose the best, maybe even become a direct disciple. While the crowd talks, Lan asks the master when the grand martial war between halls will take place, and Pang replies that it will occur in 3 days. It has been a long time since there was a dispute of this scale, but now that Da Zhuang has crossed the Bone Gate, he will certainly make a name for himself and attract new students to their hall. He then asks if Ko is prepared. Finishing his meal, he stands and says, yes. In another setting, the protagonist sits on the ground and spits plasma, feeling he is on the verge of breaking the Bone Gate. He thinks that if he could devour that great sturgeon demon, he might be able to pass the plasma gate easily. After that, however, he will need silver to acquire the replenishment pill, and if it really comes to that, he will have to ask the master for help. Liang looks out the window and notices a commotion at the entrance of the hall. People are lined up while a man with a brush calls the next person. Ko watches and asks if that is Yang's martial hall. A young man beside him says that even if he is here to sign up, he cannot just cut in line. Ko plants a plaque in the ground and declares that he did not come to enroll, but to challenge the Yang martial hall. Soon after, people surround the arena while the brothers watch attentively. Xiang asks why any martial hall would dare challenge Yang's hall at a time like this, wondering if the opponents are tired of living. Shu answers that the opponent is cunning, having calculated everything precisely, and asks why they did not challenge directly, saying they are just using age as an excuse so that a younger disciple faces another of the same age from the hall. Xiang says the rival hall does not even have a martial master, and that if they dared challenge them head-on, they would be beaten into defeat. Zai agrees, saying that beating a child is no great feat, but even a narrow victory over someone high-level can make someone famous. Shu adds that the target of the challenge is not an ordinary disciple. Xiang then asks if he is saying the target is the little junior brother. The people in the crowd comment that the burly young man looks far stronger than an ordinary martial artist, and that defeating a random disciple would not be impressive at all. But what if he is facing Master Yang's 9th disciple? One spectator says it is hard to tell whether the 9th disciple is truly skilled, but the challenger gives off a far more intimidating presence. Ku raises his hand, introduces himself by name and age, 16 years old, and says he heard that Yang's martial hall is renowned across the country, so he came to test his skills against an expert of the same age. A young man steps into the arena, introduces himself as Akun, and accepts the challenge. People recognize the name and comment that he is known as Jade-Faced Sanshou, a fighter whose combined blocking and striking technique is flawless, and that he has trained for 3 years. Akun rushes forward and lands a hit on Ku, but the blow has no effect. The challenger does not even budge. Astonished, Akun watches as Ku stares back, grabs his arm, and slams him into the ground with tremendous force, then calls for the next opponent. The hallmaster scolds him, calling him arrogant, and the crowd murmurs that the next one is Leopard Li Huarong, the strongest among the common disciples, a 2-gate warrior. However, when he enters the arena, the Leopard too is defeated with a single strike. The crowd is shocked, commenting that the young man toppled a 2-gate warrior in one move, and wondering what level he must be and if anyone will be able to stop him. The protagonist helps the leopard up, the master thanks him, and then Liang steps into the arena saying the challenger's hand was a bit heavy. Ku smiles and says he finally showed up. Shui thinks the challenger knows his name and wonders if he investigated his past. Ku stares at him, remembering his master's instructions. In the ring, he can act more forcefully. He must defeat one person, Yang's 9th disciple, someone kind by nature from a fisherman's family. To defeat him, strategy is needed. First, shake his mind, then his technique. Anger him, confuse him. That is the first step toward victory. In the present, Ku mocks them, saying he thought Yang's hall had warriors worth something, but now sees they are just a facade, rotten inside, and that he will teach a lesson to those who only chase titles. The protagonist answers that he hopes his strength matches his words and invites Yang's hall to enlighten him. The two glare at each other. Huchi comments that that old fox is just as dangerous as he imagined, and that the burly youth must indeed have naturally strong bones, with plasma chi so dense it is almost visible. Liu observes and says he miscalculated. In the arena, the two advance, and Ku says he wants to see whether Liang is as formidable as they say. The protagonist watches the attack and dodges. Ku tries to strike again, but Liang avoids it, and Ku remarks that the opponent does not seem very tough. They stare at each other for a moment, then Shui moves at a high speed and strikes him. Ku spits plasma, incredulous, thinking it was a frontal attack and he should have been able to counter. He tries striking however he can, but the protagonist dodges all attacks and counters, hitting him again. Ku falls to the ground and Liang says he already held back and that he should give up, as he is no match. Ku stands and admits the other is strong, but says he has not yet shown all his strength. Zhuang grits his teeth, determined. Huqi observes and wonders if that could be the result of naturally strong bones. Pang asks Master Yang what he thinks of the disciple, and Dong replies that with naturally strong bones, the power at the second gate is equal to that of someone at the fourth, and that he is very satisfied. Pang warns that the disciple might be in mortal danger, and asks whether they should intervene, but Master Yang says to keep watching, because what comes next will be even more exciting. Meanwhile, in the arena, Ku is surrounded by an overwhelming energy, and declares that with his naturally strong bones, his true strength lies in his indestructible power. The protagonist watches silently. Zhuang charges and warns that he might get hurt because of this, but he has a reason he cannot lose. Ku unleashes a devastating punch, releasing a colossal explosion, and for an instant, Pang believes he won, until he sees the unexpected. When the smoke clears, Zhuang is shocked to see that his attack, so powerful, was blocked with just one hand. Liang looks at him and says he too possesses naturally martial bones. Ku, in turn, sinks into bitter memories. He thinks that his birth was a mistake from the very beginning. He remembers that at birth, his size caused a fatal hemorrhage in his mother during delivery, and the midwife had to cut him out with a polished stone shaped like a blade. When he was 5 years old, his father went hunting in the mountains and was struck on the head by a falling rock. When they found him, half his face had been eaten by wild animals. Maybe the others had been right. He himself had been the cause of his parents' deaths. At 12, a great drought struck the region, and the village chief believed he had offended the heavens. They decided which family he would be sent to so he could work in the fields, saying it would be his atonement. He did not understand what sin was and wondered what he had done wrong, why he was the only one blamed, but he never got an answer, because bandits invaded and wiped out everyone in the village. Ironically, he was freed by them, and his life seemed slightly less miserable. The bandits said they could make money selling him to the Zhao residents, enough to enjoy themselves, and that the big boy was worth at least 5 taels of silver. Ku believed that would be his entire life, an endless darkness, until his master and senior brothers appeared and saved him. They spent 2 days telling him he was not cursed, and his master said his talent was a gift from the heavens. Lan taught him to fight. His elder sister cooked his favorite foods, and before, when everyone called him Jinx, it was his master and brothers who gave him a real name. In the present, Zhuang keeps attacking with everything he has, saying he cannot lose, that this is his rare chance to do something for his master and his brothers. The protagonist notices that his strength has increased, but it is still not enough. A voice comments that senior brother Ku is overwhelming him, and then Liang releases his grip and hits him with a powerful punch, sending him flying. The crowd erupts, praising his strength. Ku gets up and Shui, surprised, asks if he has entered a demonic state. Zhuang is consumed by fury, repeating in his mind that he cannot fail and must win. Lan shouts for him to control his emotions. Pang urges them to stop, but Ku insists he is not lost yet and must restore the glory of the Pang Hall, saying he wants to buy Langyun Tower sweets for his older sister and needs pills. He cannot give up, cannot lose. The protagonist looks at him and thinks that if he does not intervene, the boy may lose his life in this state. He knows he must act on a spiritual level, and there is only one move capable of that. Zhuang charges again, and Liang thinks that releasing a bit of his aura should be enough to defeat him. He cannot use full strength, but he must try. An intense light fills the arena. The spirit of a dragon is summoned. Ku screams and collapses to the ground. Shui watches and concludes he has won, relieved that it worked without incident. Pang runs to his disciple, asking if he is all right. Zhuang apologizes for his loss, and Pang says it is fine, that they did what they could and can now move to another county. The audience applauds enthusiastically, praising the fight and saying the warriors of the Pang Hall are formidable, calling Ku incredible. They are stunned to hear that. Dong approaches, thanks them for the battle, and says they are welcome to settle in Pingyang. Pang replies that he is the one who should be grateful for having schemed so much yet still being treated with respect. The protagonist reflects that since the previous tournament, he realized he still has not fully used the potential of his dragon tendons and tiger bones. He thinks that his opponent, Ku, with naturally strong bones, can already rival a 4-gate artist, but his own martial bones make him even stronger. Besides, the tournament brought in 200 taels of silver. Later, he can ask senior brother for help to perfect Fubo. A girl approaches and tells him Master Yang has summoned him to the stables. The dragon plasma horse has arrived. Liang smiles, thinking it is finally time to see it. Elsewhere, Shui asks if the master called for him, and Dong confirms, asking him to come quickly to see the dragon plasma horse he chose for him. He explains that it is a stallion with a fiery temper, but with time and familiarity, it will become a powerful ally. The protagonist pats the animal, wondering if he can tame it through dominance, and whether the taming process will also enhance him. Master Yang comments that it seems he will need to find a caretaker for the new residents, since a horse like that cannot go without night feeding. Liang thanks him for the choice and asks if the master has a moment because he needs help with something. He explains that he discovered a small lake where there seems to be a large demon lair. He explored a bit and found 3 horse-like monster spirits guarding the entrance. Inside, there is a golden glow, and he has always heard legends of a true dragon in Zhanghuai, suspecting that something related to a true dragon may lie there. He asks for help exploring the cave, but says that if the master is busy, he will understand. Dong, excited, says it sounds like a good fight and tells him to come along. Liang, surprised, asks if he doesn't at least want to know the reason. Master Yang replies that everyone has their own secrets, and since he is his direct disciple, there is no need for so much explanation. They simply need to go and eliminate the demon. Somewhere else, Zhu confirms if that is the place, and Shui says yes, explaining that there are 3 sturgeon monster spirits patrolling the lake's entrance, and that he did not dare go further to avoid accidents. Master Yang approves of his caution, saying his affinity with water brings both fortune and danger. He then orders Yu, Lu, and Zishuai to prepare to block the lake entrance. They respond in unison. Dong comments that it has been a long time since he last fought seriously. The protagonist watches curiously and says that the full power of a tiger hunter realm expert is a rare sight. Master Yang draws his sword and assumes a firm stance, releasing an overwhelming force. Liang watches, impressed, wondering if this is truly the power of the tiger hunter realm. Suddenly, a voice echoes. Something is emerging. Shui thinks the demon is already close to human form and must possess a valuable tendon. Dong shouts that it is wounded and tells them to retreat, but the demon charges violently. Gang intercepts it with a strike, sending it flying, and Master Yang takes the opportunity to move his sword with extreme speed, slicing the enemy repeatedly until finishing it. He then sheathes his blade and walks toward the defeated body while the protagonist watches in shock at how easily such a great demon was slain. Master Yang explains that, fortunately, the monster had no combat experience and had simply been cultivating energy for a long time, thanks to the treasure it guarded. He then asks them to pull out the large tendon, saying the thing can strengthen a person's vitality and natural talent. Dong, examining it closely, notices something odd and asks why the tendon is not milky white as it should be but golden, concluding it might be a dragon tendon. The system notifies Dragon-type aura sensor activated. There are ancient legends of true dragons in the Zhanghuai swamp, and since sturgeons resemble dragons, they are called sturgeon dragons. Master Yang says he never imagined that sturgeon would possess a real dragon tendon. Dragon tendons and dragon bones are treasures even Zhengxiang realm masters covet. The dragon-type aura emitted by the tendon sends the surrounding creatures into frenzy. Liang thinks that an aura powerful enough to trigger a special system notification can only mean something unique. Dong comments that there must be a treasure at the bottom of the lake and suggests they dive down to investigate. Underwater, Shui sees that the great demon is gone, probably frightened off by the master's aura, and asks if that was really where it lived. Shu replies that the bottom of Zhanghuai is full of strange places. Master Yang points ahead and says that must be where the treasure lies. Soon they find a massive bone and someone asks if it is a dragon bone. Dong states that if it is, the dragon tendon makes sense. Z says even a Zhengxiang realm master would go mad over such treasures. The master explains that the sturgeon probably grew to that size by constantly absorbing the residual power of the dragon bone. If they had delayed a few more months, it would have fully absorbed it and returned to the wild, becoming nearly impossible to track. Shu says their junior brother is truly blessed with such luck. The protagonist thinks it was all thanks to Faye. Dong announces that it is enough and they should return, saying they will divide the dragon tendon among them. Then the group rides back, dragging a huge fish tied behind the horses. The master and his wife divide the fish meat into 3 parts, one stored in the residence cellar, another placed in the martial hall for the apprentices, and the last distributed to disaster victims to help them survive the harsh winter. As for the dragon tendon, Liang receives a piece 2 shang long, knowing the master kept only 5. The dragon bone is given to the eldest brother to help them refine their weapons. Even Wei has trouble resisting the temptation of the dragon-type aura, while Shui watches curiously. wondering how far that tendon can take him. The system notifies that his water essence points have increased, and the protagonist feels his back burning, thinking he has stepped into a plasma gate. New notifications appear saying he has absorbed part of the dragon-type aura and obtained a Yinglong mark. A powerful energy bursts from his back, and Liang wonders if that is truly the mark. The system announces that the mark begins to emit light and the flash shatters the surrounding glass. Shui is startled, not understanding what is happening. Countless thoughts flash through his mind until, suddenly, he realizes he is standing on a rooftop with no idea how he got there. The river's favor increases by a tiny fraction, and Shui grows irritated, saying that all that sacrifice resulted in only this. He wonders what kind of changes would occur if he returned to Jianghuai with so much accumulated favor. Underwater, a catfish swims calmly until it senses a strange disturbance and is swallowed by a whirlpool. A deep voice echoes, saying he has come again and asking what news he brings this time. A huge frog appears before him and tells him to choose a treasure to take back. The catfish is drawn to a feather nearby. Moments later, the protagonist is already back on the boat holding the feather, wondering if that was the vortex mentioned earlier and if it leads to the place of the elder brother spoken of before. He wonders if it was the feather that struck the bargain and notices it is not a red fire feather, but an ordinary feather from a bird of that species. He concludes that one of the two great demons he saw must be the frog brother Faye mentioned, and believes the underground current can be used to travel back, wondering whether that frog is indeed the same one. Liang examines the feather and thinks that whatever it is, the trade is worthwhile. Exchanging tokens for treasures is always a good deal. There's no rush, they can handle it later. For now, Faye maintains good relations, and the dragon tendon has already been devoured by him and the others, so it is time to return. Elsewhere, an elder notices something and asks what is going on. His partner replies that a large creature has arrived, a river dolphin, and that the River Lord Institute is entering the county. Dolphins leap from the water as a ship approaches, drawing curious stares. Ron asks if they still have not found him, and the young man beside him says his subordinate is incompetent because the commander's abilities are beyond human comprehension. Ron sighs, saying it is frustrating and that he probably went out fishing again, especially with Wei Lin nearby making him uneasy. On the other side, Shui is on the boat checking the system notifications and thinks that with the help of the dragon tendon, Bu Nengdong and the others have already gained more than half the experience needed for their second evolution. Suddenly, someone approaches and says he already knows. The protagonist startles, asks who is there, and realizes he cannot move. The voice comments that he is a martial artist, but far too impatient. A man holding a fishing rod appears and asks if he knows where Pingyang County is and how far it is. Liang grits his teeth, and the man casually comments that he forgot to mention he had temporarily sealed his meridians. He releases the seal and Shui feels his body return to normal, sensing that this man is unbelievably powerful, nearly as unfathomable as his master. The man explains that he lost track of time while fishing and became separated from his companions, forgetting the way back to Pingyang. Intrigued, Shui asks who he is, and the man calmly replies that he is Yue Long, the new commander of the River Lord Institute of Pingyang County. Liang is shocked, realizing this man may be his superior and thinking that the rest of the Institute's members should be arriving soon. He introduces himself by name and Yue asks if he is the youngest disciple of Uncle Yang. Shui is startled by the term uncle, and Long explains that his father is Count Guanying and his grandfather is the Duke of Wei, and that back then Uncle Yang risked his life to save his father. So he has called him uncle for as long as he can remember. The protagonist considers this a fortunate twist, but reflects that His Majesty would hardly know such details. Therefore, it can only be an intentional arrangement. If it was premeditated, he wonders about the reason behind giving him a subordinate position and what its true meaning is. Yue comments that unfortunately Uncle Yang may not have been as lucky this time and asks if he is wondering why His Majesty sent him here and gave him a lower post. Liang confirms. Long then explains that Wei is the grandson of Duke Liang of the Wei family and that the Duke's son is no match for his father, just as Wei is no match for him. Therefore, he must take the subordinate post. Shui reflects on balance and realizes this is part of the royal family's political maneuvering, wondering why the Duke would make things difficult for his father. Yue replies that the tragic fate of Uncle Yang's second son is closely tied to the Wei family. Elsewhere, a subordinate comments that the announcement was made long ago, yet the commander has still not come down, asking whether the imperial envoy did not say he was an acquaintance. Master Yang replies that an acquaintance is just further proof of how ingenious His Majesty's methods truly are. A banner flutters in the wind. The subordinate reports that Chronicler Dong and County Lieutenant Dun are waiting below and asks what they should do. A voice mentions Yang, who is actually Commander Wei Lin Do, saying that the place is still backward and filled with country bumpkins who do not respect them. Elsewhere, Ying announces that the older brother has returned. The protagonist approaches by boat with him. Rand comments that he finally came back, and Ying asks if he spent the whole time fishing too. Yue answers that he still is not used to the local fish. Ying asks what that means, and Long explains that this is the uncle's newest disciple, introducing him to the boy as the grandson and granddaughter of the Marquis of Fengning, saying they will be his superiors and that he has been appointed as an assistant. Liang greets them. Ying smiles and says the disciple does not need to be so formal, asking him to just call her older sister and wondering if he was the one who created the pinyin method. When he confirms it, she jokes that he really is human and not a great demon in human form. Shui answers that he is indeed human. Yue suggests that Ron take him to see the institute, telling him to get familiar with the place and pick up his equipment while Yue goes to meet his uncle. Ron agrees and tells the boy to follow him so he can show the place. He explains that although the institute is new, the rules and regulations of the River Lord Institute are the same as always. They do not answer to the regional government, but to the General Institute following the River Lord's direct orders. He will not have many mandatory missions. Most of the time he will patrol the river veins, ensuring the safety of the shallower areas. He shows the records room where he will accept missions and accumulate military merit to exchange for rewards. The subordinates greet them and Ron explains he's just showing a new recruit around. Chang comments that it is unusual for the Lord to personally show the place to a newcomer. Ping says he must be a descendant of someone influential and that they should take note of that. Ron continues the tour, going downstairs and showing the River Dolphin claim area. He hands over an invocation letter, explaining that it anchors the dolphin and that once infused with plasma, it allows him to summon it. The protagonist, surprised, looks at the letter and performs the summoning. A dolphin appears and Ron says it is male and that his luck is really good. Liang pets it and asks if this will be his partner as a river lord from now on. Ron answers that he can stay there to bond with the animal, saying he will not bother him further. Shui thanks him for the guidance and the trouble he took, but Ron says there is no need for such formality because they are colleagues now and it is natural to look after one another. The protagonist recognizes that even though he is close to Commander Shu, it does not mean everyone there will be kind. What matters is the threshold. If your strength is enough, it opens doors. If not, it becomes a barrier. Talent brings allies, but if the commander makes a mistake, everyone will grab the chance to bring him down, especially with Wei around. Because of that, he decides he cannot let himself be pushed aside and must use every means possible to increase his power, because only then will he reach true freedom. And since the river dolphins are aquatic creatures, he believes he should be able to tame them. Bunengdong and Fei had been tamed like normal beasts, while Wu, even though a monster spirit, was something special. He wonders if he will succeed. Liang then rests his hand on the dolphin and activates the Dominate skill. A sound echoes, and Shui realizes it worked. The system notifies that domination was successful and that it is possible to spend 1,500 water essence points to evolve the river dolphin into a river dolphin king. The protagonist looks at the creature and comments that its head is so round that from now on he will call it Yuantu. Soon more dolphins approach and Liang asks if that means they are its wife and child and that they want to follow him too. He thinks that an ordinary river lord is already considered powerful for having just one dolphin, but now he has 3. Elsewhere, Shui says he will return to take care of some family matters, and Ron answers that it is fine and that there is no need to worry, saying they will see each other the next day. Nearby, a merchant displays cloud prints. The protagonist watches as the broker praises his horse, calls it magnificent, and asks its name. Liang answers that it is called Chishan and remembers choosing that name when he brought it home. The broker asks if he is there to hire servants, and Shui confirms it, explaining that his new residence is ready and that he needs a rider and a cook, one of each. The broker asks where the house is, its size, and if he would mind sharing the servants with other families. The protagonist answers that the residence is in the city of Yixing, has 3 courtyards, covers 9.8 hectares, and includes a stable, adding that he does not mind sharing. Surprised, the broker asks if he belongs to the Liang family of Yixing. Shui confirms and asks who he is. The broker bows and explains that this is his daughter, who was kidnapped by the Zhao family half a year ago, and if not for the rescue carried out by the lords of the Yang residence, she would have been sacrificed. The protagonist remembers and realizes it was during the mission to the Ghost Mother cult's fortress. He downplays the matter, saying it was nothing, and that when Ping Yang is in danger, it is their duty to help. Deeply moved, the broker promises to personally select the 2 best people for him. Suddenly, a voice echoes saying that the incorruptible official has arrived, so majestic. The horse stops, steam flaring from its nostrils, and everyone watches closely. Liang asks what kind of horse that is, and the broker explains it is a Qingzhou horse, large and broad-backed, used only for pulling. Shui recalls that Lord Shu once mentioned the county magistrate was from Qingzhou. Yue comments that with Pingyang becoming a county and possibly even a prefecture, this is the first time in the history of Great Shun that something like this has happened, and the people being sent to the River Lord Institute and the Demon Extermination Department are not ordinary at all, with many factions involved, including the new magistrate. The protagonist asks who the magistrate is, and Long replies he belongs to the Jian family of Qingzhou, Jian Zhongyi. He placed second in the highest imperial exam at 21, is skilled in zither, go, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and singing. As a child, he consumed a python dragon pill that gave him an exceptional martial foundation, and by 34 he had already reached the tiger hunter realm, practicing the Tianyuan Hanshou Gong technique. Liang asks why someone so talented would accept the position of Pingyang magistrate, and Yue answers that the place is no longer what it used to be. Now it is a true prize, especially once it becomes a prefecture, and such a promotion could not happen without the magistrate. Shui says he understands, and Long warns that it is better not to get too close to this man. He explains that his grandfather met Jianzhong once and described him with a single phrase: a soft robe and half a hatchet in the plasma of the martial world, both Buddha and demon, forged into an unfinished being. This man is dangerous. Inside the carriage, the Lama announces he completed his mission, which took 107 days of preparation, and presents a treasure that unifies heaven and earth, forged through 9 years of grinding and refinement. A perfect ancestral artifact capable of lasting 1,000 years. The young woman beside him thanks him for his effort. Beside her is Magistrate Jian Zhongyi of the great snowy mountain of Qingzhou, surrounded by women. He says that upon assuming his new position, he received the order to deal with the Ghost Mother cult, and he asks how the aquatic matron they worship compares to the great Bodhisattva of the snowy mountain. The Lama replies there is no comparison at all, saying the yin-purging matron is a manifestation of resentful energy created by the cult's followers, and that the fetal pearl elixirs do not create new masters, nor expand the cult's power, but merely nourish the Ghost Mother. Such a resentment-born god with no root, no form, no substance would have nowhere to hide before a true enlightened Buddha, and would be destined to scatter with a single burst of Buddhist power. Jian comments that Wei is tyrannical, Shu is lazy, and the Demon Extermination Department cannot fight underwater, which disrupts his cultivation, and he asks when he will finally reach enlightenment. The Lama looks out the window and praises the man's bone structure, saying it is magnificent. Zhongyi asks what he means, and the Lama, licking his lips, answers that they are comparable to a tiger's bones and that using them to craft a ritual cup would be perfect, adding that Jian is 43 and that if he agreed to switch to his dharma, the finer the sacred bowl, the greater his power would be. He then asks whether Jian also owns a dragon plasma horse. Jian replies that the dragon plasma horse is an imperial steed of the court and one cannot possess it without an official title or a reward granted by the emperor, so acting rashly would be unwise. The Lama chants Amitabha and reminds him that in Pingyang County, Jian is the magistrate. Zhongyi smiles and admits he is right. Underwater, a water prison technique crashes onto snakes while a crocodile bites them, and another fish traps them. Soon, an even larger serpent approaches, and the protagonist says it is finally time to act, calling his dolphin to go. The giant serpent opens its mouth, and after defeating it, Liang carries the carcass. A voice praises him, saying his skill at eliminating aquatic beasts is truly impressive, and asks how many he has taken down that week. Shui answers that it is not a big deal and thinks that it has already been a week since he entered the River Lord Institute. All this time was spent training Yuantu and hunting aquatic beasts to accumulate small merits, and he believes he should finally have enough to make an exchange. Li comments that it is an admirable achievement, and the protagonist says he wishes to exchange his military merits. Li explains that he has accumulated a total of 10 small merits and hands him the exchange book, asking him to see if anything interests him. In the record, there is a text about the rooster crest fruit, a precious plant from the Ministry of Agriculture that grows underwater and ripens once every 4 seasons. Liang asks if these small merits can be split. Li replies that perhaps he does not know, but this is a special privilege granted to the River Lord Institute. The Ministry of Agriculture cultivates countless resources, and since the crest thrives in aquatic environments, the Institute maintains a large stock, which makes it very cheap. Shui thinks that compared to the red acid flower, the rooster crest fruit contains water essence, and for him this type of precious plant has a double beneficial effect, so he decides to take 12 of them. Li tells him to also check the cultivation technique section in case he wants something else, and informs him that Registrar Huang has already gone to fetch the crystallized fruits from the warehouse. The protagonist observes the place and reflects that most lower techniques cost fewer than 50 merits, but almost all are focused on underwater combat and do not reach the level of the arts his master taught him. Even so, for him, underwater combat does not require refined techniques, only pure strength. So he decides to stick with the rooster crest fruits for now, keeping the remaining 2 merits. Lee recommends that he return whenever he has time and hands him the crystallized fruits. Later, already on the boat, Liang carries a box and wonders how much water essence those fruits will grant. The system notifies an increase of 200 water essence points, and Shui thinks that he would normally have to eat until he was full to obtain that much. Unable to believe a single fruit has that effect, he wonders how much essence a high-quality precious plant could offer, decides to eat them all and leave none behind. The 12 fruits yield almost 2,400 water essence points, and he feels the plasma gate open significantly. He thinks that if he can exchange for condensation pills and plasma transformation pills, he will be able to cross the gate. He concludes that he should return first and attend the academy exam the next day. At night, the protagonist walks through the village with a scroll in his hands, finding the content interesting. The Zhenghuai Desert, according to what he reads, is a vast swamp near the mouth of the Zhenghuai River that stretches for about 10,000 li. The map of this world is much larger than that of his previous life, and by estimate, the planet is at least twice as large. A river so colossal could even house a real dragon. Having his own home was something extremely comfortable. It was spacious, composed of 2 courtyards resembling the structure of a traditional Sihei Yuan. A voice orders him to wait, and the bald man comments that the young fellow has finally returned. Liang apologizes, saying he has no coins with him and will go inside to fetch some. The bald man calmly replies that he is not begging for alms. Shui, confused, asks what he means by that, and the bald man returns the question, wanting to know if he already has a master, because if not, he would be willing to take him as a disciple. The two sit down, and the protagonist realizes he cannot sense any aura coming from this monk, concluding that he must be someone powerful. The bald man finishes eating and thanks him for the vegetarian meal, calling it alms. Intrigued, Liang asks why he wants to make him a disciple, and suspects that there might be some sort of trap. The monk, serene, explains that all things exist because of causality, and that everything is connected by destiny. Shui observes him closely and thinks that this man looks very much like the bodhisattva pendant seller who used to stand at the entrance of the neighborhood in his previous life. The bald man then says that he has dragon tendons and tiger bones, and reveals that he has mastered a technique called the Vajra Sutra, capable of subduing dragons and taming tigers. He says that when an ordinary person practices it, they can only reach a high level, but for someone like him, it is a supreme art. The monk adds that he can clearly see the boy has not yet reached 20 years of age, and that if he cultivates this technique, he will certainly reach the Genzing realm within 30 years, with real chances of attaining the Arhat stage, known among common people as the realm of the martial saint. The protagonist says he is just an ordinary man and does not dare aspire to the Zhengxiang realm, thinking that if the Zhengxiang realm is that difficult to reach, there are cultivators who spend their whole lives pursuing the Tao and still fail. He understands that the foundation of each realm is built on a mountain of dead cultivators. Liang asks to leave that conversation for later and questions where the monk came from. The man answers that he has no fixed home, but if he had to say, he came from Qingzhou. Shui wonders if it is the same place as the county magistrate and comments that accepting a disciple based on a single glance seems rash. The monk explains that on his travels he heard and saw how the benefactor distributed silver to save people, built shelters to serve porridge, and eliminated mountain demons to protect villagers. The protagonist feels relieved, realizing it may not be a trap, and asks what realm he is in. The monk replies that, according to common people's way of speaking, it is the Zhenxiang realm. Liang chokes and spits out what he was drinking, shocked, but the monk moves his finger and makes the liquid return to the cup without spilling. Shui watches in astonishment and wonders if that is water manipulation, asking why he returned the spit liquid to the vessel. The monk asks if he wishes to become his disciple, but the protagonist answers that he already has a master and cannot accept another. The monk, releasing an overwhelming aura, asks what realm his master is in and whether he could be stronger than him, saying he can visit him to debate the Tao. Liang tries to calm him down by offering tea. The monk then softens his expression and says he was not mistaken about the benefactor, for he is not moved by material ambitions. He then reveals that he was ambushed by an evil monk, had his dantian destroyed, and needs a place to recover, proposing a 10-day labor exchange for lodging. Shui wonders if that means he is crippled and comments that since he is alone in the world and his new house was just completed, he may feel free to choose any room. He thinks it is frightening for someone of such importance to be in the small county of Pingyang, but with his master nearby, there is nothing to worry about. The secrets he carries will not be exposed at home, and he feels that night will be decisive, the time to reach myriad victory, unify the origin, and enter the realm of spiritual stabilization. An intense power begins to manifest around him, and the spirit of a dragon is summoned. A bright light spreads, and the monk thinks that this benefactor carries a great destiny. Dragon tendons and tiger bones, a natural arhat. He reflects that this cultivation technique seems to be an internal method and recognizes that the young man has an excellent master, though he laments that there are always villains who cannot accept the success of others. Outside the gate, some masked men comment that the boy is inside. The Lama apologizes for troubling them and asks them to remember to keep him alive. They say they understand. The monk appears before them and declares that his Buddha is merciful. That night, anyone who disrupts the benefactor Liang's awakening will be personally sent to meet Lord Buddha. The next morning, someone raises an arm and stretches. It is the protagonist who realizes he has finally advanced to the Dingshan realm. His spiritual platform is now clearer, allowing him to comprehend martial arts with ease, and the cultivation technique runs freely on its own without the need for meditation. His cultivation simply remains active at all times, ceaselessly. Shui opens the door and everyone looks excited as he wakes. At the front are Fang and Lu, skilled workers recommended by the broker. Fang says he prepared breakfast for him and the master on the courtyard table. The protagonist greets everyone and the monk salutes him, saying it seems he made good progress the previous day. Liang answers humbly that it is flattery. Soon someone approaches and informs the master that Director Zhao of the academy sent a message. Shui asks the reason, and the messenger explains that there will be an exam at the academy that day and he must arrive before noon. The protagonist is surprised, remembering that he had almost forgotten. Elsewhere, Wan comments that the academy truly lives up to its reputation as the best in Pingyang County, but points out a major problem. The elder asks what problem he means, and Juan displays a note of 1,000 taels, his personal donation to the academy. The director is stunned, thinking that the yearly salary of a county magistrate does not even reach 500 taels. Juan says it is something trivial and walks away. The elder concludes that he is a young master of a wealthy family. Juan enters a classroom and comments that he heard about a talented individual from that county who created the pinyin method, wondering if the prodigy is present. The protagonist recognizes him and wonders if he is the county magistrate and what he is doing there. He then replies that he feels honored by the praise, but considers himself only an unworthy disciple. Juan says he did not bring much with him that day, only a few notes, and hopes they will not mind. A boy in the back announces that it is 100 taels. The instructor says that a gift from an elder cannot be refused, and Jiang thanks him for the reward. Juan states that when he assumes the position of magistrate of Pingyang County, he will be diligent, caring for the elderly, employing the capable, and protecting the young. Widows, orphans, the lonely, and the disabled will be supported. Those with merit will be rewarded, and those who fail will be punished. Rewards and punishments will be clear. Everyone looks impressed, and Juan asks if Liang will take first place in the exam that day. The instructor replies that the exam is not over yet and the result is uncertain, but he thinks that although the boy is exceptional for creating the pinyin method, real knowledge is another matter. Meanwhile, the protagonist takes the exam a little anxious and wonders what that is. Juan watches intently and thinks that according to his investigations over the past few days, that boy possesses extraordinary talent both in the arts and martial practice, something rare even among experienced disciples. As the creator of the pinyin method, he is a true prodigy, accomplished in literature and martial arts. Juan wonders what would happen if he turned his skull into a ritual bowl and eagerly waits for that possibility, saying they should let the young man display his talent. The instructor hesitates to speak, and Juan looks at his paper before saying he has other matters to attend to, and they will meet again another time. The instructor invites him to stay a little longer, but Juan thinks that if he used that ritual bowl for initiation and cultivation transfer, he might end up becoming a fool like him. Remembering the moment he grabbed the paper, he leaves irritated and says, "The excuse for acting without authorization had better be convincing." Outside, the men are lying on the ground, injured and groaning in pain. The Lama says everything was done successfully, but the heavenly path of lordship still lacks sufficient sacrifices to the eternal heavens. Juan asks why he failed, and the Lama explains that there is a master beside the boy whose realm is approaching the Zhenxiang level. Juan, visibly irritated, says that acting without authorization is one thing, but failure is unacceptable because he knows his own principles. The Lama says he understands and that those men will serve as the monthly sacrifices to the eternal heaven of the lady. The wounded, terrified, ask if they are not on the same side and start screaming in despair until they are eliminated. The Lama lifts an item and hands it to his lord, telling him to look. Juan says that those with merit will be rewarded and those who fail will be punished, for he has always acted with justice. Elsewhere, someone walks on water saying there is a water monster, repeating the phrase several times and yelling that everyone died, begging them to save his mother. It is Yu, who also says that the river of the River Lord Institute must be informed since everyone has been killed. Meanwhile, the protagonist stretches and reflects on the Vajra Sutra for taming dragons and tigers, which has three main foundations: strengthening Qi, the golden body, and protection against evil. Qi strengthening improves quality and speeds up cultivation. The golden body makes him more resistant, and protection against evil forms an aura that repels dark forces. The cultivation is based on strengthening the body center, and this technique raises that center to a level above any ordinary practitioner. Complete victory in Baoyuan strengthens the spirit, while the tiger subduing, dragon taming Vajra Sutra tempers the body, tendons, and bones. The master was right. This technique can be cultivated alongside another. Now he becomes an artist who cultivates both internally and externally, an almost perfect being. Although he has not mastered it entirely, he feels close to breaking through the blood gate. He has already used his military merit to exchange for blood coagulation pills and blood exchange pills, and when the right moment comes, he will be able to advance. Liang lies down with a book in hand and remembers that days ago he asked the chief registrar to prepare the exchange catalog so he could look for a suitable item. Shui looks through the main merit catalog and sees that, judging from the names alone, the techniques there are far more advanced than those of the lesser merits. Most require a major merit with some adjustments, but none seem useful now. The protagonist also flips through the book, reads about the Crimson Fire battle feather, and decides he will not use it, wondering if he should wait to exchange for life-prolonging treasures at this stage, but concludes there is no need to extend his life for now. Liang suddenly widens his eyes when he sees the Lingxi water and says that this is the only one worth taking, deciding it is time to ask the chief registrar whether there is any suitable mission. Shui then goes to another section. A young man passing by greets him, and Chang is surprised to see him there. The protagonist encourages him to try, and Chang agrees. Liang asks if there has been any major merit mission available recently, and Chang replies he reserved one especially for him which came out that morning. Shui says it is a coincidence and asks what the mission is, and Chang reveals it is to investigate the city of Wushui. At night, elsewhere, someone in front of a mirror admires their own beauty and shock, enchanted by such delicacy. 1,000 sorrows and griefs mark her brow, vows made between mountains and seas shield her from change, but a destiny-tied beauty can only blame the heavens for a reckless love that twists her heart and makes her wither day after day. Du comments that she is beautiful and says the gang leader is fortunate to marry such an exquisite concubine. The leader replies it is nothing and that if the county magistrate wants, he may take Chuner that night. Du says that would not be appropriate, and a man beside him reminds them she is the promised concubine of gang leader Lu. The leader argues that little Chun confessed she felt an instant connection with the magistrate and would regret it for life if she could not serve him, only helping them complete a beautiful union. Du laughs loudly and says it is excellent. The leader mentions the inspector position for his son, but Du reminds him they agreed not to talk about official matters that night. The leader apologizes and drinks a cup in atonement. Du stands, saying he is going to the room to handle romantic matters with Chuner, while the man beside him tells the leader not to worry because the magistrate has always kept his son's case in mind. Gang leader Lu thanks him. Yi approaches, saying 8 years have passed and that cursed fatty still uses power and influence to drag them into everything. The leader asks what is new about that and whether Fatty can think of anything besides filth. Yi says he heard someone from the city is leading people from the River Lord Institute here in Pingyang. The leader becomes furious and says that traitorous scum is running toward death. Yi asks what the plan is, and the leader replies that even if they belong to the Institute, everyone who died in the river were excellent swimmers, that is their territory, and if they dare enter, they will leave their lives behind. Elsewhere, an old man begs for a few more days, saying that without that fish, his family will starve. A boy with a scar kicks him and asks how many days he thinks he has left and who would give him more time. A child cries upon seeing the elder fallen, and the scarred boy says, everyone knows that with the Fish King causing chaos in the waters, the ones keeping the river safe are them, the government, the lords of the River Lord Institute. He says he and his brothers risk their lives every day to ensure everyone's safety, and asks whether it is too much to request a small docking fee. The old man complains that they have taken over the dock and charge half a tael per day of fishing, something impossible for simple folk. The scarred boy replies that if they have no money, they can sell their children, because a child is worth 3 taels of silver, enough to pay debts and rent a boat. Crying, the old man asks what this Fish King tax is and says they must hand over the best catch daily, making life impossible. At that moment, gang leader Lu arrives and asks what is happening. The boy explains the old man refuses to pay the tax and is causing trouble. The gang leader says it is foolish, that the old man is far too old to behave so shamefully, and asks why he is doing that. The man pleads, saying he has not eaten in 3 days and has no money, and the child kneels, begging for mercy. Lu sighs and says it would be easy for him to waive the fee, but asks what would happen afterward, and what about the other fishermen, would they stop paying too? And his brothers, without income, who would ensure everyone's safety. He then says the Fish King tax was ordered by the county magistrate himself as an offering to the king of the waters to protect the people. Using collective safety as an excuse for personal comfort is pure selfishness. The old man, desperate, is struck in the head by a stone thrown by a woman who shouts she has a granddaughter and a son at home, accusing him of trying to doom them all by refusing to cooperate with the magistrate. Everyone begins stoning the old man, agreeing that he is the one who should die. Even as he is struck by stones and shouting, the man tries to shield the child beside him, while the crowd roars that everyone's safety cannot be sacrificed because of him. The child cries desperately, begging them to stop hitting his grandfather, but no one cares, and they keep beating him while calling him a shameless old man. Guild leader Lu watches the scene with a satisfied smile and walks away. The scarred youth asks what to do about the debt if the old man dies from the beating, and Lu coldly tells him to sell the old man's grandson, saying any extra money can be considered a bonus for the brothers. He then adds that the River Lord Institute has been acting strangely and orders the man to return to the cave and guard the treasure. The subordinate obeys and asks what the plan is for dealing with the people from the Institute, and Lu says everything has already been arranged. Inside a boat, someone lets out a relieved sigh, saying that doing tasks while wearing that uniform is much more comfortable. It is the protagonist who cannot believe the River Lord Institute even provides a private boat for the River Lord and considers it an enviable benefit. He praises Aunt Fang's cooking, saying it truly lives up to its reputation, and asks the other if he wants some. Yu answers he is not hungry, but Liang insists they eat together since there is plenty. Yu eventually gives in, eats quickly, and gets emotional, saying it has been a long time since he tasted something so delicious. Shui tells him to eat slowly, and the boy, eyes filling with tears, says he wishes his mother could taste something like that too. Liang sighs, thinking that since the Ghost Mother cult's final desperate struggle, countless mountain spirits have been freed, causing serious consequences for the common people living nearby. He then asks Yu to explain what happened and where he came from. Trembling, Yu says it is the Fish King, many of them, countless Fish Kings. Liang wonders what so many Fish Kings could be and whether they are monster spirits. Suddenly, he feels a violent tremor, and Shui rushes out to see what is happening. The water starts to churn violently, and a blast shakes the entire boat. Yu screams that it is the Fish King, that they were the ones who devoured the entire fleet. Liang asks about these kings, and Yu, panicking, says they are back, that the Fish King has come to claim lives, the voice of the Fengbu County River, and the entire territory. Liang asks what territory that would be while Shui grabs his spear, walks to the bow, and declares that he is the one who decides what happens there. The waves grow even more violent, and Yu watches in fear as he sees him advance firmly over the waters. The protagonist asks him to wait a moment and dives, moving quickly under the surface while wondering if that could be a dolphin. But porpoises are gentle creatures, so why would they attack? The dolphins rush toward him, and Shui realizes he has no choice. He faces the creatures and decides he will have to defeat them to learn what is behind all this. Inside the boat, Yu watches in terror and wonders if he is still alive, staring at the massive whirlpool that has formed. Amazed, he thinks that must be the power of the Institute's master, the true River Lord. A head is thrown into the boat, making Yu jump back in fear until Liang leaps aboard again and tells him not to worry. Everything has been taken care of and the Lord is unharmed. Yu asks if that was the Fish King, and Liang explains they were only porpoises that had not yet reached the level of monster spirits, though they look different. Yu then points ahead and says that is the city of Wushui, assuring that everyone will be happy to know the Lord has eliminated the Fish King. He shouts to the people that he is back and brings good news. A woman recognizes him as Yu, the eldest son of the Liu family, and remembers he went fishing with the Zhou family boy, asking why he returned alone. A man beside her asks what happened. Yu jumps off the boat and excitedly announces that the Fish King has been defeated and everyone can fish freely again. The people are shocked, ask if it is true and how that could be possible, and Yu confirms it by showing the creature's head, saying it was the master of the River Lord Institute who defeated the enemy. The people gather, confirm it is real, and ask if they are safe now and what will happen to the fishing tax. Guild leader Liu then steps forward saying they, the common folk, salute the master of the River Lord Institute and thank him on behalf of all the residents of Wushui for his immense kindness. Liang senses the spiritual energy around him and notices the flow of blood, realizing the man is in the tiger hunter realm. Guild leader Liu introduces himself as Jia, owner of the local fishing guild, saying that in recent days he barely managed to protect the waters. But thanks to the master's men, now that the Fish King has been defeated, the master's feat is nothing short of saving them once again. Liang replies that he only did his duty and there is no need for thanks, though he thinks something in that reaction feels strange. The man accepted everything far too quickly. Ji then says that with the arrival of the Riverlord Institute, the city of Wushui is saved and everyone can return to fishing freely without taxes. The people begin to celebrate, saying he is generous, that they are now free, and they thank the River Master for their salvation. Yi shouts for him to get into the water and set an example, and Li, excited, dives in to confirm it is safe, calling the others to swim as well. After so long without being able to bathe, many happily jump into the river, commenting on how amazing it is to feel the water again. Suddenly, the protagonist notices something strange and shouts for everyone to get out immediately. One of the residents is violently pulled underwater and a spray of blood bursts on the surface. Panic spreads and everyone starts running, screaming that the Fish King has returned. Yu, desperate, asks how that is possible, and Jia, with a sinister smile, says the Fish King is still alive and that everyone should flee. The people are confused, asking what is happening and saying it makes no sense since the Fish King had already been killed. Yu trembles in fear when a woman approaches, demanding to know where her son is. He answers that the eldest and second Zhou brothers were devoured by the fish god. The woman collapses instantly, and another screams that her son also died, questioning why Yu was the only one who survived. Overcome by rage, she runs toward him, accusing him of betraying his own brother, saying he always took care of him and asking why he would deceive him. Yu, crying, tries to explain that the eldest brother and the others sacrificed themselves to save him so he could report everything to the authorities, swearing he was not the one who killed them. The woman screams that it is a lie, saying he planned everything for profit and that even her husband died because of him. The accusations spread, and the crowd starts calling him cursed and a bringer of misfortune. Behind the crowd, Jia watches with a discreet smile until everyone notices that the master of the River Lord Institute has returned. They murmur that he defeated countless fish kings, that the danger is over, but that the Water Lord will surely be furious. Liang, alert, thinks he was careless, sailing without caution and allowing himself to be ambushed. Now everything makes sense. The fishing tax appearing at the perfect time, the flattery and the manipulation behind the uproar. It was all part of a scheme. The aquatic beasts were being raised deliberately, and the most likely culprit is the guild leader himself. Chia, keeping up appearances, says the Lord is truly divine and that if he were not so unskilled in the water, he would have helped more, and he deeply regrets it. He says it certainly was not his fault and mentions that Yu must have his own explanations, asking if that is not right. Yu firmly answers no. The guild leader then invites him to rest in the village, but at that moment, a voice rises from the crowd saying that when the Fish King was killing residents, no one appeared, and now they show up only to deceive people and lure them back into the river to cause more deaths. They say he should not enter the village because no one knows if he was the one who summoned the Fish Kings. Yu denies it desperately, saying that Brother Liang avenged Brother Zhou and the others by killing the monsters and insists he was not the one who called them. One of the residents shouts that it does not matter because both must be acting together and planning everything from the beginning. Jia then raises his voice asking for calm, saying the Lord surely has his own reasons and that everyone should show some understanding. The woman, overwhelmed with tears, asks what kind of understanding they are supposed to show, saying her eldest son is gone and wanting to know how she is expected to live on understanding alone in the future. The protagonist releases a terrifying, powerful energy, invoking the spirit of the dragon. The guild leader wonders if that presence could really be the Bone Gate, while Liang states he will explain the day's events and uncover where the aquatic beasts came from. Yu tries to speak, but Shui tells him to calm down and return for now, promising that once he discovers the truth behind everything, he will go to them. Without anyone noticing, an insect is stuck to Yu's back. Ji orders everyone to disperse and apologizes to the boy, saying he has urgent matters and cannot accompany him. The protagonist replies it does not matter, that there may still be reasons to seek him out. The guild leader says he flatters him. A young man approaches the chief and whispers that everything has been collected according to the order and that the boy will never find them. Ji comments that the swamp will serve well as his grave. Meanwhile, Liang rides across the river, thinking he was wise to hide everyone at the first sign of trouble. Even though he told them not to touch or follow the others, Shui closes his eyes and connects to somewhere. When he opens them again, he smiles and says he found them. In the river, fish move in groups. The monster fish, The crocodile and the catfish watch them in fear as they pass. Liang tries to see something on the surface and thinks they must be close, just waiting for Fei to scout the exact point. He concludes that those tiny spheres are being controlled, and that such an orderly retreat can only mean commands from someone in the shadows, but he wonders what kind of method could achieve that. After Shui defeats the monster fish, he notices something coming out of its mouth. The protagonist grabs the object and realizes it is a parasite. He thinks it resembles the ones from his previous life, although slightly different, still capable of controlling aquatic creatures, probably the tool used to manipulate the dolphins. Keeping beasts that belong to the river god without permission is already a serious crime, but using such sorcery to harm residents and profit from it is even worse. Liang crushes the parasite in his hand. Elsewhere, people tend to the dolphins, all infected with parasites. A boy accidentally crushes one, and the old man tells him to be careful, reminding him that each of those things is worth half a tael of silver, and that if the third chief finds out, he will be in trouble. The boy tells him to speak quietly, remembering that little Luo was thrown to the fish by the third chief for making mistakes. The old man tells him to behave then, adding he saved up 10 taels to treat his mother. The boy asks if this is the work of the whale gang, and if they are not afraid, the officials will discover the shady business. The old man puts the parasite into the dolphin's mouth and says there is nothing to fear, asking where he thinks those things come from and whether he really believes the whale gang could do that alone, saying everything is the work of lords from far away. The boy replies that even so, he feels they are facing divine punishment until he gets smacked on the head with a sandal. He asks why his uncle hit him, and the old man, annoyed, says that is nonsense, that survival is already hard enough and there is no reason to worry about others, saying they were not the ones who killed the residents, but only created the fish parasites. At that moment, a man approaches saying it is too noisy so early in the morning and asking if he is begging to be thrown in as fish food. The old man asks if he is the third chief and when he returned. The scarred man replies he does not need to report his schedule, and the old man quickly bows, saying it is an honor to have him inspecting the place. The scarred chief notices something beside him and asks if he destroyed a parasite. The old man panics, and the third chief grabs the boy by the neck, asking if he has been ignoring orders. The boy cries, begging his uncle for help, and the old man pleads, saying his nephew is just ignorant. The chief says he has been there long enough and that everything there belongs to the gang, so he cannot let it go. The old man promises to pay for him. The third chief releases the boy and says he has a good uncle and that now they will discuss compensation. The old man asks about the amount, saying it used to be half a tael, and the third chief replies that half a tael is only the price of the parasite, but that he also spared the boy's life. The old man thanks him, saying that is all he asks and that he is not a greedy man. The boy protests, saying that money is what he saved for his mother's treatment and he cannot take it. But the third chief asks if he intends to challenge him. The boy yells for him to give the money back to his uncle, and the old man screams no as he sees his nephew struck in the stomach and thrown into the water. The third chief says he provoked that and did everything he could, while the old man, desperate, asks why the boy was so stupid. The chief comments that the boy is lost, for the creatures of the river will not let him leave. The water begins to bubble until the boat is capsized. Everyone watches closely and the protagonist emerges holding the boy. The third chief asks who he is and Liang introduces himself. The man wants to know how he found that place, and Shui replies that he is suspected of illegally creating an aquatic beast that belongs to someone else, and that, in the name of the fish king of Wushui, he must come with him. The third chief smiles, saying he was curious what kind of big shot had appeared, but sees it's just a naive brat. He asks if the boy has any idea who owns that business, and comments that he is only a low-ranking official who speaks too much. He says he will stay there and challenges the other to try to make him move. The protagonist pierces him with his spear and keeps pushing until causing a heavy impact. The third chief, dazed, thinks he cannot even see his speed, and while Shui strangles him, he realizes something. The chief smiles, believing he made the biggest mistake entering the water with him, because the mother of the modified fish lice is in his body, and once in the water, she can control all the currents of the river. The pressure increases more and more, but the protagonist continues squeezing his neck. The third chief asks why, citing his river dolphins and how that would be possible. Liang smiles and asks if he is the owner of the river dolphins, then uses the water prison. The chief, surprised, asks if he is a man or a god, and Shui replies that he will hit again and demands that he speak. Elsewhere, the boy tells his mother that he did something idiotic and failed with Zhou and the others. His mother, sick and lying in bed, says the blame is hers, for if she had not fallen ill, he would not have had to go out to earn a living. Yu says he asked the master to eliminate the Fish King, and that, when the truth comes out, he will apologize to the villagers, promising to earn money to treat the illness and give everyone an explanation. The woman says she believes in her son's character, and that there must be some misunderstanding. Suddenly, a voice approaches saying that this is the tramp's house and that they must not let him escape, ordering them to block the door. Yu comes out and asks what they think they are doing. There are many people in front, and the guild leader asks how it came to this, saying he really cannot hold back the will of the villagers. Yu wants to know what everyone is doing there, and Ji smiles sinisterly, answering that he owes an explanation to the villagers who lost their families. People shout that he deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces, blaming him for everything, saying that someone's child died in the Fish King's mouth and that they lived well under the gang leader's rule. But because of him, they were cheated, lost a hand, and now do not know how to live. The guild leader says he should explain himself properly, for the people do not blame a good person, but also do not let a bad one escape. Yu insists he clearly saw it was the hand of Master He, but the people say the child must be colluding with others to incriminate them, and that perhaps that man from the high office wasn't even real. Yu insists it is not so, that the Fish Kings were definitely eliminated, perhaps more than one. But Ji taunts, asking if he is only speculating and wants everyone to believe his supposition. People start calling it a conspiracy and thank the gang leader for cutting the losses in time. Suddenly, Yu is hit in the face by a child who screams for him to give back the father and calls him a bad man. Ji says the important thing now is that the Fish King is furious and that everyone saw the consequences, so they must hold the Fish King festival immediately to appease his wrath. Yu kneels, saying he is willing to go out and fish to calm the Fish King's anger. But the gang leader asks if he thinks the offering will be only fish this time, and says that now the offering is him. Yu asks if they will kill him, and his mother runs out of the house shouting not to touch her son, offering herself as a sacrifice in his place, leaving the boy desperate, asking her to return and saying this has nothing to do with her. People look shocked until one of them has an idea and asks why all the others lost someone but nothing happened to him, concluding he must be the Fish King's chosen one, and that if they do not sacrifice him, no one there will have peace again. They ask who among them has not lost parents, and say that if they let him go, what will become of the dead relatives? The crowd begins to shout to seize him, claiming they need to appease the Fish King's rage. They close in while Yu thinks only of his mother, who comforts him, telling him not to be afraid. They throw pieces of wood at her until a parasite crawls onto one man's arm, making everyone jump back in terror and call it a monster, saying he pretended to be innocent but was hiding a terrible creature. The guild leader asks if that is a spiritual beast and comments that its aura feels wrong. Yu cries desperately with his mother in his arms, begging her to wake up. One of the men says he is still pretending and orders them to grab him already, but the protagonist appears and asks who dares. The people recognize him as the lord from the He office and ask how he got there, saying he had gone downriver to fight the Fish King, and that the He office can only handle water matters and this is dry land. Liang replies that Yu is an important witness brought to investigate the Wushui incident and, in other words, a protected witness of the He office, asking if anyone there has the right to dispute that. The guild leader says he arrived just in time to speak on the boy's behalf, that this is the best outcome and claims he is willing to believe him, trusting he will not disappoint them. He announces that tomorrow the Fish King Festival will be held and that he has prepared food and wine on the boat awaiting his presence. Shui, irritated, orders him to get out of his sight. Ji leaves, telling him to rest well since they will meet tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yu cries intensely, saying he never harmed anyone and only wanted to earn silver to treat his mother's illness. The protagonist places a hand on his shoulder and apologizes for arriving too late, explaining he has already investigated the case, but acting rashly would only bury the truth, and he cannot wipe out an entire town. He swears he will clear the boy's name. Later, elsewhere, Liang holds his spear and thinks that according to Zheng's information, Jie is a martial artist of the Swift Horse realm and Yi is a martial artist of the Blood Gate. His current strength is not enough, and it is time to break the Blood Gate. Then Shui is underwater with his pets around him as the smoke dissipates. He swallows a pill and thinks that now is the moment. The danger of the Blood Gate rests in his hands. 3 waves and 3 condensations. Each blood exchange means walking on the edge of Hell's gates. All blood is expelled from the body, relying on the foundation of the 3 gates to hold one last breath. And what comes next is a contest of pure willpower. Suddenly, Liang's body turns red. His mana becomes overwhelming until it begins to crack, and the red particles shatter. As the energy moves, a symbol is branded on his back, and Shui thinks the Blood Gate has been broken. He is now a 4 gates martial master. He says he is fine. The breakthrough is over and everything is ready, thinking it is time to settle accounts with Jia. The next day, Yi asks her brother about the boy from the river office and whether he will actually come. Jie says not to worry, that boy will definitely not leave. Once on his boat, he will have to obey. Yi says it is true. Since all officials are the same and never give up, until they get something in return. The guild leader asks if there is still no news about the old third, and Ye says no, asking if the man ran off with the money. Jie says he is no fool, he is brutal but knows what he is doing. Then someone announces the boy from the river office has arrived. The guild leader orders them to go and give the young master a warm welcome. Liang approaches with his boat, and Jie says his radiant presence brings light to their humble dwelling. He then asks if he is seeing what is outside and whether they should talk on the second floor. They enter, and the guild leader asks what he thinks, saying the quality there is no worse than that of a grand restaurant. Shui replies he does not remember telling him his name and realizes he has been investigated. Ji says a true hero rises from youth, and news of his innate martial talent displayed in the martial hall has spread for miles, calling him the youngest river lord in the office's history, mountain demon exterminator, with illustrious and unquestionable battle records. The protagonist says he cannot compare, and that mentioning the government's name is less useful than invoking the gang leaders. The guild leader replies that if he ever encounters trouble in that territory, he only needs to mention his name and he will certainly help him. Liang asks whether, for such an illustrious leader as Lu, resorting to intimidating villagers and coercing residents is not something shameful. Yi mocks him, saying that little villager is just an excuse to squeeze money, and asks how much it will take for him to leave. But Jia tells her to shut up and says that in this world nothing is worthless. Everyone is just trying to survive. He says that even if he himself reached the running horse realm, he still wouldn't be able to pass through an official's gates and eat a peaceful meal, that there is no other choice, and that this business has always been handled by the masters above. He then asks if the other still intends to interfere. Shui replies that the river office handles only river matters and that this is the rule. Jie laughs and says now he understands how things work, that it is more convenient for himself, and throws 3,000 taels on the table, saying that should be enough to cover his expenses and push him to the impact horse realm. The protagonist asks whether they do not know his master Yang, and if they are looking down on him, saying this is not enough. Jie promises that as long as he goes away, they will offer another 2,000 taels per month, but Liang says it still is not enough. Yi stands up and asks if he is trying to intimidate them, and the guild leader asks how much he wants. Shui replies that he wants all of them. The leader understands what he means, but before he can react, he is struck by the protagonist, who finishes by saying he wants all of their heads. Elsewhere, a little boy asks the young master to slow down, saying maybe they are trying to surprise the old master, but that might make them flee the academy, and asks if it is really a good idea. Wen complains that his father's birthday is only today and they need to finish quickly. They say they are almost done and point at his father's ship. Suddenly, an explosion erupts on the ship and everyone watches in shock. The guild leader says a true prodigy can become a fourth gate martial master in a single night, but even that is not enough. Claiming he is an operating horse of the extreme realm, a martial master. Ji tries to cut him with his sword, but the protagonist blocks it and thinks that a fourth gate martial artist can turn iron into mud, leap over tiger dens, and that his gaze can seize the soul, being unrivaled in combat. Liang shatters the opponent's sword into pieces and knocks him to the ground, saying that he knows he cannot deal with him with his current strength, but he cannot forget Liu's face. The guild leader asks what he intends to do, and Shui puts away his spear and says it is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Yi asks what that means. People outside watch and ask if giant waves are forming. The protagonist controls the water and everyone is terrified. Liang orders him to follow him to the riverbed to fight, and a voice echoes, saying it is the enraged Fish King, or perhaps the river god himself. Wen worries about his father, and Jie thinks he cannot use his full strength underwater, while Yi realizes the water is weakening her power. The guild leader believes that although his strength is hindered, the opponent must also be affected, and that as an extreme realm operating galloping horse, he can hold his breath underwater for half a day without issue. If he proceeds steadily and safely, the advantage will be his. Ji draws his sword and charges to strike him, but Shui says that even an extreme realm galloping horse cannot touch a gentle breeze. The guild leader, shocked at his miss, asks if he is a monster. A crocodile appears and slams him with its tail. Yi panics for her brother and asks if the boy can control aquatic beasts, calling him a sorcerer. Yi attacks with her sword, but the protagonist blocks it with his spear. Yi retreats and wonders if he is nullifying every technique underwater. Ji shouts for the other to run, but when the guild leader looks back and sees his sister fighting the boy, he calls out to her. Liang uses the water prison, and Jie watches in shock, realizing that the martial forms he uses seem to rise from within him, affecting even the world around them. The protagonist advances and strikes Yi directly with the spear, defeating her in one blow. Liang then looks to the side and says it is his turn now. The furious guild leader charges, People watch the water's surface churn rapidly and ask what is happening underwater, whether someone is fighting, and who could possibly face Chief Je. They say they heard he is a galloping horse realm martial master, and wonder if that official is from the River Lord Institute. Wen asks if he was sent by the River Lord Institute, and Ron says he is Uncle Yang's disciple and asks why he is only hearing this now. Chang explains he thought it was just a small, ordinary task and never imagined otherwise. Huang adds that the mission was in the city of Wushui in the neighboring county with low difficulty, but for some reason they still have not returned. Ron explains that according to the rules of the River Lord Institute, if a team does not return from a low-level mission within 3 days, the task level rises, and after 7 days they are officially marked as missing. Huang asks what he thinks and why he assigned the mission to Liang. Chang replies that he seemed strong, stronger than most galloping horse-level martial artists, and he believed nothing would go wrong, that he would return in a few days, but he did not consider the consequences and now fears what elder brother Shu will say. Ran grits his teeth and a firm voice says he already knows. It is Shu who approaches and orders them to explain in detail what happened. The water begins bubbling and rising until the protagonist emerges, throwing Jie to the ground, and asks if he still has anything to say. The guild leader screams that he will make him pay, claiming he is an eliminator, a corrupt official who controls the Fish King, and is now trying to threaten the lives of the residents. People begin shouting that they knew he was not a good person, and that as long as he is there, he should not even think of touching the chief. Ji laughs, saying a stranger truly believes he can bring him down. Liang replies that he knew he would attempt this farce, and orders him to shut up. On the boat, the little boy tells his uncle that that man saved his life and must speak, and that he has endured this long enough. The old man understands and stands up. People recognize them and say they are the uncle and nephew of the Li family who had disappeared. The boy confirms and reveals they were forced to raise the Fish King, stating that the true mastermind behind everything is the chief of the fish tanks. The leader shouts that this is slander, but the boy continues, saying that he and the third chief secretly raised river dolphins and used fish parasites to control and attack anyone who entered the river. To intimidate people, they forced them to rent boats to fish, otherwise they would be attacked by the fish. He confesses that he and his uncle, blinded by greed, agreed to help take care of the river dolphins, and those men used this method to steal, kill, and do whatever they wanted. If anyone still doubts, they can all go with him to the island because Zheng's body is still there. A civilian asks whether it is true and whether his son's death was caused by that man. Ji grabs the child as a hostage and threatens that if he sees him there again, he will kill him. Wen calls out to his father and asks if what was said is true. The guild leader asks what he is doing there and says he should be at school. Wen runs and the assistant tries to stop him. Ji screams that all of this is his fault and that if it were not for him, nothing would have happened. Anne tries to kill him, but the guild leader moves. The protagonist is faster and strikes with the spear, piercing the enemy's body. The guild leader, wounded, tells him to go ahead and kill him, that on the road to the underworld age does not matter, as he will wait for him there. Liang replies that the Yellow Springs are also a river, and when that day comes, he will have to lose his life again. Elsewhere, a subordinate arrives running, and Du asks what happened. The subordinate replies that everyone is finished. Du asks what he means, and the man repeats that the whale gang, Jie, and Yi were all killed. Du, incredulous, asks if all of them are really dead and who could possess such power since Jie was a high-level master. The subordinate explains that from afar he saw someone wearing the official robes of a river lord, an 8th rank one. Du wonders if someone from the River Institute is involved. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Liang destroys everything around and someone approaches saying it is true that heroes are born young. It is Du, who says he heard about a young hero from the River Lord Institute who came to eliminate the whale gang bandits and came to confirm it. He says they have tolerated Jia long enough that the boy rid Fengbu County of a great evil, and that it is a shame he served as magistrate for more than 10 years, only to be marginalized to this point, failing the people and feeling ashamed to be an official. Shui says he is straightforward and does not understand all these twists, stating there is no need to put on a show before him. He explains that the River Lord Institute patrols the Great Lakes of Jianghuai, and that if there are aquatic monsters causing trouble, they will be eliminated. If there are fish gangs stirring chaos, they will be as well. The fish gang must not meddle beyond its limits, because that would be overstepping authority and breaking the law. He asks Du whether he is not a hero willing to save the world and sacrifice himself for others, and says that so far, life has been satisfying and he does not want to seek more trouble or cause unnecessary stress to himself. Du interrupts and asks, "But what?" The protagonist replies that the River Lord Institute cannot control a county magistrate like him, but that he will settle all accounts of the whale gang and report them faithfully to the 3 judicial divisions. Du thinks he is only a minor river lord, yet still dares so much. The men say the magistrate never gave him permission to leave, and Liang, impatient, says he is in a bad mood and orders them to disappear. Shui's aura becomes terrifying and they ask what is wrong with him, saying that presence is even more frightening than a galloping horse. A man in the back shouts, asking what they are waiting for and if they think they can escape if they let him go. The protagonist asks if all of them are galloping horse martial masters, and a powerful voice rises saying they dared surround an official of Dashun. The old man asks who is there until he is struck by Shu, who appears asking if they think no one from the River Institute was present. The young man asks who he is, and Shu shows his official seal, revealing himself as the deputy commander of the River Lord. Everyone is shocked and tries to flee, but Shu appears in front of them, asking if they still intend to run, and releases a spiritual wave that throws them to the ground. Du is terrified, and the protagonist asks why his partner came. Shu replies that he became so immersed in the mission, he lost track of time. 7 days had already passed, and when he realized he had not returned, he assumed something had happened and rushed there. Liang asks how he arrived so fast when it takes 3 days by boat from Pingyang. Shu says he's not bad at all, that he faced a 4th-stage galloping horse and actually won, as expected of Uncle Yang's last disciple. And Shui replies it was nothing, just luck. Shu laughs, saying it was a noteworthy feat, and Yue, watching from afar, comments that the boy has already earned 2 major merits. Later, several men are being arrested, and one protests they have been wronged, but the guards tell him to shut up. An officer approaches and comments they arrived 1 step too late as the body was already like that, destroyed by an extreme pain that ruptured the heart meridians. Meanwhile, Yu lies beside his mother, and the protagonist remembers the boy's words saying those last few days were the most comfortable of his life. He remembers when she said everyone's livelihood had been blocked by the Fish King, and now that he had been eliminated, the village would surely live better. He also remembers Yu saying his life was saved by brother Zhou at the cost of his own, and that when he returned, he would care for his mother as his own, fish, earn money, marry, and have a big healthy son, promising that when the time came, he would tell the story of how he defeated the Fish King. In the present, Liang touches Yu's face and says, farewells are not forever. Maybe they will meet again in another world in a few years. Shui walks away as the sky darkens, heavy with clouds, until it starts to rain. Elsewhere, the protagonist approaches and asks if his brother called. Shu replies he found something interesting for him, and Liang asks what it is about. Yue comments that he heard from the master that he has been quite interested in archery lately and that black iron bow is perfect for him. Shui examines the bow and asks if it was Jia's weapon, thinking he had received Emperor Chuanzhu's favor, which made his cultivation advance rapidly in recent days, further improving his mastery of long weapons as if aided by divine power. He concludes the same must apply to bow weapons. He wore a crescent-shaped sling at his waist and wielded a 3-pronged spear. The sling was an ancient type of bow that fired arrows instead of projectiles. The protagonist reflects that, as they say, 100 beasts and 10,000 arrows are worthless without a strong bow, as the quality of the bow body is the most important factor. A proper bow must be able to be drawn and held for at least 3 breaths to be truly usable. Shu comments that he actually managed to pull a 100-stone iron bow and hold it for 1 full breath. Liang thinks that bows used by trained soldiers normally weigh about 35 jins, and that bow weighs at least 100 stones, the equivalent of 1,500 jins. He concludes that defeating Jie was pure luck thanks to the advantage he had underwater, because in strength he is still no match for him. He admits he only managed to pull the string for a single breath and still has a long path ahead. He asks if they are simply giving him the bow like that, and Yue asks if the report mentioned Jia using that weapon. Shui replies no, and Shu smiles, saying of course he brought the bow to deal with Jia, but it ended up not using it. The protagonist asks whether that couldn't end up turning against them, and Yue replies that maybe it could, since confiscating property has always been a profitable business. He adds that there is an important lesson in this, not trying to be a perfect person, because it is good to keep a few harmless flaws. Liang advises him not to take everything on himself, nor be relentlessly righteous, because he is not a god, only a man. He remembers how those youngsters loved the quick sesame buns from the corner shop and asks if he wants to go eat together. Shui agrees. Meanwhile, underwater, the catfish and the crocodile notice something curious and come closer. The crocodile is frightened until a huge shell opens and an old man comes out complaining that they interrupted his sweet dreams for no reason. The next day, the protagonist walks thinking that he has finally arrived home and will be able to rest well. He remembers that a few days ago, Faye kept sending messages talking about a treasure, but he still doesn't know what that means. Liang opens the door and asks if the master is not there and whether he went out. He says that the river, Liu, and Aunt Fang didn't know he was coming back, so they went to work. Since discovering that the underground river from the backyard well connects to the Great Lake, he expanded the area near the well while building the house and created a small lake for Faye to rest in, since he cannot move. He observes that those two are sleeping again and comments that he himself is fine. Suddenly, he notices something and asks what that is, surprised by a giant mussel. A voice from inside the shell answers saying it is not a simple river mussel, but a giant clam. Shui is shocked that it can really speak, and the voice asks if he can hear that elder and who he is, and why he ordered that fat fish to kidnap him. The protagonist asks about the kidnapping, apologizes, and says Faye is just playful, that he offended the elder unintentionally, promising to find a proper place for him to live tomorrow. The shell says the young man is very polite, and Liang comments that this world is truly extraordinary, wondering if there are giant clams capable of speaking, since such a creature shouldn't even have vocal cords. Suddenly, Shui realizes something. The old man is opening the shell, and when he opens it, he asks his name. The protagonist says the giant mussel is alive, and the old man answers that he is rude. Liang realizes it is not the clam speaking but the old man himself, and asks why he can see and hear him, imagining it might be a Zeding ability. The old man explains that he and the fat fish are of the same type and asks to be released, saying he is merely a spirit that gained form. He asks if he has ever seen a giant clam walk. The protagonist repeats aloud, "Spirit?" and remembers reading something about it, that in this world, all objects can give rise to a spirit, also called a sentence. The conditions are extremely harsh and little known, but there is one item capable of producing a spirit successfully, the weapon of a martial saint. So he wonders why that giant shell was able to generate a spirit, and the old man complains that he is bullying him. Liang looks to the side and asks what happened. The crocodile opens its mouth, and Shui asks what that is. The protagonist picks up an insect and says it looks like a silkworm, but then realizes it isn't, asking whether there are markings around it. The old man asks if that is a mirage brooch, and Liang, curious, asks if he knows what that is. He wants to know what exactly a mirage brooch is, but the old man asks why he should say. Shui replies that his knowledge is vast and profound, worthy of a great scholar, saying that this junior humbly asks for the senior's guidance to broaden his horizons. The old man says not to think he will let him go just because he spoke politely, but because he is interested in his desire to learn. He says that, according to legend, there are 3 immortal islands, and each one shelters countless strange and marvelous creatures, and is famous for producing something unique. He explains that the immortal island Penglai is covered by a white mist all day, a mist created by a rare creature called the mirage insect, which has secret markings on its sides and a body white like jade. The protagonist asks what the mirage insect is for and how to use it, and the old man replies that he has never used it, that it is all just legend and may not have any real use. Liang says he understands and can leave the matter for later, intending to study it calmly the next day, but for now will rest a bit. The old man simply asks that he not forget to free him tomorrow. Shui then falls asleep, and while he sleeps, the insect releases a mist that covers his body. The protagonist finds himself in another place where heavy rain is falling, and asks where he is since he should be sleeping at home. A voice answers saying they have met again. Liang asks who is speaking, and Ji appears saying he promised to wait for him in the Yellow Springs. Shui thinks he has never heard of that. Suddenly, mortal people appear before him, and he wonders if there truly is a Yellow Spring in this world. The guild leader says he will lose his life, and the protagonist thinks that a way is also missing. Recognizing that this is a section of Wushui City, and wondering if even the Yellow Springs have their own Wushui, Ji charges forward with his sword saying this is the final strike, and Liang concludes he can only bet on that possibility. He then uses Dragon Slash, and the technique actually appears. The Emperor is summoned and strikes the enemy, while Jia, shocked, asks who he is before being destroyed. The protagonist realizes everything is just a dream created by the mirage insect, shaped by his own imagination. Though illusory, the power within it is real. A powerful voice asks who he is, and he recognizes the Emperor. Liang wakes up startled, saying the Emperor is truly alive, and wonders what he meant by those final words, and whether he had recognized Zeding. He concludes that the mist released by the mirage insect caused that dream, and that the effect has ended. He thinks the mirage insect is a very strange creature, and that next time he should not casually summon the Emperor's ghost, but admits the insect is perfect for training because it allows him to feel the fight inside the dream and strengthen his real body. Someone knocks on the door saying an official has come to deliver something of great value, and Shui replies that his exchanged items have arrived. Elsewhere, the protagonist is sitting on the floor with a box in his hands containing flowers, and Liang says they are the 2 precious aquatic plants he asked Brother Shu to choose using his merit points. Following the instructions, he holds the petals in his mouth and begins cultivating. The system notifies that his water essence has increased, and Shui feels two energies, one hot and one cold, swirling and blending inside his body, finding the sensation extremely pleasant. The old man comments that the boy makes such a fuss just to practice one technique, which is shocking but not practical, saying he once saw a real dragon in his life. Something is summoned and the old man becomes even more shocked. A giant chest appears, emitting a strong light, and the elder, outraged, vows to protect the immortal's secret to the end. The protagonist sighs and the old man asks if he is done. He then jumps onto him and Liang asks if he is in such a hurry to leave. The old man coughs and says that seeing how humble and respectful he has decided to stay a few more days and teach him some hidden mysteries. He claims to have lived thousands of years and to know countless secrets, and Liang becomes excited, asking about them and mentioning he heard a real dragon once existed in the lake. The old man confirms saying that is natural and tells him he has no idea of the origin of the thing he carries inside his body, because compared to it, even a real dragon is insignificant. He says that young man has an immeasurable future. Elsewhere in the dark, someone is chained hand and foot, and a hooded figure says that if he seeks revenge, he must beg the matriarch for power and dedicate himself fully to her. The captive answers that he understands and that for revenge he is willing to give everything. The hooded man asks his name and the boy answers Liu Wenyang. The man asks whom he wants to eliminate and Wen answers that he wants to destroy Liang. Later, the protagonist asks the old man if there were truly 3 real dragons since ancient times, and that after the defeat of the Jianghuai Lake Dragon King, a Zhaolong came to live in the Dragon Palace. The old man confirms, and Liang asks how he knows that if he cannot walk. The elder replies sarcastically that he naturally has his own channels of information and asks if he really thinks he heard that from a little fish or shrimp that passed by. At that moment, someone knocks on the door. When Liang opens it, a man introduces himself saying he has come to discuss that year's river sacrifice. Shui asks if it is about the river sacrifice and why he came to him, saying matters like that should be handled by the local nobility, and that he does not know how he could help. The village chief explains that he knows many outsiders have come to Yixing, and that performing the sacrifice has become even more important, because if those nobles who paid for the ritual demand results, he will have to answer to everyone. The protagonist says that even though he is from the River Lord Institute, he has no authority to control such matters. The village chief replies that this is not what he meant and reveals that he wants him himself to be the officiant of the ceremony. Elsewhere, Shun looks at the chessboard before him and remarks that it is curious to see a newly crowned martial saint playing chess alone, instead of rushing to show his power to the world. Wei, sitting on the other side, asks if he is joking and says that if he announces his ascension, many of those insects will hide, and until then, His Majesty himself could end up in trouble. Shun says he heard that Wei's group tracked down the whereabouts of the yellow branch of the Mother Ghost cult, and Wei confirms, saying the group has been making bold moves in Pingyang, and they sent people to investigate but did not expect such audacity. Shun asks what they were searching for, and Wei replies that they were seeking the secret of immortality. Shun raises his eyebrows and asks if they found it, and Wei explains that an ordinary human who reaches the galloping horse realm lives a little over 100 years, that great masters who tread on elephants can reach 300, and that a celestial dragon martial saint reaches a little over 600. He says life itself is a taboo, and searching for that secret is the same as seeking one's own destruction. Shun agrees and asks how the opposing force is structured. Wei replies that there are 2 great masters who tread on elephants that must be verified, and the rest are not worth mentioning. Shun remarks that he does not recall any elephant-treading masters in the 3 judicial divisions or in the River Lord Institute, and asks how that is possible. Wei replies that this time he will personally deploy his unmatched troop, the Jinghai Spear, to take action within half a month, and asks His Majesty to await the results. Shun smiles and says he is willing to cooperate and ease his concerns, but warns he does not intend to interfere with his plans, because a mere remnant of the old dynasty must be erased. Wei bows and says he will obey the orders. Shun then walks out, leaving the chessboard behind. The game remains set until an ant crawls onto one of the pieces, cracking it along with the table and shattering everything with a sharp snap. On the boat, a voice orders them to move as fast as possible, unfurl all the sails, lift the anchor, and head straight to the arsenal. The protagonist asks what is happening and why there is such urgency. Ron replies that it is a major operation, a joint action between the River God's office, the 3 judicial departments, and the Demon Capture Division. Liang thinks it might be better to stay close to the medical departments since the 3 departments are acting together, and suspects the reason is the Ghost Mother cult. Zhang confirms that it is exactly that, saying that after investigating one branch's lair, this time they will arrest them all. He explains that although the cult has Grand Masters in the True Image realm, They suffer from the severe problem of longevity, being veterans of a past era, some hundreds of years old, and that the limit of that realm is 500 years. So now their strength does not even reach 10% of what it once was. Moreover, this time they made meticulous preparations and invited two sacred weapons. Ku reflects that a sacred weapon is refined throughout the lifetime of a martial saint of the celestial dragon realm, possessing its own consciousness and capable of beheading an enemy thousands of miles away. He then asks why the Merchants Association is also part of the group and what weight their participation carries in that operation. Ron replies that this means the mission is guaranteed to succeed from the start. The protagonist asks why. Jung explains that this is the best opportunity to demonstrate official power and intimidate minor troublemakers, adding that the entire operation is funded by the Skyship Merchant Association, and that, despite the high cost, they will reap great benefits. Liang thinks that indeed the Skyship Association cooperates directly with the authorities, and that, as a commercial association, the reputation of its products will rise drastically, while secretly their prestige among the people will also grow. At that moment, someone calls out to him. A young man approaches, saying that from afar he felt he looked familiar and that now, up close, he confirms it was indeed him. He introduces himself as Wei Xiao. Shui asks why he is not with the commander and what brought him there. Liang thinks that for a long time he has heard that the commander likes adopting sons everywhere, and concludes that this man is one of those adopted, wondering what he wants with them. He then directly asks what Wei Xiao intends. Xiao laughs and says he heard that he single-handedly defeated the whale gang of Wushuai City and invaded the Ghost Mother cult's lair to rescue civilians, stating that he truly wanted to meet him. The protagonist replies that if he has something to say, he should get straight to the point and stop beating around the bush. Xiao says he is straightforward and declares that since ancient times, the power of the second in command has always been inferior to the first, and that despite great achievements, Vice Commander Shu received no worthy reward, so he could come work with him, and if he accepted, he would personally receive a yellow dragon pill. Liang thinks that a pill of that level requires 3 merits to redeem and is surprised by the offer. Aloud, he says that if they give him the yellow dragon pill right now, he would immediately go work with him. Xiao asks if he is joking. Shui retorts, asking if he was not the one who started the jokes. Xiao comments that the vice commander truly found a good subordinate. The protagonist replies that he is not as good as the Lord's father, correcting himself to adoptive father. Xiao says he was lucky to gain some benefits before, but such easy gains will not always be available, and insinuates that some people do not know their place and start to think too highly of themselves. Ran intervenes, asking if he came there specifically to provoke them, saying he tried to cause disgust but ended up feeling sick himself, and asks if he wants to start trouble, reminding him that this is not his adoptive father's ship, and suggesting they exchange a few shots. Xiao replies that he is not an idiot. Shui says it was just a joke, but he could still give him a chance, that Wei Xiao could come under his command and he would guarantee his career would prosper. Xiao answers coldly that otherwise it would not be good to suffer a work accident. Zhong asks if that is a threat. The protagonist touches Zhong's shoulder and says it is a trap, stating categorically that it is impossible. Xiao declares that he will regret this decision and leaves with his men. Ron comments that it is very strange and asks where that man found the courage to provoke people right in front of them. Liang agrees. Outside, Xiao keeps walking, thinking that he will regret it and that he has been warned. Zhang then comments that he heard the Skyship Merchant Association will hold a grand event that night and reminds everyone to reserve a good seat in advance. The protagonist asks what kind of event it will be. Ran replies that it is the Cloud Sea Auction. At night, numerous boats spread across the waters, and ahead, a large illuminated house is completely packed with people. A voice announces welcome to that night's Cloud Sea Auction. The man speaking is Zhu Bingan, representative of the Celestial Ships Merchant Association, and he declares that he will serve as the auctioneer. He comments that everyone's presence turns the night into an extraordinary occasion and, without further delay, announces the start of the auction. The association's symbol is presented, the Jade Rainbow Bridge Tree. A woman approaches carrying the item, and someone in the audience asks whether that is truly the Jade Rainbow Bridge Tree, and if it is a treasure plant. Ron explains that it is a precious and extremely special type of plant, as it does not grow with water. Liang, confused, asks what it grows with then. Zhang replies that it develops with a saint's plasma, explaining that its coloration comes from that kind of essence. The tree grows before everyone's eyes, and Ran adds that its internal space is completely different from the outside, allowing it to store countless treasures. It can also enter suspended animation, turning into a seed without losing the stored items, making it a top-tier storage treasure. Its only drawback, he says, is that it requires a saint's plasma to awaken, an extremely harsh condition since such a substance is nearly impossible to obtain. Shui thinks that although it is a precious plant, the cost to awaken it makes it comparable to a sacred weapon. Ju then announces the first item of the night, the Lanzhou Fortune Birch, explaining that whoever plants it will receive immense wealth. He says the tree already has healing properties and that its sap can be used in crafting elixirs. The starting bid is 300 taels, and participants begin to compete. Before long, the auctioneer announces that the item is sold for 1,400 taels and congratulates Lord Number 32 from the River God's office on the acquisition. He reminds first-time participants that if only 2 buyers contest an item with fixed bids, ownership may be decided in the arena, but this rule applies only to those 2 bidders. Next, a fragment of the red gold cavalier is displayed, and the protagonist is internally astonished to see them spend 1,400 taels without hesitation. Ron asks whether something caught his attention, and Liang replies that not yet, thinking he still has just over 1,000 taels, enough to buy only a single item. Ju then announces the mid-auction highlight, a piece acquired from the central Jianghuai region. The cloth is pulled away, revealing a pair of golden eyes from an adult beast. Shui wonders what it is and feels that Zed Ding shows an uncontrollable desire for that item, suspecting it is connected to him. The auctioneer explains that the Blue Water's golden-eyed beast, once subdued, can cross skies and seas and conquer all, and that its eyes, radiant as the sun, can distinguish loyalty from betrayal, shatter illusions, and reveal the truth. He assures everyone they are genuine eyes, still fresh and with their essence intact. The starting bid is 800 taels, with minimum increases of 100. The protagonist thinks about how he has been refining his visual techniques, recalls that Wu's strength translates into a naturally gifted physique, and begins to suspect the golden eyes are also a special ability. He feels he must obtain them and shouts a bid of 900 taels, but someone immediately raises it to 1,200. Liang looks back and recognizes Wei Xiao. The auctioneer announces that Lord Number 78 offers 1,300 taels. Shui realizes he does not have enough money. From afar, someone comments, and a young man asks if it is Xiao and whether he has already begun training ocular techniques. Through mental transmission, Yang tells him to compete with full strength as he is there to support him. The protagonist realizes it is his master. Another telepathic voice orders Xiao to keep bidding, clearly his adoptive father. Xiao then raises it to 1,700 taels and thinks he will not be taking those eyes tonight. A young man remarks that there seems to be resentment between the two, and that it will be difficult for the boy to obtain what he wants with Wei present, leaving only one other path, the arena. He notes that Wei is an intermediate expert of the galloping horse realm and that the boy perhaps, before he can finish, Ran intervenes and says it might be better to let it go for now, suggesting they later consult the Department of Human Affairs to see if there is a similar item. The protagonist feels relieved and says he does not need to say anything more. The master once said that martial artists fight for a single breath of spirit, competing with the heavens, competing with the earth, and competing with other people. Liang steps forward and says they both want that item, so they will settle it in the arena. The crowd stirs, asking if he has gone mad, pointing out that Wei Xiao is an intermediate-level expert of the galloping horse realm and has already defeated a fighter of the same realm in Wushui City. They add that Xiao is no ordinary cultivator of that level because everyone knows there is a vast difference between those with bloodline heritage and those without. Even at the same level, their combat power is completely different. Xiao says he has a lot of nerve to challenge him and that he should be grateful weapons are not allowed this time, otherwise his master would be crying. Shui thinks that is true because if it were him from half a month ago, he would not stand a chance. But now he has the Mirage Worm and, in recent days, trained in his dreams with Liu Jie and several galloping horse realm martial artists, accumulating real combat experience. He hunted aquatic monsters, gathered battle merits, exchanged them for precious plants, and raised his fusion levels. Honestly, he is eager for this. The fight begins as Xiao charges and they exchange blows. The crowd is stunned when Liang actually sends Xiao flying. Wei releases a much fiercer aura and says he has angered him, activating the ethereal step of the water tiger, his signature move. Though it is only an intermediate martial art, Xiao has mastered it perfectly. On solid ground, it is as if he were underwater, turning his movement technique into something nearly invincible. Xiao rushes again and Shui sees him like a tiger, thinking he has won as well. Wei closes in, but the protagonist strikes him with a direct punch. Xiao is shocked, unable to understand how it is possible, realizing his technique was broken in a single move. Dong comments that he is not being biased but admits he has never seen anything like it, saying the disciple is extraordinarily blessed. Ron says he truly is Uncle Young's disciple, while Wei's master remarks that it is an art of the suspended temple, and that this coup is extremely interesting. Liang declares that he is lost, and if he wants to continue, he can follow him. Xiao is furious, and his adoptive father intervenes, asking if he's not embarrassed enough. The golden-eyed beast's eyes are handed to Shui, and he wonders if that man is Commander Wei Lin. The auctioneer congratulates him and announces the golden-eyed beast is his, adding that the Merchant Association will deliver it to his room later. Liang thinks he finally has them in his hands and wonders how to use them, even considering simply eating them. Shui bites into a piece and light begins to shine in his eyes. The protagonist feels that, as expected, these are the golden eyes used to repel evil. Elsewhere, a voice says they have arrived and orders preparations for battle, while a boy announces they have reached land. In another scene, Liang sits on the ground thinking everything is only just beginning. In the forest, a grasshopper walks while a lizard watches, then lunges and devours it. Footsteps echo and figures appear. There are 4 of them. The one in front orders everyone to watch their step. It is Ron explaining that the Ghost Mother's Guard specializes in stealth and assassination, and that they must stay alert to their surroundings. They continue until Shui suddenly stops and says, "No, the fog around them is growing denser." Zhong tells everyone to gather and pay attention to the environment, and they agree. Suddenly they halt, sensing someone moving quickly. Ron orders them to advance, and the protagonist says he understands. He thinks something is very wrong with the thick fog, that his brother was just there, but they have already been separated, and even their presence is being concealed. Someone calls him. It is Zhang, saying they turned around and discovered he had vanished without a trace and rushed to help because something is wrong with the fog. Liang agrees, saying that given the situation, they should indeed head southeast, asking if that was the commander's order. Ron says to continue southeast as instructed by Commander Shu. At that moment, someone strikes him. Zhang asks what he is doing. Shui reveals the truth. Brother Ron would never call Shu Commander Shu. He calls him only Brother Shu. And besides, those disguises are extremely crude in his eyes. The disguised figure admits he did not expect him to have such a trump card and says he should have eliminated him directly instead of going through all that trouble to disguise himself. The creature drops its human form, revealing a terrifying true appearance, and declares there is no more reason for games, as it would have been far simpler to kill him from the start. The protagonist asks who he is, thinking he does not remember ever seeing him and wondering whether he might be related to some enemy. The boy beside him cuts off the nonsense, saying they themselves are specialists of the galloping horse realm and that, even if only in certain aspects, eliminating him would be far too easy. One of them declares he cannot wait any longer and will be the first to test the boy. The enemy is struck squarely in the face and crashes to the ground. The terrifying creature questions whether he is truly only half a step into the galloping horse realm and orders them to attack together. They charge at the same time and exchange blows. Liang lands solid hits, knocking them down and leaving them badly injured. The creature accuses the protagonist of ruining his life, his studies, and everything else. Shui pierces him with the spear and says he remembers now. Apparently Liu Jie had another missing son who joined the Ghost Mother cult. Shui asks how he was found, recalls that his father founded the Whale Gang and drained the people's life force, and states that he acted according to the law because the law is merciless. The young master tries to speak, but a voice says it hurts terribly. The protagonist recalls that the Ghost Mother's guardian is said to have a visible aspect and a hidden one. If that is the visible half, where is the hidden counterpart? The young master's body begins to twist unnaturally. The voice repeats that it hurts, and Liang watches in confusion. The young master's body splits into 2. One half asks Ji why he only just awakened. The other voice says it recognizes him as someone from the River God's office who killed their master. The left half claims that if they join forces, they can certainly eliminate him and avenge their master. The right half blames the protagonist for his condition and vows to stay by his side. They resume fighting fiercely. Shui notices that when the other consciousness awakened, the strength leapt directly into the galloping horse realm. The young master charges and threatens to take his life. The protagonist thinks that although his opponent reached that level, he has never studied true martial arts. He is more a scholar with brute strength, unable to use technique properly. Liang advances and strikes. The young master attempts to counterattack, but Shui blocks him. The protagonist's beast is summoned, creating a powerful shock. On the verge of defeat, the young master shouts that he will step over his family's corpses to gain promotion and wealth. Liang asks if he's finished talking and says he will only stay in the road. Shui steps back, thinking he does not know where his brother went and wondering what happened. From the sky, a voice declares that Marquis Whining has become a true saint. The protagonist looks up, wondering if that will be a sacred weapon, sensing immense power. Liang glances around, confused about what is happening. Shui begins to feel something strange, wondering If it is a dragon tiger golden body, he thinks the fog is problematic and that they must find a way out quickly. Ahead, he sees what looks like a house and asks whether it belongs to the ghost mother cult, noting that the owner of that room is a martial saint. A dark energy moves through the place. There is a coffin nearby and a pointing hand. In a container filled with water, there is something like a fish. Liang wonders if it is a treasure fish, since he has never heard of it. Shui uses water control and thinks it is an unexpected gain. The protagonist senses a presence and asks who is there. Behind him appears a skeleton, and Liang wonders if it is a dried corpse. The skeleton opens its enormous mouth, generating tremendous pressure, and Shui recognizes the aura. It belongs to the wolf smoke realm. The skeleton lunges with overwhelming force, hurling him away and slamming him to the ground. The protagonist quickly rises and thrusts with his spear, but the skeleton seizes the weapon, steps on him, and throws him again. Liang is injured. The fish moves, and the system notifies that primordial energy has been discovered. Water essence increases. The host enters a coma while attempting to awaken. The water spirit levels up, and the water spirit's fusion rate rises. Shui remains motionless on the ground as energy swirls around him. He stands up stronger and asks if he leveled up while unconscious, then realizes it was because of that fish. New notifications appear. Vortex Wave, capable of opening a vortex acupoint. A dried corpse with water control abilities. Liang wonders if this will be his new skill. The energy continues to surge. Liang says it is time to fight again. The skeleton smiles. Elsewhere, a voice orders everyone to board the ship immediately. A girl asks what happened and why the operation was suddenly aborted. Zhu says it is one thing for those old fools to toy with their own deaths, but they dragged others into it as well, and that the black fog is their creation. To cultivate something so insane at the cost of 2 martial saints' lives? Damn the ghost mother cult. Ying speaks about her brother and the others. Yue says her brother will be fine. After all, Wolf Smoke Realm martial artists are only... Ran approaches, saying something terrible has happened. Shu asks what it is and where Ku is. Zhong says it is all his fault for not realizing he and Ku had been separated, and that someone from the ghost mother cult took advantage of the situation, disguised himself as him, and injured him. Yue says that now all they can do is leave it to fate and that she must inform the master. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the skeleton lunges to attack and the protagonist unleashes his ability, but the skeleton dodges and keeps closing in, extending its hand as it nears. Liang tries to strike it with his spear in every way possible, but cannot land a proper hit. Shui then releases an overwhelming surge of energy around him and charges again. The skeleton grabs his spear and realizes he has vanished. The protagonist moves swiftly, lands a blow, places his hand on its head, and releases power outward. Near the river, the men advance together. Ron says that otherwise he will go in to take a look, because standing there is useless. The deeper they go into the black fog, the more terrifying its power becomes. Yang says Ku's fate does not end here, and that something must be restraining him. Xiao says that with the strength he had, he has probably already lost his life, not even leaving half a corpse an hour after entering the black fog. A boy says that is precisely why the commander insisted on docking the ship and not leaving, just to wait for him, and asks whether that is not gambling with their lives, why they should wait for him, and who he even is. Xiao thinks that the day he smeared the revealing powder on his hand, he would never escape, no matter how hard he tried. Wei recalls when a hooded man asked whether he would spread the powder on Ku. Xiao asked why he cared so much about him. The hooded man asked if he was doubting himself. Xiao replied that he would not dare. In the present, Lin says the time has come and that they are leaving. Shu says there is still a subordinate who has not returned. Lin orders the ship to depart and says that for his sake he will let this interference slide this once. But there will not be a next time. A young man asks if there is a light at the end of the tunnel. People say there is. They look and see someone approaching. They realize it is Ku. Later, aboard the ship, they comment on how astonishing it was to see Ku emerge from the black fog holding a bright lantern, precisely the object conjured by the sacrifice of 2 martial saints. The protagonist walks forward saying it is good to be alive, that he used every ounce of strength and fought the Dragon Slayer twice to finally kill that dried corpse. Otherwise, he might have been the one to die. Yang says he heard he was nearly trapped on the desolate village island. The young master asks if he is all right. Liang thanks him for the concern and says he is fine. He was only trapped and could not find the exit. Dong says he heard he found the evil repelling lamp and that, as expected, he is very lucky and that it must have been prepared by the Ghost Mother cult for their own people. Just then, someone approaches calling him. It is a woman saying she heard that the people from the River God's residence returned today and came immediately. Shui asks if she needs something. Fang replies that the courtyard they were never allowed to enter has been making very strange noises in recent days. Elsewhere, the protagonist approaches after hearing sounds and asks what that noise is behind the door, thinking that besides his pets, there should be nothing else there. He wonders if something slipped in and what that is, because on top of a stone sits a creature with its mouth wide open. An old man, both hands covering his ears, says there is no need to break anything just because he is slightly dissatisfied, tells him to stop the incessant barking, and asks if he has returned. Liang asks who he is. The old man says he forgot to introduce himself and declares that he is the genius beaver, discovered many years ago, who once seemed to struggle with making models and that he is only there because of that personal connection. Shui gives thanks and thinks that beaver seems far more intelligent than ordinary beavers. A voice announces that the village chief has sent new sacrificial garments. The protagonist remembers that tomorrow is the river sacrifice. Later, inside a house, Liang sits absorbing the energy circulating around his body. He says that the last river sacrifice ended so quickly he could not fully grasp the usefulness of his abilities, but this time, he has finally figured it out. The so-called vortex wave transforms the acupoints around the body into openings that function as storage space. These vortices are normally activated by consciousness, absorbing and storing water, and the amount stored corresponds to about 1% of what he can control. He also discovers something particularly interesting. It seems he stored some things left behind on the island, and those things do not appear inanimate but intelligent. Perhaps in the future he can command them, turning them into a trump card. However, the most important matter is tomorrow's river sacrifice. During the last one, he gained 0.0001 comma, but at that time he was only an observer. This time he will officially be the principal officiant and wonders what he will gain. Elsewhere, people gather. Lee says he did not expect this and that in just a year and a half, Ku has grown to this point. The partner beside him says he does not know where he himself lost his way. Libo asks about him. The partner asks whether his ears are itching again and says a son who dares speak to his father like that will learn what filial piety means. People behind them remark that those two idiots are still the same, as expected of youngsters. An elder says that nevertheless it is thanks to him that Yixing has a figure like Master Ku. The village chief says he knew he was destined for greatness since he saw him as a child. A boy approaches and says Brother Liang has come out. Everyone looks in the indicated direction. The protagonist approaches wearing his new attire. The river sacrifice begins. Shui walks forward. He climbs the steps. Instruments resound. Liang stops, opens the scroll, and recites that the legacy of the divine Emperor Yu endures. The clouds of Chu drift. Huai is vast, foundation of the southern realm, reverently offering sacred waters whose virtue equals heaven and earth, swallowing the 9 marshes and upholding the stars, crossing 1,000 mountains and embracing the 8 directions. Spirits hidden within the ancient turtle, the dragon exhales brilliance. Through 3 dynasties, the flow has been peaceful and the people have trusted it forever. Yet the heavens move in cycles, and the virtue of water is immeasurable. At times, the scorching sun brings disaster and dries the fields. At times, unceasing floods and raging dragons and serpents. And now he leads the elders to offer this fragrant incense, borrowing the land of Yixing beside the great river and carrying the hopes of all. The prestige he gains as principal officiant rises significantly. Beneath the water, a red-eyed monster wonders who stole its belongings, as the river's spiritual essence has diminished. The creature rises. Elsewhere, Shun senses something, and says that Beast seeks finalization and asks whether it is trying to start a war. An immensely powerful sword strikes the beast. The creature says humans stole its things. Shun calls it absurd. The sword releases tremendous power. The beast screams and says they will investigate thoroughly. In the village, the protagonist continues saying that this time, as principal officiant, the river's blessing is so abundant it is visible to the naked eye, yet it is still not enough. People notice something and ask what that is. A voice says the river god has appeared. Liang declares that when chaos began, heaven and earth were born, the sun and moon traveled the sky, rivers and streams flow across the land. The system notifies that he is offering the sacrifice with utmost sincerity and that the river's favor increases. The village chief kneels and asks the river lord to bless Yixing. Shui feels the favor break past a limit. An overwhelming energy surges. The protagonist thinks of his hometown and wonders whether he will be able to return home. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.